actions to commit suicide by marine. As I walked in many of the caves in 2015, my feet often crunched the broken glass of sake bottles. According to Don Graves of the 28th Marines, 5th Mar Div, the Japs were so liquored up that it took several bullets to bring them down. One nip came at us, and I unloaded my entire clip of my M1 in him, and he still kept running at us. His heart must have stopped by then, but the adrenaline pushed him forward, and guys in a foxhole near me finally brought him down. When the Japanese got drunk on sake, they behaved as if we could not shoot them, but when we did, they continued to fight until they bled out. These people were nuts. Graves remembers seeing 2 Japanese walking out of their cave in their G-string underwear with sake bottles in their hands, laughing. Dashiell reported on a small bonsai where the enemy soldiers howled hysterically as they charged. Were they drunk, or just crazed in the knowledge they were conducting a suicide attack? Graves found other evidence that showed the Japanese had women with them, although many historians doubt this. According to Graves, as they neared the island's northern end, he found women among the dead Japanese. At least 6 other Iwo veterans have verified they have found women on Iwo. In one of the first histories of Iwo, written in 1945 by several Marine correspondents and Iwo veterans, 2 women were found in the wreckage of Motoyama after artillery and ship guns had smashed it. George Bernstein of the 4th Mar Div witnessed women jumping off cliffs on the northern shore just like at Marpai Point on Saipan and Marpo Point at Tinanen. If they were indeed killing themselves, they were not necessarily comfort women, and maybe some, if not all of them, were Japanese prostitutes Kuribayashi had shown he preferred while in charge of Hong Kong's region back in 1942. If there were women on the island, where did they come from? In June 1944, Kuribayashi is known to have moved civilians off the island, but if the accounts are accurate, some women stayed or were comfort women and had been sneaked in or brought in unofficially. Perhaps some were geisha girls kept on the island by their officers. In fact, Yamamoto made no secret about taking his favorite geisha girl, Chiyoko Kawa, on his flagships, although he was married. Therefore, if there were no women on Iwo, this would be the first Japanese garrison that did not have prostitutes, comfort women, or geisha girls. In some respects, it would have been odd if there were no women on the island, knowing the Imperial Japanese Army's modus operandi. On the 16th of March, Kuribayashi sent his final message to Imperial headquarters. So sad to fall in battle. Our ammunition is exhausted. We are unable to fulfill the heavy duty of the nation. I will pick up my sword, though my body lay decaying in the field. I shall reincarnate 7 times to seek revenge. My earnest thoughts will go to the Empire long after this island is overgrown with ugly vines. The word chiru, fall, Kuribayashi used in this message, invokes an image of the cherry trees at the Yasukuni War Shrine in Tokyo. This is a place where fallen cherry blossoms, or fallen warrior spirits, gather in the afterlife. Kuribayashi wrote about being reincarnated 7 times to continue to fight, a religious concept of the afterlife common to Japanese. In Judeo-Christian dogma, individuals on the brink of death may take a summation of their lives, will often ask for forgiveness, and will generally affirm the Almighty in the hope they will enter into His heavenly realm. In contrast, Kuribayashi yearned to avenge his country for 7 different lifetimes, a significant number in Buddhism, leading to a state of nirvana. The word for revenge in Japanese is katakeuchi, which means attack enemy. These were Kuribayashi's last thoughts. Never view your enemy as worthy of anything less than death, even in the face of your own demise. The day that Kuribayashi made these declarations, the 16th of March, the government decided to promote Kuribayashi to full general. On the 21st of March, Imperial General Headquarters in Japan announced over the radio the Iwo Jima defenders had died glorious samurai deaths on the 17th of March. As usual, the Japanese government continued to lie to its people. The samurai troops were starving, thirsty, and killing each other. Having run out of ammunition, they were incapable of offering resistance. To feed themselves, they stole and scavenged food from the enemy. They reverted to a primitive state in an attempt to survive for another day. The glory, if there was any, was found in banzais and jiketsus, because surrender was not glorious in their belief systems. To those who rejected those beliefs, however, the end of the Japanese resistance on Iwo was anything but glorious. It was, as Omagari noted, shameful and disgusting. Kuribayashi reported on the 21st of March to the Chichijima garrison, "My officers and men are still fighting. The enemy front is 200 to 300 meters from us, and they are attacking by tank. They advise us to surrender by loudspeaker, but we only laughed at this childish trick." He then wrote the emperor, "We have not eaten or drunk for 5 days, but our fighting spirit is still high." On the 21st of March, Prime Minister Kuniaki Koiso issued a radio broadcast about the effort their countrymen made on Iwo. He praised Kuribayashi and his men for their heroic resistance, embodying the Japanese spirit. Though they were suffering physically and spiritually, surrender was not a viable option for the vast majority of those remaining alive. On the 21st of March, the 147th Army Infantry Regiment of 2,952 soldiers landed on the southwest Purple Beach near Suribayachi and were put under the command of Major General Erskine. It was there to help with mopping up operations and to relieve some of the exhausted Marines. The regiment's assignment to relieve the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 21st Marines by the 23rd of March meant that elements of Woody's 1st Battalion would stay and fight alongside the Dog Faces remaining under Erskine's control until the 4th of April. From the 20th to the 26th of March, Woody's company patrolled the north, securing the areas they had won. Erskine ordered them on the 19th of March to maintain contact with the enemy encountered until he is annihilated. Marines now fought Japanese soldiers dressed in Marine uniforms, so attired partly because they wanted to practice subterfuge, and partly because their own tattered uniforms had rotted off their bodies. As the end neared, the Japanese continued their suicide. Marines started to hear explosions throughout the night from caves as the Japanese blew themselves up. So many rotting bodies covered the island, producing millions of flies that once again it was sprayed with DDT with crop dusters, or better said, corpse dusters. As the battle wound down, the Marines increased the hunt for souvenirs. The ritual of trophy taking from enemy dead is as old as human existence. Once again, higher command ordered this practice stopped. After the battle, Marines wanted trophies for their hard-fought victory, and thus many disregarded the prohibition. Captain Beck described this. "It must have been interesting for everyone to see the collection of souvenirs from the 2 different theaters. I could have collected truckloads if I would have had the time and means to carry them. When we overran defensive areas, there is no limit to the bounty at hand, and when one is responsible for so many, you can't neglect them and gather Jap gear. I never did allow the men to do it unless we were patrolling. Then I would always let the men who shot the Japs collect whatever was on the dead Japs. I have quite a collection on hand, but have never gotten around to sending it back home." Even as the souvenir hunting was going on, there was still a lot of mopping up or sporadic fighting. Marine demolition experts like Woody continued to discover caves and blow them shut. If groups of Japanese offered resistance, they killed them. Marines often found caves previously sealed were reopened by the Japanese a few days later. As a result, Marines resealed them using more explosives than necessary to ensure that no escape was possible. They often heard the faint groans of the dying and muffled explosions of grenades from deep inside the earth as men committed jiketsu when it dawned on them the cave was a tomb from which they would never escape. One such cave caused a horrific night for nearby Marines as the entombed Japanese hollered and squealed under their feet until dawn. Eventually, the cacophony dwindled to occasional moans, and by morning, only an eerie silence remained. For decades, Japanese had been indoctrinated with the belief their fighting spirit could overcome any enemy's material superiority, which seemed to have been proven during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905 and during the first year of World War II, when the Japanese defeated superior forces. However, on Iwo, that belief was shattered, and many died probably with broken hearts, having realized the lessons their leaders had given them were fallacious. The Japanese were out of provisions. They had no functional supply chain. They were alone and starving. Marines knew they were without water, and a man could only theoretically go 3 days without water or die. If Marines had not killed them, the Japanese would have died from lack of hydration. Behind the lines near Mount Suribachi, the Seabees and Marines built a functional base. Barracks, tents, and supply depots were everywhere, and hundreds of planes used the runway daily. A hot mineral shower, large enough for a full platoon, was constructed to improve hygiene and utilize the naturally heated, spa-like mineral water. The infrastructure was so well done that on the 22nd and 23rd of March, an outdoor theater showed the movie 2 Tickets to London, starring Michelle Morgan and Alan Curtis. There were 550 men from Woody's regiment in attendance, having been pulled off the lines for a few days of rest. From the 23rd to the 24th of March, the theater showed Hey Rookie, starring Ann Miller, Joe Besser, and Larry Parks, to 850 men of the 21st Regiment. In a surreal display of military magic, in just a few weeks, the land that had been occupied by the Japanese military just a few weeks before had now become a film center. American culture had arrived to Iwo Jima. On the 26th of March, while Woody and his men covered ground along the shoreline in the north, a hidden underground barracks behind their lines and just north of Airfield No. 2 housed almost 300 Japanese plotting a massive attack. They had used their underground tunnel system to travel from the north to infiltrate the rear echelons. From their position behind the lines, they had the element of surprise and were poised to hit the Americans. In the early morning around 0200, a Japanese commander, some think Kuribayashi, cunningly picked an area west of the second airfield in the island's middle where there were many non-combat U.S. troops in the rear. Sleeping comfortably in their tents were pilots, crewmen, supply troops, shore parties, anti-aircraft gunners, and Seabees. Emerging from underground, the Japanese sliced through tents, killing many who were not armed for or accustomed to this type of warfare. Most pilots carried only pistols, and many died in their cots not knowing what hit them. Unlike concurrent banzais in areas that were not behind enemy lines, these Japanese were silent and sober when they struck. As they attacked, they screamed, slashed, fired, and threw grenades to kill as many Americans as they could. The spearhead of this attack also hit the 5th Pioneer Battalion, which had many colored Marines, quote-unquote. However, Marines have always been trained as combat troops throughout history, epitomized by the 29th Commandant of the Marine Corps, Al Gray's declaration, "Every Marine is, first and foremost, a rifleman. All other conditions are secondary." As a result, even these Negro Marines, quote-unquote, knew fire team tactics and proper weapon handling. Thus, First Lieutenant Harry L. Martin was able to organize a skirmish line largely manned by these African American Marines. Martin, a 34-year-old white reserve officer, counterattacked along with the black Marines beside him, overrunning a machine gun position and killing 4 Japanese with his pistol while yelling abuse at them. Seeing the Japanese using a ridge to hide themselves in order to mass another charge, Martin let out a yell to "Follow me! I can hold the bastards for a while." Then I heard him yell, "Come on, you little yellow bastards, or I'm going to come in there and get you." And before any of us below could move, he had run down towards the rear of the ridge. Several Leathernecks followed Martin to join his charge, attacking and killing the stunned Japanese, many of whom were wielding swords. Although he had been hit in the head and buttocks with shrapnel, he refused to leave the battle. A grenade finally killed Martin while he led his men from the front. He received the Medal of Honor posthumously. His black compatriots fought tenaciously, and the Corps Shore Party commander was highly gratified with the performance of these colored troops, while in direct action against the enemy for the first time. Proper security prevented their being taken unawares, and they conducted themselves with marked coolness and courage. As one sees, occasionally in war, racism disappears and merit trumps all, especially in the moments of life and death. This was the last major battle on Iwo. In this banzai, almost all the Japanese died. The American Air Corps suffered 44 dead and 88 wounded, and the Marines suffered 9 dead and 31 wounded. Kuribayashi's biographer, Kumiko Kakahashi, has argued that this last all-out attack was particularly skillful because it was led by the general. According to a Japanese survivor, Kuribayashi led this attack and addressed his men beforehand. "Even if I should perish before you in the battle, the glorious exploits that you have carried out will never be forgotten. Japan may now be losing this battle, but the people of Japan are burning at your loyalty and your patriotism. They are praising your glorious deeds, and the day will come when they offer silent prayers for your ghost. Be easy in your minds and sacrifice yourself for your country." Kuribayashi inspired his men to fight heroically, although there was no prospect for victory or survival. As he acknowledged they had lost the battle, he took pride they had fought well. His goal to inflict maximum destruction on the Marines had succeeded beyond anything his predecessors had accomplished. This last banzai caught the Americans off guard. At the beginning of Iwo, the Americans looked for a banzai that never happened. Letting their guard down, believing the Japanese had no more offensive capabilities, they got waylaid. This counterattack did indeed cause much havoc and death, but not at the ratio that Kuribayashi had hoped for, since he had asked his men to actually kill 100 Marines each in this attack before they died. In that light, it was another failure. Still, the charge afforded him and his men slightly more than the opportunity to give their nation a worthwhile death. In the rear, John Laurello had just finished a shower as the attack commenced, and he learned how surprised everyone in that area was when the Japanese struck. He sarcastically remarked, "What the hell were they doing with their guard down? Did they think they were staying in the Belleville Stratford in Philadelphia?" Jerry Yellen, a Jewish-American P-51 pilot, observed the aftermath, saying, "It was a horrible sight. Our dead had been removed, but piles of Japanese dead lay everywhere. If I'd been with this squadron, I would have been killed. It was a bloody nightmare, and the bodies lay in a grotesque, tangled mess." Compared to other battles, apart from the small banzai and the one earlier by Rear Admiral Iwabuchi, Erskine stated, large-scale, uncontrolled so-called banzai attacks were noticeably absent at Iwo. This is possibly the reason the Marines were not expecting such an attack in the middle of their new base at the battle's end. As this final skirmish raged, Woody and his men progressed westward along the northern shore looking for hidden Japanese. He knew nothing of this Japanese last-ditch effort and learned later a bunch of poor airmen bought it sleeping in their tents. On the 26th of March, the Corps sent a letter to Woody's mother informing her he had suffered wounds. Although he continued fighting for weeks after his injury, his mother was told he had received wounds against the enemy on the 6th of March at Iwo. For all Miss Williams knew, Woody had lost a leg, an eye, or an arm. The letter's writer could have told her his wounds were not life-threatening, and he was still in the fight, but nothing of the sort was revealed. The officer, Major F. Belton, continued, Your anxiety is realized, and you may be sure that any additional information received will be forwarded to you at the earliest possible moment. Meanwhile, you have been furnished all the facts available." Belton was probably tasked with reporting that Woody had been a WIA, wounded in action, in a form letter, not knowing details. Woody wrote, "During the war, she received 2 telegrams telling her that 2 of her sons had been wounded, but she never got any details as to how bad or chance of recovery, so she had no idea of the severity. This not knowing took a great toll on her health." Eventually, Woody and his men reached the northern beaches. Touching the ocean, he felt safe, but he received intelligence from a captured major that 300 enemy were holed up in a cave on a hillside above the beach. As a demolition expert, Woody was ordered to blow it closed. The Marines did not want another surprise banzai like that of the 26th of March. Woody grabbed his C2 explosives, an 8-pound satchel, inserted a charge with a 10-second fuse, pulled the fuse lighter with his primer cord, threw it into the truck-sized cave, and ran for cover. Nothing happened except the sound of a light thud, but no explosion. He repeated the action with the same result. He realized his blasting caps were damp and malfunctioning, so he went back to supply, got dry ones, returned to the cave, and threw in a 3rd explosive. This time it exploded, igniting the other 2 within it as well. The whole section of the hill collapsed. "You couldn't tell there had been an opening in the hillside afterwards," Woody said. The regimental report noted one of the duties of the men was to close caves, and Woody did his part. It is unknown whether this catacomb was the one where Kuribayashi had been. His body has never been found. Woody may have ended the battle for the general the way Kuribayashi had directed, with the final defensive position becoming his burial chamber. According to another report, on the 27th of March, Kuribayashi moved to another cave on the northern shore with his staff officer, Colonel Kanji Nakana. Kuribayashi faced north in the direction of the imperial palace where Hirohito reigned supreme, knelt, and solemnly bowed 3 times to the man God. He then pulled his sword, thrust it into his stomach, and bowed his head. Nakana raised his own sword, taking on the role as Kuribayashi's second, and sliced off the general's head in ritualistic seppuku, samurai fashion. The colonel then buried his commander's body in an unmarked grave. Other stories about Kuribayashi's demise include shellfire blowing the general to bits or a sniper shooting him. In view of Kuribayashi's unorthodox ways, especially his logic about war and resources that transcended those of other commanders, he probably reasoned it would be unwise to kill himself when he could still fight. Moreover, killing himself would violate at least 2 of his battle vows, namely, 1. We shall defend the island with all our strength to the end, and 5. We shall not die until we have killed 10 of the enemy. If he had the ability to fight and kill a few more Americans, he would live and die by his vows. Everything Kuribayashi did as a commander had sound logic behind it. Breaking with tradition was something he did frequently. Imperial Japanese officers usually went to Europe for overseas studies and training, but Kuribayashi went to the U.S. and Canada. Imperial Japanese Army officers usually met the Americans at the beach, but Kuribayashi conducted a defense from the interior. Imperial Japanese officers usually got on poorly with Imperial Japanese naval personnel, but it seems Kuribayashi got on better with his naval officers than most Imperial Japanese Army commanders. Imperial Japanese officers, when in full command, usually had comfort women at their bases, but Kuribayashi probably denied himself and his men these pleasures on Iwo. Lastly, the majority of Imperial Japanese Army commanders killed themselves at the conclusion of battles they lost performing ritual seppuku, and it is this study's belief that Kuribayashi, in contrast to his peers, did not do this. Killing yourself when you could still kill the enemy was wasteful. In his 16th of March farewell telegram to General Headquarters, he hinted at what he most likely would do in the end, and it was not seppuku. He wrote, Our ammunition is gone, and our water dried up. Now it is time for us all to make our final counterattack and fight gallantly, conscious of the Emperor's favor, not begrudging our efforts, though they turn our bones to powder and pulverize our bodies." He did not write that his men would attack. Instead, he used the plural us and our, thus including himself in the counterattack plan. There were no words or hint of ritual suicide. On the 17th of March, Kuribayashi called his remaining men together after all had burned their insignia of rank and addressed them while grasping his sword's pommel. "Even if you have to eat grass, bite the earth, or throw yourselves on the ground, you will fight, and in so doing find a way out of this fatal situation. With things as they are, each one of you must kill 100. There is nothing else for it. I believe in your devotion. Please do as I do." He asked his men to attack just as he was going to attack, giving themselves a worthwhile death. He donned a common soldier's uniform, picked up a rifle or a sword, and led his surviving men in one more attack. Kuribayashi biographer Kakahashi and renowned historian Michael Burleigh claim with conviction that he led and died in this charge, and perhaps this theory was not verified because Americans threw Kuribayashi in his common uniform into a pit for burial or burning, either of which would have kept him anonymous. Another source supports this final act of Kuribayashi, and it comes from his radio man, Sergeant Shinzuo Oda, although it gives a slightly different ending than dying in the all-out charge. Oda supports that Kuribayashi did lead the charge, but somehow he was able to disengage after the attack petered out, and his staff member, Colonel Tadashi Takaishi, and his chief of staff, Kanji Nakano, shot the general before they killed themselves by shooting into their own hearts. One way or the other, in the end, how he met his end remains a mystery. Regardless of how he died, the Marines were just glad he was dead. According to Shinto belief, if Kuribayashi's body was not properly cremated, his spirit, Tama, has not been freed and is in a perpetual state of suffering, yearning to be released from the Shinto Buddhist purgatory that awaits those improperly disposed of. Such spirits are believed to haunt living relatives, pestering them to find their remains and liberate their souls to escape the unholy form of limbo. Even though most Japanese soldiers left a fingernail or a lock of hair behind at home to be later cremated in case their bodies were lost to the chaos and violence of war, families always desired to know that their men were properly sent off to the next life. If not, then even with burning the lone fingernail and bundle of head hair, the warrior's spirit still was apt to make his relatives' lives miserable according to their beliefs. As mentioned earlier, recognizing Kuribayashi's heroic defense, the Imperial Japanese Army officially promoted him to full general on the 17th of March. It appears this promotion was given several days after this day in March, but the official document was backdated to correspond with when Imperial headquarters thought he had died. The Emperor also awarded Kuribayashi new status decorations with court rank, senior 4th, and junior 3rd rank medals. Meanwhile, back on the home islands, even women trained to defend against the American invasion, some with spears. American submarine torpedoes and mines, both navally and aerially deployed, sank merchant ships, and B-29s bombed much of Japan's industry, cutting production of military essentials and consumer goods. Rationing grew stricter, and almost everyone went hungry. People were expected to work harder and eat less. Reports of civilians committing suicide in large numbers on Saipan and of garrisons being wiped out while fighting to the last man like on Iwo Jima were treated with sorrow, yet many still glorified these acts as proof of Japan's unique character. Censorship grew tighter, with new explanations as to why the series of stunning American victories, which the government had concealed or lied about, were a trick to lure Americans closer so they would be destroyed. The Emperor was considered infallible, so his policies were correct and his past statements had to be rationalized. The fear competi secret police grew more aggressive, seeking out subversive elements who questioned government propaganda or the war effort, or sympathized with foreigners. As Woody and his men reached the ocean to the north, they settled down to clean their weapons, get some chow, and rest. Every few minutes, a few of them would gaze up at the P-51s that flew round-the-clock patrols around the island, searching for enemy ships and planes. 2 fighter groups had at least 8 fighter planes airborne circling Iwo at any given time. From P-51 pilot Jerry Yellen's perspective, the island at this time looked like it was fully in Leatherneck's hands. By capturing the island, the Marines had accomplished their mission, surviving one of the bloodiest battles in history. Major General Smith said Iwo Jima was the most savage and the most costly in the history of the Marine Corps. Indeed, it has few parallels in military annals. Historian Robert Burrell wrote, "Far from glorious, combat on Iwo Jima was perhaps the most brutal, tragic, and deadly in American history." Services were held throughout the island and eulogies delivered. As a testament to the U.S. Pluralistic Society, 5th Mardiv head chaplain Warren Cothrell, a Baptist minister, chose Chaplain Roland B. Gittleson, a 34-year-old Reform rabbi, to deliver the sermon at a combined non-denominational ceremony dedicating the division's cemetery. Gittleson gave a eulogy titled "The Purest Democracy" on the 21st of March, 1945. Here before us lie the bodies of comrades and friends, men who until yesterday or last week laughed with us, men who fought with us and feared with us. Here lie officers and men, Negroes and whites, rich men and poor, together. Here are Protestants, Catholics, and Jews, together. Here no man prefers another because of his faith, or despises him because of his color. Here there are no quotas of how many from each group are admitted or allowed. Among these men there is no discrimination, no prejudices, no hatred. Theirs is the highest and purest democracy. Whomsoever of us lifts a hand in hate against a brother, or who thinks himself superior to those who happen to be in the minority, makes of this ceremony and the bloody sacrifice it commemorates an empty, hollow mockery. To this, then, as our solemn sacred duty, do we the living now dedicate ourselves, to the right of Protestants, Catholics, and Jews, of white men and Negroes alike, to enjoy the democracy for which all of them have here paid the price. We here solemnly swear this shall not be in vain. Out of this and from the suffering and sorrow of those who mourn this will come, we promise, the birth of a new freedom for the sons of men everywhere. Amen. Gittleson had ministered to Marines of all faiths in the battle, witnessing firsthand the carnage. His sermon attracted wide attention and was read by radio announcers and covered in newspapers. Such wise religious voices for an aspirational U.S. was not universal. Gittleson's eulogy expressed the idea that America is a land where all can participate in democracy and government, but in order to do so, every American must be willing to put on a uniform and defend that freedom. His eulogy challenged people to realize we are all part of one race, the human race. He affirmed that neither ethnicity nor religion should divide us from the common kinship we share as humans. Gittleson lived during a time when hatred of racial, religious, or political minorities had been violently advocated and legally required by the governments of Germany, Italy, Japan, and Russia, and have been warmly embraced by bigoted elements of society in other countries, including even the United States. Some, even people of education, swallowed whole the pseudo-scientific, doctrinaire, religious, or extremist political justifications for hatred. Many of these prejudices had been around for centuries, infecting generations. Exposure of the stark results of hatred promoted by fascist regimes and the devastation produced by them increasingly cause repulsion of such ideas among Americans in general and religious leaders in particular, as well as among other civilized peoples around the world. Gitelson's dedication came near the war's end, in which hundreds of thousands of Americans risked their lives to prevent the triumph of fascism. Yet even so, many Americans still harbored prejudices. As the 5th Mardiv Cemetery was about to be dedicated, Catholic and some Protestant chaplains of the division tried to prevent the Jew Gitelson from giving the eulogy because he was a minority, an unbeliever, going to hell, a Christ killer, and a Negro lover. He often held racially mixed discussion groups. Catholic chaplains, hobbled by church policy, objected to any joint ceremony with Protestants or Jews. The Vatican II encyclical from 1962 to 1965, Nostra Aetate, which absolved modern Jews of any fault in Christ's death and recognized Judaism as a sister religion to be accorded tolerance to cleanse the church of the scourge of anti-Semitism, was not adopted until years later. Pope Pius XI was so focused on the threat posed by communism, the competition with Protestant denominations, and the limits on church temporal power in democracies, that he failed to recognize the danger posed by fascism until shortly before he died in 1939. He never banned Hitler's book, Mein Kampf, never excommunicated Hitler, a Catholic, and signed the first treaty with the Nazi state in July 1933. Pope Pius XII, who rose to the papacy in 1939, chose not to denounce Hitler, Mussolini, and Japanese fascism, and bring the full moral authority of the Roman Catholic Church against the racist Axis powers. Rather, he supported and admired the Catholic-educated Hitler. The grave irony was that the Catholic chaplains working on Iwo to support the U.S.'s fight against fascist Japan also took oaths of allegiance to a pope who enabled Hitler and refused to denounce the Nazi dictator. Knowing this, it is not at all surprising that some Catholic chaplains were intolerant of other chaplains, especially Jewish ones. As a battlefield chaplain, Navy Lieutenant Gitelson ministered not only to the 1,500 Jewish Marines on Iwo Jima, such as Woody's comrade, Warren Bornholtz, Beck's platoon leader, Richard Tischler, and Medal of Honor recipient Tony Stein, but to Marines of all faiths. An interesting Marine Corps Jewish factoid should be mentioned here. Many of these Jewish Marines and their Gentile comrades on Iwo had traveled to the beaches of this island in Higgins boats that had been perfected by another Jewish Marine, Victor H. Krulak. By 1945, he had converted to Christianity, but had been raised as a Jew. While he was serving in the Marine Corps at this time, the Nazis had murdered his paternal grandparents. So American Jews had a proud tradition in the Corps, and Gitelson took care of many of them on Iwo. Knowing these facts and the truth that Gitelson had performed heroic acts on Iwo, 5th Mardiv chaplains Warren Cothrell overrode the complaints and insisted Gitelson give the dedication, declaring the right of a Jewish chaplain to preach a sermon was one of the things for which we are fighting for. To avoid dissension, though, Gitelson requested 3 services, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish, which was agreed to. 3 Protestant chaplains were so incensed by their colleagues' prejudice that they boycotted a separate Christian service to attend Gitelson's gathering. These chaplains had the rabbi's sermon printed up and distributed, resulting in it becoming widely known. Ironically, the Catholic priest's efforts in denying Gitelson's eulogy, rather than marginalizing him, made his sermon famous. He not only praised those who fought and died for the cause of freedom, but he also called on his Christian colleagues and all Americans to reject religious prejudice, racism, and discrimination. Having the rabbi give this eulogy was a watershed moment in American history. After conquering the territory of racist, militaristic, bigoted, anti-democratic Imperial Japan, a nation allied with Nazi Germany, it was fitting that a Jew supported by Protestant clergymen led the way to promote freedom, brotherhood, and tolerance by showing what type of society should rule in the New World, one where racism and religious bigotry have no claim. By the end of March 1945, the U.S. Army had relieved almost all Marine units on Iwo. The 147th Regiment slowly relieved Woody's regiment as it took over garrison duty. The Marines had conquered the island, and it was the Army's job to take over the mopping up and then occupy it. Much effort was still made to encourage the remaining Japanese to surrender, but meeting once again with little success. As a result, Woody's regiment sent out the following report asking those who broadcasted over loudspeakers to refrain from using the word surrender because that seemed to elicit a suicide response. Instead, the report stressed they should try to convince the Japanese there was no dishonor in laying down their arms since their emperor wants them to live for their country instead of dying uselessly. Even with this new tactic, it seemed the Marines continued to fail gathering most of the beaten Imperial Japanese Army soldiers they had tried to detain. For example, on the 30th of March, the regiment discovered a cave with 12 Japanese in it. After pleading with them to lay down their arms, they refused, so the Marines blew it shut. One rare prisoner, a major, said the Marines had their work cut out for them. According to him, there still were 1,000 Japanese at large on Iwo with a lot of fight left in them. On the 30th of March, a cave was captured, and the Americans were astonished to discover that the dwelling housed 2 cows, a vegetable garden, chickens, medical supplies, and a stockpile of ammunition for a 75mm howitzer. Evidently, not all Japanese were running low on supplies after 41 days of combat. On the 1st of April, a group of 25 Japanese commandeered a barge and attempted a raid infiltrating behind Marine lines. A plane spotted them, sank the barge, and killed the Japanese. This last desperate amphibious assault mirrored what was apparent for all. The island of Iwo by now had received so many staggering hits from the air, sea, and land that it was barely able to keep standing. Lieutenant General Smith said Iwo Jima was a knockout blow. By the 4th of April, Erickson gave control of the 147th to the Army, and Iwo was mostly in its hands to continue the operation. Erickson wrote, "The 147th Infantry Regiment displayed in their debarkation, movement into positions, and execution of assigned missions a fine spirit of cooperation and a commendable eagerness for combat, and was an inspiration to all hands." The 147th Army Regiment still had to go out on patrols, but the Marines had done most of the heavy lifting. The regiment conducted over 6,000 patrols and fought 2,500 Japanese by the 30th of June. They would eventually kill 1,602 of them and capture an additional 867. The 147th would suffer 144 wounded in action, 15 KIAs, and lost dozens of cases to combat fatigue and sickness. Compared to the Marines, their kill ratio was much stronger and their casualties dramatically less. Chapter 25. Justification for Iwo Jima. We have to continue the need for history. Woody Williams. Some historians estimate taking the island may have saved more lives than it took since, they argue, 25,000 airmen may have used the island as a safe haven after experiencing mechanical problems or combat damage on the flights to and from their Mariana bases en route to Japan. However, historian Robert Burrell argues the operation did not come close to saving that many. Ronald Spector and Jared Weinberg say there were 2,400 emergency quote-unquote landings. If an average crew had 11 men, then one gets roughly 25,000 crew members out of these landings. But these historians dispute that those landings saved all the crews. Richard Frank says there were actually 3,092 landings due to battle damage or fuel shortage, although he further writes there is no way of knowing whether they saved the men because they could have made it onto the Marianas or could have successfully ditched and been recovered. By this reckoning, that those landings actually saved as many is an illusion. Iwo indeed provided some planes a place to land when they needed a place to repair, refuel, or rearm, but most of their crew members were not saved, quote unquote, by the island changing hands. The 20th Army Air Force lost 218 B-29s out of 2,148 in combat. At its zenith, the 21st Bomber Command consisted of 1,000 B-29s, so Iwo could not have saved 2,400 planes. In fact, there were only 2,242 B-29s at war's end. The overstatement that the takeover of the island saved tens of thousands was used to justify the losses incurred while taking Iwo. Admiral Charles Adair, a senior amphibious operations planner of the 7th Fleet, said the invasion did not save anywhere near 25,000 airmen. Marine correspondents and historians have written that within 3 months of securing Iwo, more than 850 B-29s made emergency landings there. Up to 9,350 crew members may have been saved, which was more than died taking the island if these numbers are accurate, but definitely much less than 25,000 cited in earlier works. General of the Army Henry Hap Arnold wrote in the summer of 1945 that the island supported 3 landing fields for 3 groups of fighter escort P-51s, circa 480 planes, and had provided safe landings for 1,299 crippled planes or planes out of gas. If these landings saved their crews, then 14,289 men could have possibly been spared. This is a far cry from 25,000, and an impossibility to prove these landings saved these men. Iwo did save lives, but it is controversial as to the actual count. The sole reason given by General of the Army Arnold and Fleet Admiral Nimitz for taking Iwo was to provide a fighter base to escort bombers. The range of fighters was not as long as that of bombers, and specifically did not extend from the Marianas to Japan. Having fighter planes on Iwo allowed fighters to accompany B-29s on their bombing runs, protecting the crews and allowing them to bomb from lower altitudes, although the Japanese Air Force threat was basically finished by this time. There were other, less compelling reasons for taking the island. Because of its position on the route the B-29 bombers used, American commanders concluded that conquering the island prevented the Japanese on it from using their radar to detect the bombers and warn the mainland to scramble its fighters and alert anti-aircraft batteries. Yet there were other islands nearby, like Iwo Jima, and the Japanese there could have warned the mainland once they saw the same aircraft. On the other hand, even the logic of this argument breaks down when one thinks about the inefficient manner of such a warning system. True, the enemy could see planes in the air over their Bonin Islands, but they had no way to know where these bombers would attack. And alerting the entire nation that planes were coming was not practical. Considering the Japanese homeland extended from north to south 1,869 miles, it would be like seeing planes in the sky over Hawaii and then facing the decision of which West Coast city or state to warn planes were coming. Oregon, California, Portland, San Diego? Some have argued taking the island prevented Japan from using it as an island aircraft carrier from which to send planes to attack bombers on their way to and returning from Japan. In addition, taking the island, they argued, would prevent the Japanese planes from using it as a staging area to attack Saipan, which they had done in October 1944, leaving the base there with burned and blasted B-29s. Notably, by February 1945, The Iwo airfields were not functioning, and Kuribayashi had few airplanes left. Iwo had been neutered as an airbase by months of bombing attacks and naval shelling. Chichijima and Hahajima nearby had airfields, but by February they also had been rendered useless by bombing, and the higher-ups did not conclude they had to be conquered to decommission them. The U.S. Army Air Force's history concluded Japanese raids against B-29 bases, though troublesome, were not important enough alone to have justified the cost of capturing Iwo Jima. Taking Iwo could possibly have saved billions of dollars worth of hardware instead of losing it to the ocean's depth when planes ditched. In 1945, one B-29 cost $640,000, which is equivalent to $9 million in 2019. There were indeed numerous B-29s that used the island instead of the ocean to land. With over 117 planes having needed Iwo to land, one could in the quartermaster's office calculate Iwo had saved $1 billion worth of hardware, not to mention the millions of dollars expended training the plane's personnel. So an economic argument could justify taking the island, if not for the fact that most citizens do not accept trading riches for lives. In the final analysis, there was one reason for taking the island that many had no clue about, but was indeed an important one, for having the island under American control allowed the U.S. to have a Plan B for the atomic bombs. In case Nimitz had any doubts about the battle, a Washington emissary, Navy Commander Frederick L. Ashworth, hand-delivered a top-secret letter from Major General Leslie Groves of the Manhattan Project just before Iwo that emphasized the importance the island held for a super bomb, quote-unquote. Nimitz pleaded with Ashworth to use atomic bombs on Iwo and Okinawa, for which he was planning attacks. Ashworth told Nimitz they were on a strict schedule, but securing Iwo was imperative to deploying this weapon. Nimitz was disappointed, but assured Ashworth he would take the island before August. Had Colonel Paul Tibbets, the Enola Gay pilot who dropped the first atomic bomb, had mechanical problems flying from Tinian, he would have landed at Iwo and transferred his crew and bomb to another B-29 aptly named Top Secret. A loading pit and an emergency crew had been readied to effect this Plan B. Had the U.S. been forced to conquer Japan with more conventional means, Iwo Jima would have played a major role in bringing down Hirohito's empire. There was no way of knowing whether deploying atomic bombs would convince the Japanese to surrender, so having the island for the continuation of a conventional war was part of the strategic groundwork required to attack Japan if necessary. As the truism states, it is better to be prepared for a situation and not have it than to have the situation and be unprepared. The victory at Iwo allowed for the preparation for what would have been the largest amphibious invasion in history. Knowing this, it is easier to accept that Iwo was taken at a horrible cost for an objective that never fulfilled the intended purposes. So there were many benefits, realized and unrealized, exaggerated and real, for taking the island. And in the end, it is one of the best stepping stones necessary to get closer to Japan to defeat it by bringing weapons, men, and ships closer to its heartland, thus saving lives by ending the war sooner. In conclusion, this analysis of justifying the horrible carnage on Iwo is complicated. There is no way for the calculus of war to achieve closure, nor for the calculus of life. In the end, Iwo's conquest helped the war strategically and provided a forward base for the U.S. in case it had to execute the invasion of Japan. Chapter 26. After Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima is a place where the spirits of the dead sleep. Yoshitaka Shindo, Kuribayashi's grandson. Every Marine rifleman will be forever linked to the warriors who fought on Iwo Jima. 31st Commandant of the Marine Corps, Charles C. Krulak. Woody feels he left the island on the 1st of April 1945, but his file indicates it was on the 26th of March that he boarded a Higgins boat and returned to the fleet aboard the USS Zarak. Colonel Hartnell Withers, Captain Beck, First Lieutenant Henning, Sergeant Dick Dashiell, Corporal Alan B. Tripp, Corporal and fellow flamethrower operator Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz joined Woody on this ship. 2 days later, he and his brother Marine sailed for Guam, arriving there on the 1st of April, and disembarked the next day. As Woody and his fellow Marines passed the 5th Mardiv Cemetery on Iwo Jima, they read the admonition, "When you go home, tell them for us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today." Rows of white crosses and stars of David stood as testimony of the battle's cost. Most were young, vibrantly alive boys 6 weeks before, and thereafter they lay buried in Japanese soil where they gave their lives. One Marine in Woody's regiment said, "Those white crosses in the cemetery we passed on Iwo coming down to board ship are damn tough to take." Many felt numb. The tension fell away and the reality of what had happened dawned on them. They began to remember what had passed rather as a frightful dream from which they had been happily awakened, than as events which had taken place in sober and naked reality. And the events that had transpired in sober and naked reality made up one of the most brutal battles in history, and many must have known they had just experienced some of the most trying hardships humans have ever experienced. Some of the 3rd Mardiv walked between the rows to find their buddies. 2 stopped in front of one grave. "There's the captain," one of them murmured. Ambulances drove new bodies to the cemetery's freshly dug rows. Behind the crosses, a bulldozer worked on a new trench for the fallen, scooping out large portions of earth with its claw-like device known as a ripper. Scores of dead lay nearby on a bank covered by ponchos with their leggings and boots sticking out. Some sprayed the corpses with DDT from shoulder-held tanks. Occasionally, ocean wind ruffled the flap of a poncho, revealing ashen, pale, and bloated faces. One man's rigor mortis had stiffened his left arm high in the air as if to protest this final act of taking him to the underworld. Chaplains had their men bedeck each body with a flag as it was placed in its final resting place, and then the chaplain administered a last prayer. Across the road where trucks brought back the dead, a large white sign in the ground with big red letters read, "Mines." To the north, the sounds of machine guns and rifle fire echoed across the landscape. Sammy Bernstein, a Jewish Marine who had attended Gitelson's famous speech, Purest Democracy, later put together a poem after visiting the graves. "Oh, I just saw a sight to see, a sight that will always live in me. And there they were, row on row, the graves of boys who gave their all. Here a cross and there a star, try to see it, 'cause here they are, a Catholic, Protestant, and a Jew, all American boys we once knew. And though you read so many thousands dead, you know not what you really read, 'cause only those who see their graves will ever know and be amazed. So to the ones who must receive a notice that they've been bereaved, the boys they died for 4 great rights, we alive for all time must keep them bright. And when it's over, God make it soon, let's not forget ere we're doomed, that war is hell and pray we must, to keep the peace they gave to us." Bernstein's poem shows he had taken to heart Gitelson's early message, and that he understood that these men's sacrifices, regardless of their religions, helped preserve the democracy that gave Americans their freedoms. And those freedoms Bernstein believed they all fought for and currently had were the 4 great rights FDR had proclaimed, namely the freedom of speech, the freedom to worship, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. In a reading for a film in 2015, Bernstein choked up with emotion as he read the words that took him back to walking those rows of boys who gave their all, hoping to convey to Americans today that freedom is never free, and we all owe a debt we can never repay to those young men who fought, killed, and died on Iwo to defeat the Empire of the Sun. As Woody walked by the cemeteries, he thought of his buddies like Waters. Most who had landed with him on the 21st of February were either dead or wounded. The majority of the men with whom he walked back to the Higgins boat had not trained with him and did not know him well, if at all. Out of the original 3,006 men who had landed with Woody with the 21st Marines, few remained. As Karl von Clausewitz rightly noted, as though describing Woody, no other human activity, i.e. combat, is so continuously or universally bound up with chance. And through the element of chance, guesswork, and luck come to play a great part in war. In the whole range of human activities, war most closely resembles a game of cards. Woody must have felt this luck in his bones. The after-action report listed 305 killed in action, 1,332 wounded in action, 1 missing in action, and 391 non-effectives, shell shock, combat fatigue, and sickness, for a total of 2,029 casualties the regiment suffered. According to correspondent Dashiell, he was one of only 5 original Marines of his company out of 250 to walk off the island. Dashiell was not exaggerating here. Deterioration was precipitous in all Iwo units until the very end. Between 60 to 70% of the original infantry personnel were out of action by the struggle's end. Had no battle replacements been committed, the percentages would have been higher. Some rifle companies and platoons, not counting the replacements, set their casualty figures at almost 100%. Most survivors had no comrades left whom they knew. Gitelson's words aptly describe the situation. Some of us have buried our closest friends here. We saw these men killed before our very eyes, and one of us might have died in their places. Indeed, some of us are alive and breathing at this very moment only because men who lie here beneath us had the courage and strength to give their lives for ours. Reflecting, Woody said, seeing row upon row of white crosses indicating what was to be their final resting place for eternity, I believe many are standing guard on the streets of heaven like all Marines who sacrifice their lives for the protection of others. At the 3rd Maldives Cemetery, which was just off Airfield No. 1 where Woody earned his medal, Major General Erskine also gave a dedication. With tears in his eyes, he said, "There is nothing I can say which is wholly adequate to the occasion. Only the accumulated praise of time will pay proper tribute to our valiant dead. Long after those who lament their immediate loss are themselves dead, these men will be mourned by the nation. They are the nation's loss. Victory was never in doubt. Its cost was. The enemy could have displaced every cubic inch of volcanic ash on this fortress with concrete pillboxes and blockhouses, which he nearly did, and still victory would not have been in doubt. Let the world count our crosses. Then when they understand the significance of the fighting for Iwo, let them wonder at how few there are. Let us do away with names, with ranks and rates and unit designations here. Do away with terms regular, reserve, veteran, boot, old-timer, replacement. They are categorizing words which belong only in the adjutant's dull vocabulary. Here lie only Marines. Erskine fought in some of the bloodiest World War I battles, including Chateau Thierry, Belleau Wood, and Saint-Mihiel, as a platoon leader in 2nd Battalion 6th Marines, earning the Silver Star and Purple Heart. After having his right leg riddled with bullets and lying on the ground, he shot one attacking German and made 2 others captive. He also served at the battles of Attu, Kiska, Kwajalein, Saipan, Tinanen, and now Iwo in World War II, so he knew whereof he spoke when giving this tribute. According to General Anthony Zinni, Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Central Command, CITCOM, from 1997 to 2000, Erskine was one of the Corps' most brilliant general officers during World War II. Historian Robert Burrell agrees with this study's assessment as well as Zinni's observation, writing that Erskine was one of the most experienced and intelligent Marine officers of the Pacific. Erskine expressed the brotherhood all Marines share. In the Corps, one has to earn the title of Marine, and once a Marine, always. It is an identity and not a job. Erskine affirmed this identity, calling all who died Marines regardless of rank. Erskine's vision for the Marines' future was clear by declaring his belief that whatever the Japanese confronted the Marines with, they would overcome. Not knowing about the atomic bombs or their potential effect on the Emperor, he believed they would soon battle the Japanese on their 4 main islands, and it would be tough. Iwo proved to Erskine the Marines would prevail despite the Japanese fanatic resistance. For his leadership on Iwo, Erskine was awarded the Distinguished Service Medal, endorsed by President Truman and Secretary of the Navy Forrestal. This medal is given to those who have exhibited extraordinary service with great responsibility. In all, 27 medals of honor were awarded to brave men on Iwo, but only 6 merited a Distinguished Service Medal. Erskine's citation read in part, "For exceptionally meritorious service in a duty of great responsibility as Commanding General of the 3rd Mardiv prior to and during the seizure of enemy Japanese-held Iwo, inculcating in the officers and men of his regiment his own indomitable spirit of determination, Erskine welded his organization into a formidable fighting command. He deployed his units in support of the assault divisions according to plan, quickly assumed control of a difficult sector of the line, and waged fierce battle against the fanatic Japanese garrisons. A bold tactician, he maintained his division well in the forefront of the assault, pushing the relentless advance inch by inch through the enemy's intricate network of defenses to make tortuous but steady progress over the fire-swept terrain, blasting strongly fortified gun positions and fighting off repeated counterattacks as he moved his battalions inexorably forward. Ultimately breaking through to the north coast, he succeeded in splitting the defending Japanese forces in 2 disorganized and vulnerable groups. Constantly rallying his tired, depleted units, Erskine, by his undaunted valor, tenacious perseverance, and resolute fortitude in the face of overwhelming odds, inspired his stout-hearted Marines in heroic effort. His dynamic leadership and decisive conduct throughout were important factors in the successful conclusion of the campaign. It was rare for generals in World War II to lead their men from the front, but Erskine was in the fighting lines during combat from the 24th to the 28th of February. He knew the best way to lead was to get to the front to see what is happening, and he proved this was not just empty bravado. He had been shot up by Germans attacking the machine gun nests at Talcourt in 1918 and now had faced one of the most skillful Japanese generals of the war and helped beat him. His Distinguished Service Medal citation notes he knew firsthand what WWII and others had to do in order to secure victory, and he was right there pushing his men forward. Leadership and energy trickled down the ranks, and most in a unit reflect their leader. On an island where Marines proved they were an elite force, Erskine showed that his 3rd Mardiv performed above the average. Indeed, this status might have not only occurred due to his leadership, but also due to the fact they were given the toughest task of hitting the Japanese where their defenses were strongest. The 3rd Mardiv Marines' unique status was forged in the cauldron of fighting against the best on the island and learning how to defeat them. The cost was high, Most who landed with the 3rd Mardiv on the 21st of February were no longer in the ranks by the 1st of April, when its cemetery was full. In pushing his men, Eriksson's forces suffered heavy casualties, and he and others had solemn moments reflecting on the battle. When Eriksson spoke at the cemetery where thousands of his boys lay, he had no idea he would be so praised as in his Distinguished Service Medal citation. Eriksson inspired his men, and his leadership garnered the praise of Truman and Forrestal. Eriksson's Marines and those of the other 2 divisions, according to Secretary of the Navy Forrestal, had just taken a critical step in the sequence of doom for Japan. U.S. Army Air Force General Curtis LeMay said, "Having Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Guam, Saipan, and other islands in the chain as air bases really won the war for us. Without them, it would have taken another year or longer to win. Maybe 100,000 more American lives lost until we dropped the atomic bombs." And due to Eriksson's brilliant planning of the amphibious attacks on Saipan and Tinian and his combat leadership on Iwo, he helped generals like LeMay accomplish their goals of bringing the war to a quick end through air power. After walking past the cemetery, Woody boarded the ship that would ferry him back to Guam. He did not give much thought to what he had survived and was happy to be out of the fight, alive and clean after taking another shower on board. He could not believe he was among the living and enjoyed relaxing on his bunk. Chaplain Gittleson wrote, "How a single one of us left Iwo alive is a miracle." When Gittleson returned on board ship, he broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Their departure traffic from Iwo in late March was further evidence of the horrific casualties the Marines suffered. When the 5th Mardiv embarked from Hawaii to attack Iwo, it required 22 transport ships to carry its men into battle. When it left Iwo Jima, it needed only 8. Many of the almost 20,000 wounded had been taken to Guam or Hawaii, or still were healing on hospital ships, or, like Lefty or Chambers, were already back home in the United States. Most of the dead had been buried in Iwo's black volcanic ash, where they had taken their last breaths. For the living, it was sobering to reboard ships where most did not know each other, and the comrades to whom they had bidden farewell just 7 weeks before were now memories. The island Woody left was dramatically different from the one at which he had arrived. It had been transformed from a barren landscape with warrens of underground tunnels full of Japanese soldiers to a thriving base with hundreds of aircraft and command stations, built as a huge staging ground for the invasion of Japan. In a few weeks, there would be over 7,600 Seabees working on the island, transforming it into one of the most impressive U.S. bases in the Pacific. The total financial cost of equipping the island with 3 functional airfields, roads, Quonset huts, tank farms, harbor installations and docks, water development, and signal communications came to a total of $29,450,000. In 2019 dollars, it would have been $415,663,000. During the journey back to Guam, many lay in the ship's sick bays, suffering from wounds. Several perished during the return journey. Every day, ceremonies were held on ships for those who had died the night before. Covered in American flags, they were consigned to the depths of the ocean, buried at sea. Iwo casualties were still mounting as these sobering scenes unfolded. Sadly, some deaths on board were self-inflicted. One man who had had his penis and testicles blown off by a grenade crept topside at night and threw himself into the sea. He must have felt foreboding, feeling that no woman would ever love him, that he would never be able to sire a child, and that everyone, especially his fellow man, would always look upon him with pity and sadness. He would not embrace such a future. Body counts from battles continued to mount long after the rifles and grenades were laid down. Although Iwo had been declared secure by the time Woody left, Marines, Seabees, and now soldiers still engaged in combat throughout April and May, killing an additional 1,600 Japanese. Not surprisingly, few surrendered. Many U.S. soldiers mocked the Marines' claim that the island was secured on the 16th of March and the battle all but finished on the 26th of March when they continued fighting. One joked, "I wish the Marines had told the Japanese the island was secure when they turned it over to us for garrison duty." Often, when Seabees knocked down a hill or dug into the ground, several Japanese suddenly emerged like ants from a disturbed mound, and the Americans were faced with unsurrendering Japanese warriors. 2 Japanese held out and remained undiscovered until 1949. One who had surrendered was so distraught that, while atop Mount Suribachi 4 years later after the battle on a return trip to Iwo, he threw himself off the cliff and killed himself. Chapter 27, Receiving the Medal of Honor, Section A. Our society craves heroes. Edward Bernays, premier U.S. Public Relations Counselor during World War II. The Marine Corps trains all Marines, emphasizing that the most important person to you is the Marine on your right and left. Woody. When I get to heaven, one of my first questions to God will be, why me? After returning to Guam, 3rd Mardiv's men had a well-deserved and sorely needed opportunity to relax, eat, and heal for several weeks. Woody's regiment noted that since it had had a large personnel turnover, a complete training program will be necessary to prepare it for combat. Then on the 12th of April, 1945, President Franklin D. Roosevelt died. Many were saddened by FDR's death because they saw him as a father figure and heroic leader who had brought America out of the Great Depression and to victory in the war. Mussolini had long since been overthrown by his own countrymen, and his execution by firing squad would come before month's end. Most of Europe had been liberated. If Roosevelt had lived a few more weeks, he would have witnessed a defeated Hitler commit suicide, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender. Most of the Philippines had been liberated. The Japanese army in Burma was being routed. Devastating B-29 bombing runs from the Marianas pounded Japan. First elected in 1932, FDR was the only president many could remember. However, in the middle of the war, there was little time to mourn for lives lost, even for this one. Vice President Harry S. Truman, the Missouri senator and World War I Army officer, was sworn in as president, and the fight against Japan continued. During this time of repose on Guam, some strange things began to happen. First Sergeant Elder from company headquarters questioned Woody about the pillbox attacks. After Elder finished getting the answers he wanted, Woody asked him why, and the top kick shrugged his shoulders and simply replied, "For the division's history." And then soon thereafter, a private first class from Salem, West Virginia, sought out Woody and explained that as a clerk, he had written up an officer's recommendation for a big medal for Woody. As a fellow West Virginian, he felt excited for Woody, but Woody did not understand what the private first class was saying. If he mentioned that the medal I was getting was indeed the Medal of Honor, I wouldn't have really known what he was talking about. I thanked him for telling me what he did and for his congratulations. I shook his hand and he left. I then went back to spending time with my buddies, drinking my 2 beers a week, and blowing heads in the coral rock to maintain sanitation. I had no idea the significance of why I, out of all the other brave men, was being highlighted for special thanks. I just started to focus on the next campaign and what I would have to do then, since now the men in my platoon looked to me as a seasoned veteran. I would now be teaching others how to fight. Interestingly, no one who witnessed what Woody did on the 23rd of February thought it special. They were not speaking about it in the Quonset hut. Woody in particular did not think he had done anything remarkable, although it seems he was not reticent about describing it to First Sergeant Elder, Correspondent Sergeant Dick Dashiell, and 21st Regimental Journalist Private Paul B. Houlihan. That this clerk sought out Woody indicates he was in possession of interesting information buzzing around the officer's duty station. Since his job was to write up reports, he had a stronger understanding of what someone had to do to merit a high award and was excited for Woody. Many letters from servicemen were written during this time. Traditionally, Marines, even officers, wrote to families of the fallen to inform them what happened to their sons. Families were obsessed with knowing how their sons died, and more importantly, they wanted assurance their sons had not suffered. For example, the mother of Charles G. Fisher was extremely relieved when one of Fisher's comrades from California personally visited her in Summers, Montana after the war and verified he had died instantly from a headshot and did not experience any pain dying. She had already received letters hinting this, but it was better hearing it verbatim from a fellow comrade. And while Woody's recommendations for his Medal of Honor were sent to higher authorities, Lieutenant Richard Tischler from B Company wrote a letter to Vernon Waters' mother. It is with the deepest and heartfelt sympathy on behalf of your son's comrades that I take this means of expressing their and my own personal condolences. There are few words that can be said to comfort you in your bereavement. Your son gave his all for the cause that is to ensure the future security and posterity of our nation and the world as a whole. His sacrifice and yours will not have been in vain. Under extreme enemy fire during several actions, he acquitted himself most gallantly. The memory of him will serve as an inspiration to those of us who remain to carry on. Tischler showed compassion and profound insights into what Waters' death meant for the Corps, nation, and world. He was not being overly dramatic when he wrote Waters' actions would have a lasting effect on the health of society and the global community by bringing down Hirohito's regime. After receiving this news, Miss Waters informed the family of her son's death and let his girlfriend, Marceline Sorensen, know her love had died. Captain Beck turned his attention to the family of a fallen Marine, Charles Fisher, once again, who gave his life possibly protecting Woody. Beck wrote Miss Fisher, "Your son was a most cheerful person at all times. He was well liked by all. Charles was mortally wounded by a sniper on February 23rd as we moved out in the attack. His thoughts were only of you and his loved ones." Unfortunately, officers sent thousands of letters like these. The thoughtful letter represented a sad tallying of the cost of battle. These letters followed those sent by the Commandant, General Alexander A. Vandergrift, offering his condolences by saying that Fisher nobly gave his life in the performance of his duty, and may this thought comfort you in this sad hour. In all the files looked at in this study, the only family members who responded to these condolences letters were Rabbi Bleckman and his wife Esther, the parents of Sergeant and 3rd Mardiv correspondent Solomon Israel Bleckman, Dashil's predecessor. After receiving a heartfelt letter upon the death of their son from Major General DeWitt Peck, Assistant Commandant to the Marine Corps, Solomon's parents responded, "Accept our gratitude for what you have been to us in our great sorrow. We know that God will reward our faith in His own way. May the all-compassionate establish His world in your days upon the everlasting foundation of His law. May He bring about His kingdom of righteousness and love for which our Solomon and other heroes and saints made the supreme sacrifice." Rabbi Bleckman not only sacrificed a son for the preservation of the nation, but he would later serve the nation himself, probably to honor the memory of his son, by taking care of veterans as a chaplain at Veterans Hospital No. 81, now known as James J. Peters VA Medical Center in the Bronx, New York. As the casualties continued to rise for the Marines in their march to Japan from Guam to Iwo Jima to Okinawa, there were going to be more heroes and saints. Many hoped that such a prayer as that of Rabbi Bleckman would come true, and that the Almighty would finally bring about His kingdom of righteousness and love. After weeks of recovery, the Marines prepared for the next battle, or Blitz, short for Blitzkrieg, as many termed it. They trained for the invasion of Kyushu, Japan, the southernmost island of the four making up Japan. The Kyushu invasion was called Operation Olympic, and it, along with Operation Cornet, encompassed the overall invasion of Japan called Operation Downfall. It should now read as follows. Based on the fanaticism and preparedness of the Japanese, intelligence studies concluded that this invasion would have resulted in the biggest bloodbath in the history of modern warfare. In preparation for the invasion, Woody and his men learned street fighting, as they would see a different landscape for battle than they had previously experienced. The Kyushu attack was scheduled for the 1st of November and approved by Truman on the 18th of June 1945 unless Japan surrendered. When Japan received the Allied Potsdam Declaration on the 26th of July 1945, stating that it faced utter destruction unless it unconditionally surrendered, Japan ignored it. As a result, invasion preparations continued. Over 3,000 ships were readied for this invasion. The Marine divisions that had fought on Iwo had been dramatically reduced through death and injury and needed to be rebuilt with mostly teenage replacements before they could fight again. At the age of 21, Woody was considered an old man and had started to earn the rank for that sentiment as an acting temporary sergeant on the 9th of July, 1945. This meant he had duties of that rank and was called sergeant, but was not paid for that grade. Woody was part of the 21st Regiment's Flamethrower School on Guam under Captain N.A. Weathers. The school intended to teach every Marine how to handle an M2-2 flamethrower since it had proven so effective on Iwo. Woody was mentioned as one of the excellent instructors, and he and others discussed with the trainees the importance of flaming bunkers, caves, and pillboxes so that the blowers, the demolition boys, can get up or in there to place their explosive charges. The information here came from the 21st Regimental Newsletter, which derived much of the information from Woody. It discussed the proper distance, fuel mixture, and nomenclature of the machine. Woody was imparting lessons he had learned to a new freshman class. To better familiarize Marines with urban fighting, engineers built false-fronted buildings like it was a street, and they learned how to fight in that environment. Navigating this urban milieu in which they would fight, Woody doubted he would see home again. I wasn't a particularly religious person at the time, but I was optimistic I would always live. The only time I was worried was after Iwo, when we trained to take over Japanese cities. Their whole population had been taught that to die for the Emperor was glorious, and since I would have been involved with the first wave, I wouldn't probably be here today. However, I had my orders, and a corporal doesn't question what his superiors tell him to do, so I would have invaded Japan had I been ordered, and I would have killed or flamed as many as I could before some fanatic would have ended up killing me. Many shared Woody's fatalism, especially after Iwo. Japan would be a conflagration, and the knowledge of what they were training to do overwhelmed them. Lieutenant Tischler echoed Woody's feelings when writing his parents. Well, Iwo is now history, and I guess it really did make history, because we can now say that we have just begun to win this war. However, it will still take plenty of these expensive winnings before it is all over. Iwo was very rough, but I have no illusions about the next campaign, which will probably be even rougher. Old Lady Luck stayed right with me all the way. I had so many close calls that it wasn't even funny anymore. I saw men get violently killed or wounded on all sides of me. It was a happy day when we left that rock, and I hope that I never have to see another one like it. The Nips were plenty tough, and hardly any of them surrendered. Both of my tent mates were casualties. Joe Curtis was killed, and Paul Rudell had his left arm blown off. I was near them when they got hit. Captain Melvin Robert Voorhees came down with shell shock and sickness. Beck came through all the way with me. I'm going to try to forget what took place on Iwo. Both Woody and Tischler felt lucky they had survived Iwo and knew the future looked bleak. Tischler was not hyperbolic when he said the future battles with the Japanese would be expensive in lives. During this time, Tischler trained his new platoon and felt he would soon see the enemy again, something he anticipated with foreboding. Although he told his parents he was going to try to forget Iwo, it obviously dominated his thoughts. After the 30th of April, the Marines received the welcome news that Hitler had killed himself, and then, on the 8th of May, that Germany had surrendered. That was celebrated as Victory in Europe, or VE Day. Everyone in the Pacific Theater was glad to hear the news that the Third Reich had finally been demolished, and, for the most part, were pleased his brothers, cousins, friends, and fellow Americans who had fought the Nazis had survived and could take a break. However, while VE Day was important, war still raged in the Pacific. The conflict for those in the Pacific looked as if it would continue for years. A common saying was Golden Gate in 48. The men in Europe now turned their attention to whether they would fight in the Pacific. Many felt they had to traverse several miles along war's path until they could sleep soundly. The Marines were exhausted. Many, like Woody, Tischler, and Beck, had been serving for years, and they longed to return home. Three characters, tired of Pacific duty, put a song together set to the score of Embraceable You and called it Replace Me. Replace me, the years have passed to make two. Replace me, I can't go home without you. 2 years is too long to spend overseas. Time has passed and finds me beneath the coconut trees. Believe me, you know I've earned my month's leave. Believe me, my girl is yearning for me. Don't be a one-way guy, but pack your bag and come overseas. My time is up. Hurry here, please. But despite this sentiment in this Replace Me song, Americans knew these trained men were not coming home anytime soon. Facing a radicalized people willing to die to the last man would be difficult, and Saipan, Tinian, Guam, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa showed the U.S. forces what they faced in conquering a Japanese citizenry steeped in religious extremism, a fanatical, hostile population. The United States would need many more millions than they currently had in uniform to conquer Japan. One U.S. intelligence officer wrote on the 21st of July, 1945, that Japan's entire population is a proper military target. There are no civilians in Japan, it declared. That was not entirely accurate. Japan had tens of millions of civilians, mostly unarmed, who were distinct from the legitimate targets of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and government officials. Although heavily indoctrinated from an early age and fed a diet of propaganda during the war, doubts and unease grew as conditions on the home front worsened and reports filtered in about how badly the imperial forces were faring. Yet many still viewed dying for their emperor as a pathway to reward in the hereafter, a supreme form of spiritual cleansing. As stated in earlier chapters, every Japanese adult and possibly even older children had to be viewed as a potential enemy, including those who armed themselves with devices that could be used as weapons. But that did not mean the U.S. needed to treat every Japanese as a combatant. Americans demonstrated this compassion with civilians on Saipan, Tinian, and Okinawa. And the reason why the intelligence officer wrote that there were no civilians was that many trained to fight and were intermixed with combat units. Such a melting pot of uniformed combatants commingled with armed citizens would have created an unimaginable number of unnecessary deaths. In invading Japan, the Allies would have encountered more kamikaze planes than any U.S. military force to date, as many as 10,000. Father of the kamikazes, Vice Admiral Takajiro Onishi, believed if the nation was willing to sacrifice 20 million Japanese lives in special attack kamikaze effort, victory will be ours, he declared. One Japanese Zen Buddhist priest, Dr. Ryo Masunaga wrote of these kamikazes. The source of the spirit of the Special Attack Forces lies in the denial of the individual self and the rebirth of the soul, which takes upon itself the burden of history. From ancient times, Zen has described this conversion of mind as the achievement of complete enlightenment. So kamikaze pilots were enlightened Buddhas who would gain the gift of reincarnation and complete enlightenment at the moment they rammed their planes into U.S. Navy ships. Japanese religion had truly embraced extreme militarism and radical, self-destructive principles. Despite being aware that Japanese would lose the war, Zen master Sogaku Daiun Harada wrote in late 1944 that it is necessary for all 100 million subjects of the emperor to be prepared to die with honor. If you see the enemy, you must kill him. You must destroy the false and establish the true. These are the cardinal points of Zen. With defeat and destruction of their nation a certainty, Japanese leaders, both military and religious, encouraged their citizens to abandon the cares of this world and adopt a policy of prostration at the feet of a homicidal dictator, Hirohito. Japanese leadership willfully consigned their countrymen to death. It was a recipe for extinction. Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki said in June 1945, "If our 100 million people fight with the resolve to sacrifice their lives, I believe it is not at all impossible to attain the great goal of preserving the essence of Japan. None of our fighting men can understand how it is that Germany, with such a large army left, was not able to hold out until the end. In quantities of arms and supplies, we may not compare favorably with the enemy, but our determination as we stand on the firing line is peculiar to us alone. With this formidable strength, we must fight to the end, the entire population uniting as one body." The frightening fact emerging from this monologue promoting action that could result in the eradication of Japan's culture and nation, asking all to fight until no one was left standing, was that the Japanese citizenry were actually willing to follow such mandates. Most were conditioned to fight to the bitter end, probably the only people in the world who would do so under such circumstances. Suzuki brought out an interesting point about how his citizens viewed the Nazis. If the average Japanese did not understand how passionate Nazis could lay down their arms in the face of defeat, that indeed shines a light on how fanatical the Japanese were. And that fanaticism would have carried them into the next phase of war if not for Hirohito surrendering to avoid annihilation. Suzuki's interpretation of German acquiescence was that although most German cities had been bombed flat, Germany was split in two and largely occupied, and the Luftwaffe was neutered. Suzuki and many of his cohorts expected the Nazis to continue fighting. To his point, nobody will ever know how much longer the Germans would have fought had their charismatic leader not committed suicide. But without a functional army, there was little left with which to fight, a fact that was clearly overlooked by Suzuki. By his calculus, whereas the Germans no longer had the stomach to do so, Suzuki would have expected every Japanese citizen to fight until his own house was conquered and his own family was dispatched to the afterlife. It was indeed, as historian Richard Frank wrote, a recipe for extinction. Nonetheless, the leadership of Japan continued with their final plans for the suicidal defense of the homeland. Operation Decision, Ketsugo. History of Woody's Medal of Honor. While Woody trained to confront this fanatic population, Captain Beck, commander of Woody's C Company, remembered his conversation on the 23rd of February with 2nd Lieutenant Chambers. Based on this conversation, Beck believed he should recommend Woody for a medal for his actions on the 23rd of February. In the heat of battle, Chambers pointed out to Beck 7 destroyed pillboxes. Chambers never claimed, though, that Woody took them out. Later, Beck wrote he believed Woody destroyed these 7, but does not explain who told him this since he had not observed Woody's acts. Beck felt Chambers believed Woody worked alone because Beck mentioned only Chambers and no one else in connection with Woody's deeds. After Chambers pointed out the pillboxes, Beck had someone count the dead in or just outside those structures. He was told the number was 21 and assumed Woody had done this too. The only person claiming to have counted 21 dead Japanese and accounted for 7 pillboxes in the documents was Woody. He made these claims to, number 1, Sergeant Dashiell in May 1942. Number 2, Private Paul B. Houlihan with the 21st Regimental Newsletter in May 1945. Number 3, George Lawless at the Charleston Gazette in May 1956. Number 4, Bill Francois with Man's Magazine in 1966. And number 5, Peter Collier in 2005 for his book when Woody apparently gave one-on-one interviews with all of these men. In April 1945, when Beck started his write-up after the 23rd of February and after a lot of combat, he felt Woody deserved the highest medal for valor the U.S. can bestow. Consequently, he initiated the process to award Woody the Medal of Honor by writing a report of what he thought happened and then sent it up his chain of command. To support his recommendations, Beck gathered 6 eyewitness accounts of Woody's deeds. Considering several units on Iwo lost most of their original personnel, it is remarkable that enough witnesses survived to testify. Many units lost 50% of their contingents within a few days after landing on Iwo. One battalion of the 4th Mardib suffered 50 casualties the first day of battle alone. In A Company of Woody's battalion, only 3 original men remained on duty of its original 200-plus contingent. 14 officers and 377 men have been killed or wounded out of the battalion, including the replacements. Woody's company experienced a similar fate. This attrition made finding witnesses to medal actions difficult. Woody learned that 2 in his unit, Warren Bornholtz and Charles Fisher, who possibly protected him, died near him on the 23rd of February, so not all of his witnesses survived. The witness statements were one-paragraph attestations of what they had observed Woody do. The only thing Beck had seen Woody do that day was return to the company command post for field flamethrowers and demolition charges. The report gathered did not include a statement from Chambers. He had been injured on the 1st of March and evacuated stateside, arriving at Fort Eustis, Virginia, by the 10th of May 1945. So the statements Beck gathered provide but fragments of the story he thought Chambers had given him. Here is a breakdown of the witnesses' observations. All these men served in Charlie Company with Woody. Elder and Tripp, in supporting Beck's observation, First Sergeant Elder and Corporal Tripp echoed him, observing Woody return 6 times to the command post for flamethrowers and demolitions. Southwell. Sergeant Southwell wrote, Woody destroyed 3 pillboxes and killed 8. Narrow. Corporal Narrow wrote Woody neutralized 1 pillbox from the rear. Schlager. Corporal Schlager wrote he witnessed Woody climb on a pillbox and flame the enemy from the inside out through a vent, killing 8 Japanese. Schwartz. Private First Class Schwartz wrote he saw Woody use a flamethrower and 3 demolition charges to reduce 2 pillboxes. Although many Medal of Honor citations included actions over several days, why Beck did not get a statement from Lieutenant Henning about Woody helping Southwell earlier in the day, killing 50 Japanese using grenades, is unfortunate. Usually, when recommending medals of honor, several acts were included to improve the chances of approval. None of the supporting cast witnessed 7 pillboxes destroyed or counted 21 dead Japanese mentioned in Beck's report. Why Chambers highlighted 7 pillboxes and why Beck believed Woody destroyed them remains unknown. In Dashiell's report, Woody told him this exact number. Williams accounted for 7 pillboxes. Woody apparently gave the same account to Private Houlihan, a journalist working for the 21st Regimental Newsletter who, after interviewing Woody, wrote, Outstanding among the boys with a know-how with flamethrowers is Corporal Hershey Williams, the stubby, pleasant-faced fellow who wiped out 7 Jap pillboxes at Iwo with his flame-throwing savvy. Today, however, Woody states he cannot recall hardly any of his actions that earned him the medal. In 1966, his recall was very strong, though. For example, Woody described Trip as being his right-hand man taking out the big pillbox, quoting Trip as saying, "I'll be here with you." But Tripp's 1945 statement does not mention this pillbox, or any pillbox for that matter. This 1966 article, for which Woody supplied information, was written by Drake University professor of journalism and World War II paratrooper and veteran Bill Francois, and thus one would think he would have tried to have interviewed Woody extensively and those he could find who were also there. However, it looks like the information came from Woody, Dashill's article, and history books. Comparing Tripp's 1945 statement and Woody's recollection some 21 years later of what Tripp did, it is hard not to find Tripp's 1945 statement much more credible, i.e., Tripp was not there with Woody, although in 1966, Woody places Tripp right next to him during the action against the big pillbox. Reversing this story in 2017, after reading Hollis's book, Uncommon Valor on Iwo Jima, where Tripp is mentioned, Woody affirmed Tripp wasn't there that day, which is different than what he said in 1966, but in line with Tripp's statements in 1945. Unless I have completely lost my memory, Tripp was never a poleman, never crawled with me, and so far as I know, never had anything to do with the burning out of the pillboxes, Woody said. When studying Woody, often one gets totally different stories about what happened, causing confusion about what he really did, getting events and people continually confused. The Iwo battlefield was indeed chaotic, which can cause some confusion after the fact. But after interviewing hundreds of Wehrmacht and Marine Corps World War II veterans, Woody appears to be one of the most confused veterans I have ever encountered. Nonetheless, to describe some of the chaos surrounding Woody that day, Dashiell reported Woody's platoon killed between 20 to 25 Japs, quote-unquote. Chambers shot 2 dead with his pistol, neatly between the eyes, and Schlager dropped a sword-wielding one. Schlager put a slug in one nip 20 feet away. The Jap lurched, but kept coming. Schlager hit him again in the chest. The Jap wavered, almost collapsed, then started towards Schlager again. Schlager's third bullet did the trick. In the middle of such action, Woody and none of the Marines with him that day were calm, detached observers. Presumably, the best positioned witness to Woody's actions would have been his protection team members, but 2 of them were apparently killed in the process, Bornholtz and Fisher. Another 2 were there the entire time, leaving 2 who may have died later. Nobody knows. Furthermore, taking out the large bunker was the highlight of the entire action and was the only pillbox action that would make it into Woody's Medal of Honor citation. That only one person witnessed it seems strange. Southwell and Strickland may have been there, but Southwell does not describe the massive pillbox, and Strickland did not give a statement, possibly due to wounds suffered on the 12th of March. Southwell wrote that Woody destroyed 3 pillboxes, and he counted 8 enemy dead inside those structures. Perhaps one of the 3 pillboxes was indeed the massive one, but he did not delineate the difference. Second Lieutenant Chambers organized all the attacks of Woody and others that day in 1st Platoon, but he would never support Woody's Medal of Honor package, although he must have observed some, if not all, of Woody's actions. At the time of Beck writing Woody up for the Medal of Honor, no one knew where Chambers actually was, so he had not been officially asked to provide an affidavit for Woody. Apparently, from the evidence gathered, no one witnessed all the pillboxes Woody destroyed or the dead enemy resulting from his actions that Beck had reported him doing and that Woody had been bragging about performing. And none of the witness statements discuss Woody flaming a bonsai of 3 to 6 enemy. This incident materializes in the endorsement of the Medal of Honor recommendation by Colonel Hartnell Withers, who commanded the 21st Marines, and his endorsement does not give the names of those providing this info. Beck's son, Barry, also a Marine officer and a trained lawyer, observed, "This is a curious appearance of an event in a document train that has no source. Who witnessed this? How did this event make its way into the documents? Why didn't the awards board not ask for proof for this, what one could say was a major part of the action that day? This is quite confusing." Killing the Japanese during the charge is one of Woody's few memories when giving talks and interviews, although he cites different numbers of how many attacked. When Dashiell interviewed him in 1945, he stated he killed some who attacked him after leaving bunkers. This could be the source of Wither's story since he was not a witness. None of Woody's comrades who submitted statements supporting the Medal of Honor recommendation stated they saw him incinerating a wave of attacking Japanese. If at least 4 riflemen were covering him, they must have fired into the wave of enemy fighters and helped drop them along with Woody's flames. One would think the witness statements would have mentioned the charge since it is in the official Medal of Honor citation, but the statements do not reference it. Waters' Silver Star citation makes it clear he stopped a 3-man banzai. Waters was attacked by 3 heavily armed enemies from a nearby cave, but he coolly eliminated them with a grenade. Nothing like this appears in the witness statements for Woody's medal recommendation. Since Woody never acted alone on the battlefield, all his actions must have been observed by men who survived that day and the war, like Chambers, Schlager, and Southwell, just to name 3, who all helped him survive. This was especially the case for a flamethrower operator. By way of illustration, on the 26th of February, 1945, near Hill 362A, Don Graves attacked one cave with his flamethrower and roasted the enemy inside. As he finished, his rifleman, Robert Bob Muller, yelled, "Watch out to your left, Graves!" 3 nips, quote-unquote, charged from a neighboring cave. As Graves turned to engage, he tripped and fell. Luckily, Graves said, Muller fired over my body and into the wave of men and killed them with his bar. If he'd not been there, I would have been a goner. Graves had another rifleman there who must have fired at the wave as well. No flamethrower attacked without support. If Woody really killed 6 attacking Japanese, that would have been observed and the whole platoon would have known about it within hours. Remember, Marines are worse with telling stories and rumors than old ladies at a retirement center. It's indeed strange that no one directly involved saw this and put it into his witness statement. Combining the eyewitness statements, one could ascertain that Woody destroyed at least 3, maybe 6 pillboxes, but not 7 pillboxes, and killed at least 8 Japanese, maybe 16, but not 21. What is documented is an incredible feat, and from a layman's perspective, definitely worthy of a medal. But this history addresses candidly the tension between what can be documented with first-person reports versus what was initially used to write up Woody's endorsement using second- and third-hand stories. In a 1966 interview, Woody told Francois he only remembered taking out 3 pillboxes, but allowed the journalist to write he took out 7. However, in interviews for this book, Woody does not remember in detail destroying any of the pillboxes except the massive one, although he often mentions the 7 in passing. In 2005 and 2012, he told author Peter Collier and Charleston Gazette reporter Sandy Wells that he knocked out 7 pillboxes, like he did with Dashiell and Houlihan in May 1945, although after the official Navy Board of Awards and Decorations recommendation in September 1945, Woody's final Medal of Honor citation was changed and this number deleted because there was no supporting evidence for it. Also, the men who gave statements for Woody's Medal of Honor could have been reporting the same pillboxes being taken out. Realistically, the 8 dead counted could have been counted twice, since the exact number was given twice. 8. Iwo veteran and flamethrower Don Graves finds 2 things troubling with Woody's story. First, in his regiment, they trained that once one finished a pillbox with a flamethrower, he discharged it, took cover, and radio back to the command post for another to be brought up. "You never left the line," Graves said. "Think about it. You don't want to be using those tanks while exhausted. Using flamethrower tanks for 4 hours would make the most fit, muscular guy absolutely spent. You wanted to conserve your energy for the next action, and there were other guys in the unit who would bring you new ones." And last, Graves says, no one on Iwo stayed around after they killed a lot of Japs and counted how many they killed. That could get you killed. How and why were these men counting the dead during a major battle? To counter Graves' comment, however, units were suffering on Iwo, and if one wanted fresh tanks, then one might have had to get them himself. If Woody did return to the command post to get tanks he actually used 6 times, that would have been beyond remarkable. Whether he used these flamethrowers himself and on 7 pillboxes remains unknown, although Beck felt he did, and that made all the difference. While all Medal of Honor witness statements cannot be expected to be identical, often describing very different types of actions while in combat, the lack of similarity raises questions. In contrast to Woody's case, Iwo Medal of Honor recipient Corpsman John H. Willis's 5 witnesses all attest to the same act: that Willis left a first aid station to render aid to his platoon, and while helping a wounded comrade, he threw out 8 grenades from the crater while administering first aid. When the 9th came in, he picked it up and tried to throw it away, but it exploded, killing him and his comrade. No discrepancies existed in the witness statements, and Lieutenant General Geiger, Fleet Marine Force Pacific Commanding General, Fleet Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean Areas, and Fleet Admiral Ernst King, Chief of Naval Operations, all endorsed Willis's package without question. Woody's statements do not describe the same act, are confusing, and did not receive endorsements from Geiger or Nimitz. Regardless of the statement's incongruity in Woody's case, in the absence of a statement from Woody's platoon leader, Lieutenant Chambers, Beck submitted the recommendation for a Medal of Honor. Woody was lucky his officer was not only willing, but also alive to do so. A Marine cannot receive a Valor Award if an officer does not submit a recommendation or if the witnesses are dead or missing. Beck seems to have been the only original company commander to survive out of a regiment that suffered 70% casualties. 121st Marines Battalion reported all its company commanders and company executive officers were casualties after 3 days of fighting. Graves said hardly anyone in his dog company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Marines, 5th Mardiv received any medals because all the officers were killed or wounded and no one wrote any of us up. NCOs ran the show and witnessed the acts of valor, but they weren't allowed to write anyone up for medals because the brass didn't accept their reports. When Beck returned to Guam, he wrote his wife on the 4th of April, "I must write citations for all those deserving, and believe me, there are many of them, and it will take a long time to get them out." Woody was on the list. Beck was good at recommending men for medals and did this also after Guam, submitting many, even 3, for Navy Crosses. Of the thousands who served in the 3rd Mardiv on Iwo, only 3 received the Medal of Honor, and Woody would be one of them, due in part to how Beck constructed his recommendation. After Beck wrote up his recommendation and gathered supporting statements, he submitted his package for Woody to his chain of command. He submitted it by the 14th of April because on that day he left Guam to return home to his wife and son, whom he had not seen in years. After 30 days' leave, Beck reported to Camp Pendleton and did not return to Guam. Had he become aware of Geiger's, Nimitz's, and Chambers' refusal to endorse Woody's case, he would not have been in an ideal position after the 14th of April to amend his report and or gather more evidence. Or if he did learn of the controversy, maybe he neglected or refused to get involved with what would turn out to become a pissing war between several high-level commands over a medal. Beck's recommendation moved up the chain of command, and on the 27th of April, the 21st Regimental Commander, Colonel Hartnell J. Withers endorsed Beck's recommendation and wrote the formal recommendation for Woody. In his report, Withers misrepresented some details from Beck's report, stating Woody killed 21 in the pillboxes. He also added some details without citing evidence, claiming Woody took out a bonsai mentioned previously. Withers submitted the formal recommendation on the 27th of April 1945 for actions by the next level of command, the 3rd Mar Div. The approval process started with an examination by Major General Erkson's Divisional Board of Awards, headed by senior member Colonel Howard N. Red Kenyon, who had also fought at Iwo as a regimental combat team leader of the 9th Marines. He received a Navy Cross for leading an attack on the 25th of February north of Airfield No. 2 that proved to have been the decisive factor in the defeat of the enemy there. After Kenyon gathered and analyzed the sources, he and his staff of between 2 and 4 officers recommended approval or disapproval of Medal of Honor recommendations. If approved, Kenyon presented the recommendation to Erkson for endorsement. While Woody's witness statements were examined, Dashiell, the correspondent attached to Woody's regiment, learned Woody had been recommended for a Medal of Honor, so he interviewed Woody and some witnesses, which led to further discrepancies. First, Schwartz was interviewed, and instead of saying Woody destroyed 2 pillboxes with 3 demolition charges and a flamethrower, he now said he destroyed 1 pillbox with 2 to 3 flamethrowers. When interviewed about how many Japanese he killed, loaded with adrenaline-fueled testosterone, Woody claimed, "I counted 21 of them that tried to get away, and I killed them all with flames." Beck's recommendation claims some of the dead were inside the pillboxes, but what is troubling is apparently Woody was the one who counted the dead for Beck. He also gave this exact number in 1956 to George Lawless at the Charleston Gazette, but changed the story to saying the 21 kills were inside the big pillbox. And in 1966, in the interview with Bill Francois for Man's Magazine, he changed the number slightly to 17 for Imperial Japanese Army dead in this pillbox. Yet ever since being interviewed for this study, he does not have any knowledge about KIA numbers. Dashiell did not interview Beck because Beck was on leave. Did anyone notice the incongruities? Out of Dashiell's 366 reports, the one he wrote on Woody was the only one where he made a suggestive note that something was awry, scribbling an almost unbelievable story. Was he in doubt of, or was he impressed with Woody? Dashiell's son, Fred, believes his father felt something was amiss with Woody's claims. Yet, in addition to Dashiell quoting Woody having killed 21, Dashiell also quoted Woody having killed numerous men with demolitions and flames. So he could have killed more than 21 according to this interview here. And if Woody let people believe that he had killed 21 at the 3rd massive pillbox and then went on to take out another 6 emplacements, then he had to have known that others would have logically concluded that the killed and actions he inflicted on the enemy would have numbered into the multiple dozens when taking out the other 6 pillboxes. Iwo veteran John Lorello doubts anyone counted bodies on the battlefield during the fighting. The battlefield was so chaotic, it would have been impossible to have counted all the people one killed, and when you're in the thick of it, that would have been the last thing on someone's mind. The record is unclear about Dashiell's feelings about Woody's testimony, but he submitted the article and it was printed in newspapers in mid-May 1945. Concurrently, Woody's 21st Regimental newsletter also published information about Woody taking out 7 pillboxes. So Woody was busy giving interviews. Returning to Woody's kills, Beck's recommendation states 21 dead were counted in or around the pillboxes. Colonel Withers wrote 21 dead were tallied in pillboxes. And when interviewed in May 1945, Woody stated he killed 21 Japanese fleeing and counted them. In the 1956 interview, Woody changed his story, saying he killed 21 Japanese in the large pillbox. And then in 1966, Woody altered his story yet again and claimed 17 killed for this 3rd pillbox. As mentioned earlier, again, if Woody let people believe he killed 21 or even 17 in one pillbox, then he must have known readers would assume he killed more than 21 in destroying other pillboxes. Historian Colonel John T. Hoffman, in describing Chesty Puller, could have been describing Woody. Given the Marine penchant for sea stories, small threads of fact woven into tall tales, it is no surprise that myth soon mixed with reality. Veteran Graves explains, "During the first week on Iwo, we never saw the Japanese above the surface. We definitely didn't see them in groups. If we did catch a glimpse of one, then it was only for a moment as he ran from one hideout to another. Moreover, we didn't count the dead, and anyone who says they stuck their head in a pillbox after they took it out to count how many they killed was suicidal. All those caves and pillboxes were connected by tunnels. You may have killed some in a pillbox, but you never knew how soon that very same pillbox would be reoccupied. You might have peeked into a pillbox and been met with a barrel of a rifle, and then it would have been sayonara. And besides, if every pillbox Woody took out was blown up according to Woody, how the hell would you have been able to count the dead in the pillbox when you couldn't see what and who was there since it was blown to a million pieces? Doesn't make sense." Although in 1945 Woody was clear he killed 21, he has repeatedly said since then, except in the 1956 Charleston Gazette and the 1966 Man's Magazine, that he has no clue how many he killed. "There was so much chaos and potential death around each corner that I wasn't going to just walk around a battlefield counting dead bodies. I had other things to do," Woody said in July 2016, which differs dramatically from what he was saying as a 21-year-old kid after surviving Iwo in April-May 1945, and later as a 32-year-old young adult in May 1956, and then as a 42-year-old middle-aged man in January 1966. Withers and Beck did not address these conflicting stories among the various reports in 1945, and Withers sent Woody's Medal of Honor recommendation to Erskine for review. The sample citation at this stage mentions 7 pillboxes and 21 dead. Without addressing these discrepancies noted above, the 3rd Mardiv Board of Awards in Erskine recommended approval of the Medal of Honor and forwarded the recommendation via the chain of command to the Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, on the 19th of May, 1945. Then on the 16th of July, 1945, Major General Harry Schmidt of the 5th Amphibious Corps, senior to the 3rd Mardiv, forwarded his recommendation for approval to Forrestal as well. On the 24th of July, Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger, commanding Marine General of Fleet Marine Force Pacific, forwarded his recommendation of approval provided a statement was obtained from Woody's platoon leader, 2nd Lieutenant Howard F. Chambers, that substantiated the proposed citation and Beck's recommendation. Geiger and or his staff noticed the problem of not having a report from this witness. Consequently, he wrote Chambers' account was necessary in order to establish incontestable justification in this case. Geiger followed the regulations requiring that the case for heroism or gallantry above the call of duty be supported by incontestable proof in the form of affidavits from at least 2 individuals who were eyewitnesses of the deed. In this case, no eyewitness to date had seen Woody do what Beck and Withers had reported second and third hand: destroyed 7 pillboxes, killed 21 Japanese, and obliterated a banzai charge. The guidelines for a Medal of Honor state that second-hand evidence would not be accepted in Medal of Honor cases, meaning Beck's and Withers' letters could not be used as evidence. Interestingly, on the same day of the 24th of July 1945, Geiger approved Woody's friend, Vernon Waters, for the Silver Star for destroying 2 pillboxes and killing 3 Japanese conducting a banzai. Yet, at the time, no one knew where Chambers was. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Nimitz's office, with Nimitz being in the chain of command above Geiger, and his own awards board of between 3 to 5 officers, wrote Geiger's office on the 19th of August agreeing that Chambers' report was needed to legitimize the medal. It is the recommendation of the Pacific Fleet Board of Awards that the Commanding General Geiger, Fleet Marine Force Pacific, obtain the statement of Chambers prior to submission of this case to higher authorities. The recommendation is returned herewith for such action. By the 27th of August 1945, Geiger had located Chambers, and he wrote him requesting that he review Beck's statement and the first draft of the Medal of Honor citation for Woody, mentioning the 7 pillboxes and 21 dead Japanese. Geiger noted he intended to approve Woody's case, provided that the narrative contained in Beck's letter can be substantiated by a sworn statement from you as an eyewitness. Then it asked for him to forward to Geiger's office immediately a statement as to what you actually observed in connection with the incident related to the draft of the citation. Surprisingly, Chambers ignored Geiger's request. Thus, Geiger did not forward the recommendation for approval. As late as 19th of September 1945, due to Chambers' report having not been obtained, Woody's recommendation package was still in limbo. Although Forrestal was informed of the problem, and although Geiger had asked Chambers to submit a report again on the 4th of September, by late September, Chambers had not done so and gave no reason why he would not give what is called a summary of action report. In the meantime, Chambers' hometown newspapers reported he had first been taken to the Philippines after suffering his wounds for splendid medical attention, and had written his parents that he was fine. Then by the 12th of March, he arrived at Saipan's 148th General Hospital for treatment, where he underwent surgery on his knee to remove shrapnel. Weeks later, he sailed from Saipan and arrived at Aya Heights, Hawaii, where he stayed a few weeks. On the 18th of April, he boarded the USS Matsonia. He sailed from Honolulu, Hawaii, for the mainland. He arrived at San Francisco on the 23rd of April and called his parents. Over the next days, he made his way to Fort Eustis Naval Hospital, Virginia. Then in June, he had leave and spent time with his wife and parents in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He had no problem speaking with his parents, traveling around the country, writing letters, making calls, showing up to medical facilities in San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Fort Eustis, but there is no explanation why he was remiss in answering Geiger's 2 requests. He had a full cast on his left leg and walked with a cane, but he could have talked and wrote a letter. If his wife and parents could locate him, speak to him on the phone, welcome him for visits, receive letters from him, and know his whereabouts, one would think one of the key players of defeating Japan, the Commanding General, Fleet Marine Force Pacific, Lieutenant General Geiger, would be able to locate Chambers and get a simple yes or no response. Lieutenant General Hallen Mad Smith's office had tracked Chambers down and had his Purple Heart awarded that June. Then on the 8th of August 1945, Chambers received his Silver Star citation signed by Geiger while at Fort Eustis. Other Medals of Honor candidates' files received letters from witnesses from hospitals stateside in support of their recommendations, including Jack Lucas, Wilson Watson, and Tony Stein, to complete cases without issues. Chambers' family archive shows Chambers received Geiger's request at this time, and these documents were substantially all he saved from the war. But Geiger's request for Chambers to immediately give a statement about the evidence was ignored. Compared to others from whom Geiger asked for more evidence concerning a Medal of Honor case, Chambers was the only one who did not respond. Was this evidence of intended neglect or PTSD? Unfortunately, we don't know. Retired Marine and combat veteran Major Paul Stubbs observed, there had to be something wrong with this whole process if Woody's own boss wouldn't endorse him, the very guy who Beck relied on to even start this process. Marine Corps Commandant General Charles C. Krulak echoed Stubbs, declaring, if Woody's platoon leader refused to support his Medal of Honor package, then Woody must not have merited the award. This is the strangest thing I have ever heard of when discussing a Medal of Honor case. Chambers' son-in-law, retired Army Colonel Robert Olson, wrote, Something had to bug Chambers about this. For one thing, he saved no news clippings of his island hopping, but he saved the first draft of Woody's Medal of Honor citation. Apparently, on hearing the award was going through without Chambers' report, Geiger wrote Forrestal on the 19th of September that Chambers' report was needed, that he would do all he could to procure it, and to have it sent directly from Chambers to the Navy. "The case is incomplete," Geiger wrote, and as soon as he got the report, he would have it sent to Nimitz and Forrestal. After Nimitz's review, the next one was by the Navy Department Board of Awards and Decorations, whose senior member was Rear Admiral Robert Ward Haler, recipient of 3 Navy Crosses. On the 20th of September 1945, Haler recommended to the Secretary of the Navy that Woody's award be approved. He also wrote that his board did not believe the missing testimony sought by Geiger necessary to complete this case. His staff and board were comprised of 9 officers, a Marine colonel, 6 Navy captains, 1 commander, and 1 lieutenant commander, who reviewed the case and gave their opinions. Haler's action seems surprising. The Board of Awards and Decorations disagreed with the Lieutenant General Field Commander and the Pacific Fleet Commander concerning proof for a Medal of Honor. Equally startling was the absence of an endorsement by the Commandant of the Marine Corps. General Vandergrift never endorsed Woody's recommendation one way or another, which United States Marine Corps Commandant Charles C. Krulak finds very strange. Geiger had encouraged Vandergrift not to submit Woody's case to Truman until Chambers' recommendation was obtained. Most Medal of Honors reviewed for this study had Vandergrift's endorsement. While Marines like recognizing heroes, Geiger was not going to do so if he felt more evidence needed. Erickson, who had recommended approval of the Medal of Honor for Woody, was treating final approval by the President as a fait accompli. Erickson had cut orders to move Woody to Washington, D.C. in preparation to award him the medal on the 18th of September 1945. Apparently, no one took issue with the absence of the Commandant's endorsement, and no one other than Geiger and Nimitz and their board saw the absence of Chambers' statement as problematic. In the end, Secretary of the Navy Forrestal granted Haler carte blanche to recommend whether award should be approved or disapproved within the Navy Department, and the Marine Corps is under the Navy. Forrestal wrote to Haler and conferred the following to him: "The board shall be responsible for considering and making recommendations to the Secretary of the Navy concerning the following subjects: B. Legislative matters, general orders, and executive orders concerning decorations, awards, and campaign medals, including any changes therein. E. Definition of policies for guidance of officers to whom authority to make certain awards is delegated." As President Roosevelt had declared, the Secretary of the Navy was the only person who could issue direct orders to the different chiefs in the Department of the Navy, and with this mandate above, Forrestal had given Haler free rein over medal awarding, giving him authority over superior officers when it came to the final decision on valorous awards. So even if Geiger, Nimitz, and their awards boards were not in agreement with Haler's recommendation, they could do nothing about it after Haler recommended Woody be awarded a Medal of Honor, exercising the powers Forrestal had given him. Biography: Rear Admiral R.W. Haler. Haler was born on the 7th of June, 1891 in Sandusky, Ohio, and attended the Naval Academy from 1910 to 1914. During World War I, he served on the battleship USS Oklahoma at Scapa Flow, Scotland. After the war, he studied ordnance engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and rose through the ranks. From June 1939 to June 1942, he served as Inspector of Ordnance in charge of the Naval Torpedo Station. His Navy Commendation Medal citation from 1945 claimed his duties allowed this department, once war started in 1941, to become a highly successful and efficient wartime production and ranging station for torpedoes. This splendid record of achievement in the manufacture and ranging of torpedoes is a monument to the brilliant administration of Haler, who contributed vitally to the success of the entire underwater ordnance program by his successful inauguration of this station's multiple and varied activities. However, when one analyzes the U.S. Navy's torpedo problems after the outbreak of war, a debacle that cost the lives of thousands of sailors, then one finds his recommendation was without merit. For the first year of war, U.S. submariners and ships went off to combat with defective torpedoes. As a result, enemy vessels were notified of the submarine's presence and were able to counterattack them. Other times, these defective torpedoes turned around and sank the crafts from which they had been fired, like with the USS Tuolumne and USS Tang. Due to these defects that the Inspector of Ordnance in charge of the torpedo station, Captain Haler, was in part responsible for, the submarine service earned the highest casualty rate of any branch of the military service. Many torpedoes developed under Haler were dysfunctional. Several torpedo parts that were in use under Haler's tenure had been developed before his time, but the defective engineering was not ascertained during his duties in Newport, something that should have been identified and fixed, since he was supposed to make sure all the parts worked together. Luckily, the Navy fixed many of these problems by 1943, and U.S. submarines then decimated the Japanese Navy and merchant marine fleets. Haler received his award in 1945 for his activities with torpedo development when many knew the torpedoes from 1939 to 1942 were faulty. This seems to be the only black mark on Haler's otherwise stellar career. However, for these purposes, it exposes that medals were occasionally awarded, but not earned. 6 months after war broke out, Haler left the torpedo problems to others to solve to go to sea to fight the enemy. Captain Haler took command of the 600-foot cruiser USS Honolulu and its 870-man crew from the 18th of June 1945 to the 7th of March 1944. During this command, he participated in the August 1942 bombarding of Kiska, Alaska. Later, he took part in the Battle of Tassafaronga at Guadalcanal on the night of the 30th of November 1942, where his fine seamanship and gallant leadership under fire turned back a Japanese force that had damaged several U.S. ships. He received the Navy Cross for his actions. Later, he supported the landings at New Georgia on the 5th and 6th of July 1943 and engaged the enemy at the Battle of Kula Gulf, displaying superior leadership for which he received a second Navy Cross. Then, on the 12th and 13th of July 1943, he combated forces off Kolombangara Island in the British Solomon Islands, leading a cruiser line of battle into action with an opposing Japanese force of 6 enemy vessels. He directed accurate fire upon the enemy formation and was in large measure responsible for the destruction of at least 4 and probably all of these Japanese ships. In this battle, Japanese destroyers launched 4 torpedoes at Haler. He evaded 3, but the 4th crumpled his bow. With complete calmness and fortitude, Haler directed the control of this damage and brought his ship safely into port. For these actions, Haler received a 3rd Navy Cross. Inexplicably, a Silver Star was also awarded to Haler, but in that citation only the battle action was mentioned, not the saving of the vessel. The wording of the battle action in both the Silver Star and Navy Cross citations is the same. He was awarded 2 medals for the same action, with Admiral Halsey endorsing his Silver Star. In February 1947, the Awards and Decorations Board noticed this duplication, and another review of his Silver Star was held, but the board kept the status quo. Yet only a few months later, by direction of Captain P.W. Steinhagen, Haler's office wrote the commanding general of Fleet Marine Force Pacific for aircraft about another case that since only 1 decoration or medal may be awarded for the same act or acts, it is necessary to set aside and cancel previous awards. However, this criteria was not applied to Haler. Was that due to his position? And why did Haler later not act on this apparent violation of regulations which made him a beneficiary of a double award for 1 action? One could argue this is possibly a second black mark on Haler's career, using a double standard when he himself was considered. And the sad thing is that he did not need to do so. 3 Navy crosses were enough without adding a silver star that was, in the end, against regulations. However, Hayler was not alone. Major Gregory "Pappy" Boynton was also awarded 2 awards for actions cited in both citations for the Navy Cross and Medal of Honor. In making this exception, one overseeing officer of the process claimed, "Yet of all our air heroes, Major Boynton has been one of the least recognized." So, according to this staffer, Boynton was owed these awards because he deserved the recognition since he had been ignored too long. So Hayler was not an isolated case, having received special consideration due to his position. Others also got double medals for their heroics, although Hayler and Boynton were indeed rare. However, there was another case that actually got 3 medals for the same actions that were noted in his Medal of Honor citation. This happened to none other than the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Alexander Archer Vandergrift. He received a Medal of Honor, Navy Cross, and Distinguished Service Medal for all the actions conducted on Guadalcanal from the 7th of August to the 9th of December, 1942. A staff member noticed that this was against regulations, but then noted that Nimitz did not recommend that the Navy Cross be recalled. And Vandergrift, like MacArthur, got the award for actions that lay outside the parameters of why one got a Medal of Honor, namely, for doing something way beyond the call of duty and putting one's life in horrendous danger. So maybe one could say getting multiple awards for the same actions was very rare for most members of the service, especially enlisted men. But if someone was at the top of the food chain, then regulations were not always followed, especially when political considerations were at stake and a good old boys network in play. These men in power, who did indeed perform heroic acts and often brilliant leadership, seemed to also display a childish need to decorate each other like English royalty do with one another, or as one Marine derisively described, like Mexican generals. The only problem with Hayler in these cases, when looking at Boynton and Vandergrift, was that he knew better and had the power to change things according to the regulations he had sworn to enforce when taking over the duties of the Navy's Awards and Decorations Office in 1945. Of course, Boynton and Vandergrift could have also self-declared that they got too many awards for the same actions, violating the regulation that double awards were not allowed, but they did nothing. Maybe Vandergrift did so because he hungered for the 3rd star, which he indeed received after Guadalcanal in July 1943, after barely being a 2-star general for a year. Having such medals definitely did not hurt his review with his promotional board. And Hayler, if he knew about Boynton and Vandergrift, did not complain about them or his double awarding once he had power to actually do something about them. Also, complaining about just them would have highlighted his own hypocrisy, which of course he would not have wanted. This has been a troubling revelation of this research, but it also is all too human. People like to be praised, and they like more accolades instead of less for what they have done. And in looking at numerous officer and enlisted men's files, this study has found that double awarding only happened to officers, never to enlisted men. Knowing this fact and how generous people had been with Hayler, and he had to have known how generous people in his department had been with Boynton and Vandergrift too, one then wonders if he would also be generous with Woody once his case came across his desk after Geiger offered him opposition. Time would only tell. Returning back to Hayler's service record before he took over the Awards and Decorations Office, on the 7th of March 1944, Hayler was promoted to Rear Admiral and given command of Cruiser Division 12 of 4 ships, taking part in the assaults on Saipan, Tinian, Guam, and Palau from June through August 1944. He also repulsed air attacks and rescued downed pilots during the Mariana Turkey Shoot in June 1944. Halsey wrote, Hayler performed his duty as commander of Cruiser Division 12 in an outstanding manner. He was alert, thorough, and efficient. He continued the exceptional training and performance of his crack cruiser division. With his fleet, he helped take over Ulithi Atoll in August and September 1944 and provided fire support for the Angkor invasion, where my uncle, First Lieutenant Frank Rigg, fought. Both Rear Admirals Kingman and Blandy wrote excellent reports on Haler. He participated in Leyte's occupation in the Philippines on the 19th of October until the 29th of October. His superior, Vice Admiral Jesse B. Ohlendorf, wrote, "Haler understands the Japanese enemy well and has always succeeded admirably against him. He was successful in assisting in preparing the landing beaches for the landing of the Sixth Army, which landed with minimal casualties. This is an accomplishment worthy of the highest praise." A few days later, Haler took part in the Battle of Surigao Strait and Leyte Gulf on the 25th of October 1944. Throughout the Leyte campaign, Haler weathered numerous kamikazes. On the 11th of December, he was transferred to Washington, D.C., to the Bureau of Naval Personnel, and took as additional duty the Board of Awards and Decorations on the 9th of June 1945. When Woody's file landed on his desk, Haler had many medals and a distinguished career. As head of this board, Haler was the man responsible for anointing America's future heroes. Chapter 27, Receiving the Medal of Honor, Section B. Haler and Woody's Medal of Honor. When a potential Medal of Honor recipient's file crossed Haler's desk, he had the power to award or deny him the medal. Haler was the gatekeeper for most of the Iwo Jima and Okinawa Marine and Navy Medals of Honor, 27 at Iwo Jima and 14 at Okinawa. Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher wrote of Haler in his role conducting his duties at the board as a flag officer of unusual intelligence and judgment who combines diligence with common sense. Admiral Arthur J. Hepburn stated, "The 4 citations for service in combat sufficiently attest to Haler's outstanding qualities of decision, judgment, and the ease with which he assumes and discharges his responsibilities of the highest order. His work on the General Board, of an entirely different nature, reflects these same qualities. He was the highest authority in the land for Navy, Marine, and Coast Guard servicemen in the summer of 1945 when it came to awarding medals, and he took his responsibilities seriously. Yet in the case of Woody's Medal of Honor recommendation, the absence of a recommendation from the Marine Corps Commandant is puzzling. The Commandant is required to make a recommendation before action by the Secretary of the Navy and the President. What seemed to be occurring was that some authority in Washington, D.C. wanted an answer about Woody's case quickly so the President would be prepared for the Medal of Honor ceremony taking place soon. On the 5th of September 1945, Secretary of the Navy Forrestal put pressure on Commandant Vandergrift, writing, "I should like to accumulate the cases of living Congressional Medal of Honor winners who have not yet received their medals, including Gregory Pappy Boynton, and have the President present 8 or 9 medals to Navy and Marine personnel toward the end of this month. Will you please ask your people to work on this basis?" On the 7th of September 1945, Forrestal informed Vandergrift that Truman had set aside the time to present medals of honor to those who have been awarded the medal but have not received it yet. He has been told specifically that Major Boynton will be in the group. The President requests that as many members of the families of the men be present as possible. He would like to have the Marine Corps band and would like an honor guard from the Navy. Feeling this pressure apparently coming directly from Truman, Secretary of the Navy Forrestal had his staff member, retired Lieutenant Commander Richard Wagner, make a direct request to Admiral Ernst King's aide and Flag Secretary, Captain Neil K. Dietrich, that Woody's case, along with 3 others, be expedited because, if approved, the President desires to have these men at the presentation on the 5th of October, and a considerable delay will be experienced in preparing the citations for his signature and in having the medals engraved if a further postponement is incurred. Under this political pressure, Forrestal was overly aggressive, writing the likes of the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Vandergrift, who still had not endorsed Woody's package, and Admiral King, the absolute very top of the United States Navy's chain of command, to push through Medal of Honor packages that had yet to gain the full chain of command endorsements and or evidence necessary to complete the review process. Apparently, Forrestal's campaign worked because after he wrote Fleet Admiral King's aide and Flag Secretary Dietrich on the 20th of September, King signed the final endorsement on the 21st of September for Woody, completing his case for the medal. Thus, Woody's Medal of Honor may have been the result of a desire by the White House to have more medals of honor awarded, or at the very least to have those who were expected to be awarded done without delay, causing errors to have been overlooked or worse, purposely ignored. According to documents obtained from the Harry S. Truman Library, the Secretary of the Navy sent by memorandum dated the 2nd October 1945 the 9 names of Medal of Honor candidates to the President recommending approval. Woody was among the 9. The President approved Woody's award on the 3rd of October. As United States Marine Corps Commandant General Krulak observed, at the end of the day, POTUS, President of the United States, wanted a bunch of medals to award, and he got what he wanted. So how do we interpret Forrestal's and Hayler's actions in disregarding Geiger's and Nimitz's concerns, and more importantly, Chambers' refusal to support his Marine and recommending Woody's Medal of Honor? We don't know for sure, but one curious interpretation is that the recommendation had reached Forrestal and Hayler, and there was urgency to decide on the award before a major ceremony involving the President. This was a big event in a president's life, with reporters, high-level brass, radio announcers, and dignitaries present. This was an event full of pomp and ceremony, starring the President with a strong supporting cast of Medal of Honor recipients. Chambers' son-in-law, Colonel Olson, wrote, "Besides the flag raising, the Marines needed heroes. They needed to demonstrate to the American people they could get the job done. I'm sure there was pressure to produce results meriting the medal. The Corps found its man, and I have to believe that Williams actually did merit the award. But the Corps maybe had no problem with the embellishment, and Howard did. He was a good leader, and I simply refuse to believe he would deny a Marine what was earned." Chambers did not want to deny Williams the award, but did not endorse statements that, by his silence, appeared to have caused him discomfort. Historian Roger Cirillo observes, "Chambers' silence is thunderous. He obviously had problems with the whole process." Another historian and former United States Marine Corps Judge Advocate General, JAG officer, Colonel Charles A. Jones, said it more dramatically. Geiger smelled a rat when he asked twice for the Chambers statement. Geiger was no dummy. After all, he made Commanding General, Fleet Marine Force Pacific, as a Lieutenant General. Have you ever seen a higher command endorsement asking for and not getting further useful information for a Medal of Honor case? Bizarre. Historian Colonel John T. Hoffman writes about going forward with Woody's Medal of Honor without Chambers' report, explaining, "Commanders were eager to finalize the senior awards for Iwo, if nothing else to get them done prior to the next big operation, if the invasion of Japan was still pending, or prior to everyone leaving the Corps, if the war was over by then." Then, too, Burrell's point about the Corps and everyone else wanting to find a justification for Iwo also may have played a role. In this case, getting the public to focus on the heroism and less on the casualties and whether the result was worth the cost. Hoffman echoed Colonel Olson's assessment of the politics behind the award, as apparently seen with General Vandergrift and Admiral King being pressured by the White House via Forrestal to approve more medals of honor than were possibly deserved. But in going forward, the men in authority did have to modify Woody's record, and the writers of Woody's official citation, possibly Hayler's board, found the numbers problematic and deleted the references to 7 destroyed pillboxes and 21 Japanese killed from the final draft because the evidence was unsubstantiated. Of the 17 Iwo Jima Medal of Honor cases reviewed, this was the most dramatic change in downgrading the evidence for any citation. In the end, no one could fully explain what Woody did. In contrast, Woody's friend Vernon Waters' citation notes his actions clearly. Namely, he destroyed 2 pillboxes with satchel charges and killed 3 charging soldiers by throwing a grenade at them. This report was concise and detailed without ambiguity. Everyone from Geiger, Nimitz, and Vandergrift to Forrestal never doubted anything Waters did. More importantly, these officials all endorsed his recommendation. Many performed acts like Waters and Woody. Private First Class Johnny Nosarzeski and Company K, 3rd Battalion, 21st Regiment, 3rd Mardiv was called a flamethrower extraordinaire by Dick Dashiell. None in the company was more rugged or gutty or nervy than Nosarzeski. He first flamed a 75mm cannon emplacement and its crew firing out of a high crevice to their front. He then crept to a mortar pit and took it out. The Nips had one less death dealer. Next, he incinerated a pillbox, killing some of the inhabitants, and in the process ran out of fuel. Throwing off his empty tanks, he took out his pistol and shot 2 surviving Japanese trying to escape and felled them all fatally. His file, like Waters, was clear and detailed about what he did. He received the Navy Cross, signed by Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger. Luckily for Woody, the record shows the absence of a statement or an unconditional endorsement from Geiger was overlooked. His case was not reviewed again. In addition to political reasons, perhaps Woody's case being pushed through resulted from the fact that some high-level officers wanted enlisted men recognized for their heroism, something not being done according to some generals. Lieutenant General Howland Matt Smith wrote all 3 Iwo divisions on the 15th of July 1945 requesting more medals be awarded to enlisted men to improve morale since he felt too many officers were getting recognized. Smith had put his fingers on a potential sore point for morale, and his administration may have also pushed Woody's file along. The 1953 edition of Navy and Marine Corps Awards Manual echoes Smith's view. A judicious use of decorations provides incentive to greater effort and builds morale. An injudicious use will destroy basic value. Promptness with which decorations are presented is an important morale factor. Napoleon said it another way: a soldier will fight long and hard for a bit of colored ribbon. Smith wanted to improve his community and build the esprit de corps, and awarding medals and decorations was one way to do so. In pursuit of awarding enlisted men and asking officers to quit writing awards for each other, maybe Beck took Smith's request to heart. At a reunion, one of his platoon leaders, Lieutenant Henning, took Beck aside and asked him why he did not put him in for a Medal of Honor for his actions on the 28th of February 1945 that only earned him a Silver Star. Henning had led his men against a defense that netted Beck's company a 47mm cannon and 6 25mm dual-purpose machine guns and killed a few dozen enemy. Beck countered that he had put Henning in for a Medal of Honor, but had received pressure to remove him from the list because there were too many officers getting awards, so he downgraded his medal. Henning was disappointed, but he returned from the reunion with a better understanding of why he did not receive a Medal of Honor, and he felt content that at least his commander had recommended him for it. Smith's encouragement to the 3rd Mardiv officers about awards was affected by politics. Maybe Smith's focus on enlisted men influenced Woody receiving the medal and dissuaded Beck from pushing harder for Henning. Marines were better at obtaining medals of honor for enlisted men than the Navy. For World War II actions, 37 of the 57 Medal of Honor awards for the Navy went to officers, whereas 52 of the 82 for the Marine Corps went to enlisted men. Soon after, the Navy Department of Awards and Decorations recommended that Woody receive a Medal of Honor on the 21st of September 1945. The favorable 8th endorsement came from Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet and Chief of Naval Operations, Fleet Admiral Ernst J. King, to Secretary of the Navy Forrestal, as already mentioned. After Hayler sent Woody's Medal of Honor recommendation to King, it was all but final. In the Medal of Honor cases reviewed, every recommendation reaching King received a favorable recommendation. Forrestal then approved these medals and recommended the President approve the Medal of Honor recommendations. The President or his designee is the Medal of Honor approval authority. Contrary to popular belief, the only role Congress had in the Medal of Honor process was to create the award's eligibility criteria by statute. The proper name is Medal of Honor, not Congressional Medal of Honor, which often is used. By adding the Congressional, people think Congress is involved in its award, and although Congress can aptly pressure to award Medals of Honor, it is uninvolved in the awards process of the classic Combat Medal of Honor, except on rare occasions. In the cases for Iwo adjudicated in 1945, King's was the last endorsement required for a Medal of Honor before it went to Forrestal and on to the President, which, once a case got that far, the President's signature was a formality, but it was indeed the final act in christening a Medal of Honor recipient. As a result, once King gave his endorsement for Woody's Medal of Honor on the 21st of September 1945, the men in Woody's chain of command were given explicit instructions to get the Marine to Washington quickly. On the 22nd of September 1945, Woody's approval for the Medal of Honor was clear for all to see, and he was to report to Washington by the 3rd of October. Now, what did Geiger and Nimitz and their boards think about all this happening without their approvals? Well, the record is silent on this point, but these men probably did not file a complaint or raise a fuss about Woody's Medal of Honor not having their endorsements because they did not want to upset their chain of command or embarrass the President, who now had given his seal of approval. By their silence, they let the issue go. While this bureaucratic paper-pushing transpired, Woody and his Marines trained for the invasion of Japan. At that time, if you were to ask me about the Medal of Honor, Woody claims, I wouldn't have had the foggiest idea what it was. The medal had no meaning to me at this time. I was just happy to be alive with my friends. However, when Dashiell interviewed him in May 1945, Woody claimed he was being considered for the medal. A few weeks before Woody's medal was approved, on the 15th of August, Woody, Dashiell, Naro, Schlager, Tripp, Tischler, Schwartz, Southwell, Henning, Withers, and others were called to formation to listen to an announcement. Over the loudspeaker, they were informed that Hirohito and his nation had surrendered. This became known as Victory over Japan Day, or VJ Day. The news reported a new weapon had helped this occur, but none of them knew about the atomic bombs. FDR's Manhattan Project had been kept such a closely guarded secret, even Vice President Harry Truman did not know about it until he was sworn in after Roosevelt's death. After Woody's formation was dismissed, many ran back to their tents, grabbed their rifles, and started shooting in the air. There would be no bloody Operation Downfall. The war was over. They were alive, had defeated Japan, and were going home. The abrupt surrender of Japan came more or less as a surprise. General of the Army Henry A. Hap Arnold, commander of the U.S. Army Air Forces, commented. Soon after the final surrender was signed on the 2nd of September aboard the USS Missouri, Fleet Admiral Nimitz sent a message to his fleets setting a different tone than what Japan had done during its time of victory. Nimitz, displaying his magnanimous character, wrote, However, the use of insulting epitaphs in connection with the Japanese as a race or as individuals does not now become the officers of the United States Navy. Officers in the Pacific Fleet will take steps to require of all personnel under their command a high standard of conduct in this matter. Neither familiarity nor abuse and vituperation should be permitted. General of the Army MacArthur had already set the tone for what Nimitz said when, while on the battleship USS Missouri on the 2nd of September, he declared to all those assembled, "We are gathered here, representatives of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored. The issues involving divergent ideals and ideologies have been determined on the battlefields of the world and hence are not for our discussion or our debate. Nor is it for us here to meet, representing as we do a majority of the peoples of the earth, in a spirit of distrust, malice, or hatred. But rather it is for us, both victors and vanquished, to rise to that higher dignity which alone benefits the sacred purposes we are about to serve, committing all our people unreservedly to faithful compliance with the understanding they are here formally to assume. It is my earnest hope, indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past, a world founded upon faith and understanding, a world dedicated to the dignity of man and the fulfillment of his most cherished wish for freedom, tolerance, and justice." MacArthur's declaration on behalf of peace and compassion was surprising to the Japanese, who viewed their enemies with fear and expected severe punishment for a nation that had lowered itself to the depths of disgrace by surrendering. Instead of MacArthur's gloating in victory and enjoying the shame he knew the Japanese must have felt, or declaring extreme reparations, he threw away those petty desires and held out a large olive branch of friendship and understanding, very different from the actions of most Japanese leaders, especially Sakai and Kuribayashi after they sacked Hong Kong in 1941. And unlike Sakai, Kuribayashi, and a large host of their fellow generals like Tojo, Matsui, and Yamashita, MacArthur did not unleash American soldiers to rape women and kill innocent citizens. For that matter, even had MacArthur issued an illegal order to do so, the U.S. Army would no doubt have countered such a declaration. Regardless, the American culture would have prevented its warriors from carrying out Nanking-like acts against women and children. By showing kindness to the vanquished, MacArthur indeed heaped coals of fire upon their heads. He established the goal of freedom, tolerance, and justice for the world that democratic and freedom-loving people should always embrace and support. Over the next few weeks, Woody and his comrades relaxed in their tents, played cards, listened to music, drank beer, and looked forward to returning home. They still had their duties, one of which for Woody was to burn heads, latrines in army speak, that were full and ensure new ones were blown into the coral rock to serve the tent city. But they would not invade Japan, and that made them happy, whether or not they had an unsavory duty. Around the middle of September, Woody's first sergeant, Hose Nose Elder, told him to get his khakis ready because he was going to see the 3rd Mardiv's commanding general, Major General Erskine, the next day. The first sergeant had no details about the summons, and Woody was confused. He pulled out his khaki uniform, which he had worn for inspection, pressed it, and made it presentable. The next morning, he put on his overseas cap and met a jeep at his tent for the drive to the general's headquarters, far from where Woody was bivouacked. Before he entered the general's office, a colonel, probably Erskine's chief of staff, Colonel Robert Bobby Hogaboom, briefed him on how to behave, hold his cover, a.k.a. hat, and address the general. "I was scared to death to meet the general," Woody said. "More scared than when I had met with the Japanese." After telling Woody to stand at ease, Erskine congratulated him, informing him he was to return to the States under sealed orders. "I can't tell you why, but it's something that will make you proud the rest of your life," Erskine said. Woody then left, and the colonel outside handed him a sealed envelope with his orders and told him that if he opened it before delivering them to his next duty station in D.C., it would be a court-martial offense. "He put the fear of God into me. I wouldn't have opened those orders if someone had put a gun to my head." Woody replied, "Yes, sir," took his orders, and left. Although some bureaucratic paper shuffling was ongoing for approval of Woody's medal, everyone assumed only formalities were needed. The time had come to get him back to the States to receive his Medal of Honor. By the 19th of September, Woody was officially a full-blooded sergeant with full title and responsibilities. Curiously, he was being moved toward Washington to receive his medal despite not having received a favorable recommendation by Geiger at the Fleet Marine Force Pacific Command and Nimitz at the Pacific Command or the Navy Department Board of Awards and Decorations. Woody returned to his tent, packed up his things, said goodbye to his buddies, and left for the airport. He remained there the entire day, awaiting a seat on one of the planes. When evening arrived, he radioed back to First Sergeant Elder that he had not left and had not eaten anything all day. Elder picked him up and returned him to his tent for the night. The next morning, on the 20th of September, he once again packed up everything and said goodbye, this time for the last time. The driver who drove him to the airport now had the colonel from Erkson's headquarters with him, probably Colonel Hogaboom again. Woody got the proper documents, and later that evening he boarded a C-47 headed to Hawaii via Johnston's Atoll. Woody had difficulty finding a transport plane because POWs released from Japanese camps had priority to fly home for medical treatment. Sadly, one of the POWs died in Japan before his plane left, opening a seat for Woody, the first aircraft he had ever been on. He took his seat in the cabin with the former POWs. These men had the most hollow cheeks you had ever seen. They were skeletons. Fisk Hanley, on our 2015 trip, weighed 96 pounds when he was liberated. However, Woody continued, they were the happiest people I'd ever been around in my life. Many should have naturally been between 150 to 180 pounds, but most weighed around 80 to 100 pounds. They looked horrible. The POW next to him said the Japanese hardly fed him anything, and he had to perform hard labor in a coal mine. He told Woody something he has never forgotten. You never know what freedom is until you've lost it. Now, sometimes Woody gives the same story when giving talks, but instead of a World War II POW, he says it was a Vietnam POW who survived 6 years under the Viet Cong. During the journey, they made one short stop at Johnson Atoll to refuel and then headed to Pearl Harbor. Due to passing the international date line, it was still 20th September when he arrived in the U.S. territory of Hawaii. While there, Woody waited on base for several days for a flight to the mainland. Going from round-the-clock training and combat to doing nothing was surreal. Due to a mistake, his orders were open and he was informed he was receiving the Medal of Honor. He claimed he had no idea what this medal was, why he had received it, or the import of it. He had his orders to go to Washington by the 3rd of October, and that was all that mattered. As a good Marine, Sergeant Woody Williams went where he was ordered. Eventually, he boarded a larger plane to the mainland on the 22nd of September 1945. The POWs were headed to Letterman Hospital in San Francisco, and Woody was headed to the White House. Woody landed in San Francisco on the 23rd of September and started to walk to the train station, but the shore police picked him up for not being in the proper uniform. After he explained himself, they took him to the Marine base in San Francisco and outfitted him in a dressier green uniform. He then boarded a train on the 23rd of September for Washington, D.C. Somewhere between Chicago and Washington, he had an unusual meeting. On this route was a man who enjoyed dressing up like a Confederate colonel and entertaining passengers with stories and jokes. He took a seat beside Woody, asking him about his story. We talked for a while, and I told him how I wish I could see my family before going to Washington. As it was, I was going to arrive on the 29th, and that was several days before I had to report. I explained I hadn't been home in 2.5 years. The colonel, quote-unquote, excused himself, and a few minutes later returned with the conductor. The conductor explained they would not be going through West Virginia, but that he could slow down at Connellsville, Pennsylvania, and allow him to jump off at the platform. This was close to Morgantown, and then from there Woody could find a bus or hitchhike to Fairmont and get home. "I can slow the train down to about 3 miles an hour and allow you to jump off. Can you do that?" Woody said, "Absolutely." A few days later, Woody grabbed his duffel bag and around 4 o'clock in the morning jumped off at Connellsville. Woody found a night watchman on duty and asked if there was a restaurant open. He replied no, but that there was a USO in town open for servicemen. Woody went to the office and got a cup of coffee and a sandwich. The lady on duty heard his story and told him if he wanted, she could drive him to Morgantown, West Virginia, when she got off work at 0600 that morning. Grateful, Woody waited until morning in the sleepy little town of Connellsville, eager to see his girlfriend and family. That morning, the woman dropped him off in Morgantown, and Woody boarded the 7 a.m. bus headed toward Fairmont on State Route 73. While aboard the bus, Woody told the driver his story and asked if he could stop near his girlfriend's house along the highway at Meadowdale. The driver agreed, and when he neared her town, he pulled over and let Woody out. Woody walked the familiar roads he had so often walked a few years earlier. His heart started to beat against his chest with such force he not only felt it inside his rib cage, but also could hear it. Horrible thoughts of combat flooded back through his mind, but he finally was coming home to the person who he felt had helped him survive. Thoughts of kissing, holding, and seeing her filled his heart. Sometimes his gait turned into a speed walk, and he could not wait to see her home on the hill as he left the valley highway behind. Approaching the house, a silly grin spread across his face. He had made it home, safe and sound. He knocked on the door. Ruby opened it. Her eyes opened wide. She covered her mouth with her hands and joyfully yelled, "Woody!" She then jumped into my arms and kissed me. Everyone was shocked and elated to see Woody. It was 28th of September, 1945. He had returned to the woman who was foremost on his mind during the war and who was one of the main reasons he had survived. He was back in the arms of my angel, he said. The next day, he borrowed his soon-to-be father-in-law's car and drove to Quietdale to see his mother. The task of running the dairy farm without her boys was too much, and she had sold it. She moved nearby where she found work to support herself. Her ability to write was limited, so she did not send many letters, but Woody had written her frequently. She had received 2 telegrams notifying her 2 sons had suffered battle wounds. Due to the censors, the boys could not write about what had happened, so she was never sure where her sons were, what they were doing, or what the state of their health was. This lack of information took a toll on her well-being. Naturally, when she saw Woody safely home, she was excited beyond belief. The Marine Corps' Commandant's office requested Woody send a list of attendees for his medal ceremony. In a telegram from the 30th of September 1945, the Williams family notified General Vandergrift's office that Woody's mother, Lorena, and fiancée, Ruby, would attend the White House ceremony. Regardless of what Woody believed then about only calling Ruby his girlfriend, because fiancée was not a term he felt comfortable using, his womenfolk had other ideas. In a 2014 interview, he thought he might be going to D.C. for a Purple Heart, but in light of all the Purple Hearts he had witnessed awarded and the activity surrounding his transit to D.C., the Purple Heart was one of the most unlikely medals to be awarded by Truman. Sometimes Woody's statements defy logic. On the 2nd of October, Woody boarded a train for D.C. with his mother and fiancée, and the next day reported to the Commandant's office. He was assigned a sergeant who instructed him on etiquette for the medal ceremony. Soon thereafter, a major appeared to escort Woody and 10 other Marines slated to receive the Medal of Honor. On the 4th, the major helped the Marines get their uniforms in order, briefing them on the protocol for meeting their commander-in-chief, the President. Woody recalls, "There have only been 2 times I've been literally nearly scared to death. One time when I almost crashed a truck going over 100 miles per hour downhill, and meeting the President. I was shaking in my shoes." The next day, with uniforms pressed and brass and shoes polished, His group of 11 Marines, 2 corpsmen, and 1 naval officer proceeded to the White House. Woody said, "Going to the White House to meet Truman, I was with other Iwo Jima Marines, Private First Class Jacqueline H. Lucas, Sergeant William G. Harrell, Private First Class Douglas T. Jacobson, and Captain Joseph J. McCarthy. We were all in the same hotel with our families and getting ready. I had no idea what was going on. On the 5th of October, we formed up near 2 Marine Corps platoons and 2 Navy platoons, and were seated outside of the White House. Photographers and the press were everywhere. After a man's Medal of Honor citation was read aloud, he approached Truman, who placed the medal around the man's neck. Some were seriously wounded. Harrell, for example, had lost both hands due to grenade blast. First, one grenade tore off his left hand. With his remaining hand, he killed 2 attacking Japanese. After killing the last Japanese, he tried to throw a second grenade away with his right hand, but he was unable to get it off quickly enough, and it exploded. Before he lost his hands, he had killed 5 Japanese and had remained at his post, protecting his comrades. Woody said, "I couldn't believe this man and his bravery. He had no hands, but he was just happy to be alive and off that island." When he received his medal from Truman, Harrell proudly walked up, wearing 2 metal hooks where his hands had been. Woody was in the company of extraordinary men that day. They went alphabetically, so Woody was one of the last ones to be honored. Woody's turn finally came up, and Vice Admiral Louis E. Denfeld read his citation as follows. It was the first time Woody had heard it. "For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity, at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty, as Demolition Sergeant serving with the 21st Marines, 3rd Marine Division, in action against enemy Japanese forces on Iwo Jima, Volcano Islands, on the 23rd of February, 1945. Quick to volunteer his services when our tanks were maneuvering vainly to open a lane for the infantry through the network of reinforced concrete pillboxes, buried mines, and black volcanic sands. Corporal Williams daringly went forward alone to attempt the reduction of devastating machine gun fire from the unyielding positions. Covered only by 4 riflemen, he fought desperately for 4 hours under terrific enemy small arms fire, and repeatedly returned to his own lines to prepare demolition charges and obtain service flamethrowers, struggling back frequently to the rear of hostile emplacements to wipe out one position after another. On one occasion, he daringly mounted a pillbox to insert the nozzle of his flamethrower through the air vent, killing the occupants and silencing the gun. On another, he grimly charged enemy riflemen who attempted to stop him with bayonets and destroyed them with a burst of flame from his weapon. His unyielding determination and extraordinary heroism in the face of ruthless enemy resistance were directly instrumental in neutralizing one of the most fanatically defended Japanese strong positions encountered by his regiment, and aided vitally in enabling his company to reach its objective. Corporal Williams' aggressive fighting spirit and valiant devotion to duty throughout this fiercely contested action sustain and enhance the highest traditions of the U.S. Naval Service. Then they asked me to come up to get the medal put on me by the President. I had to walk on my toes, I was so nervous," Woody said. As Truman put the nation's highest award around Woody's neck, the man once possibly turned down by a recruiter because he was not tall enough now stood at attention, looking every bit the outstanding Marine NCO he was. Truman told Woody, "I would rather have this medal than be president." Truman had been a farm boy who enlisted in the Missouri National Guard in 1911, fought as an artillery officer during World War I, serving as a captain in the 129th Artillery, and served as a regimental commander in the reserves after the war, obtaining the rank of colonel. He could relate to these combat veterans he was now decorating. After he told Woody that he wanted the medal, too, for himself, Woody simply replied, "Thank you, sir," and sat back down. The brazen and confident 17-year-old Private First Class Lucas, upon hearing the same words of congratulations, replied, "I will trade you, Mr. President." After he made the Medal of Honor presentations, Truman said, "This is one of the pleasant duties of the President. These are the young men who represent us in our fighting forces. They said we were soft, that we would not fight, that we could not win. We were not a warlike nation. Well, we do not go to war for gain or for territory. We go to war for principles, and we produce young men like these. I think I told every one of them that I would rather have this medal than be president. We fought a good fight. We've won 2 great victories. We're facing another fight, and we must win the victory in that. That is a fight for a peaceful world, a fight so we won't have to maim the flower of our young men and bury them. Now let us go forward and win that fight, as we have won these other 2 victories, and this war will not have been in vain." Later that day, Woody had an audience with another Medal of Honor recipient, United States Marine Corps Commandant and General Alexander A. Vandergrift, who had earned the medal for services on Guadalcanal, as discussed earlier. His connection to Iwo was his son, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vandergrift, Jr., who was injured in both legs while there. He was also tied to the island because he believed its seizure contributed to his promotion in April to full general, as the first 4-star general in the United States Marine Corps. The Commandant met privately with each Marine who had just received the medal. Woody later learned the General had prepared different remarks for each honoree. Reporting to him, Woody commented, was like reporting to God. While Woody was in his office, the Commandant, with no hand gestures and with a stern look, remarked, "That medal doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all those Marines who'll never come home and paid the ultimate price. It's an honor to have it. Don't do anything to tarnish that medal." Woody agreed. "I'm just a caretaker of that medal." When he wears the medal, he thinks of the Marines, possibly Charles Fisher and Warren Bornholtz, who died protecting him. Out of the 27 medals of honor from Iwo Jima, Woody seems to stand out somewhat because his action was part of a larger action by his platoon leader, Lieutenant Chambers, in destroying almost 36 emplacements. These actions ultimately broke the elaborate and unyielding defense encountered by Woody's and Chambers' regiment north of the 1st Airfield, allowing the Marines to surge forward. Therefore, Woody's actions that earned the medal seem to have had larger operational significance than many Iwo medals because his actions helped his officers push forward to fulfill their mission of breaking the defense ahead of the 21st Marines' lines. This observation takes nothing away from the heroism displayed by other Medal of Honor recipients. A number received posthumous medals for sacrificing their lives by jumping on grenades to save their buddies, like Don Rule. 7 earned the medal on Iwo this way. 17-year-old Jack Lucas was the only Medal of Honor recipient to survive such a heroic act. Others fought through pain, exhaustion, and hardship, defending their comrades. Woody exposed himself to great danger to accomplish his mission and helped save many, pushing the battle forward and opening the front, enabling his regiment to use its tanks. A few of the 27 Medal of Honor recipients had equal or greater effect on the battle than Woody. Like Woody, Sergeant Darrell Cole and Corporal Tony Stein destroyed several pillboxes and killed many Japanese, which allowed pinned-down Marines to move off the beach. Sadly, soon after they performed their heroic acts, they were killed. In contrast to Cole, Stein, and Woody's Medal of Honor actions, one Marine's actions may have had a greater impact than theirs. Private First Class Douglas Jacobson of the 3rd Battalion, 23rd Marines, 4th Mardiv, single-handedly took out a 20mm gun crew, 2 machine gun positions, a tank, 2 pillboxes, and a blockhouse. Jacobson killed 75 Japanese around Hill 382 as the Marines pushed through the island's middle. He simply went berserk. He did for the middle section of the battle what Woody did for the southern section and what Cole and Stein did on the beaches. He got the Marines moving by taking out strong defensive positions. a panel of top newspapermen and combat veterans named Jacobson the most outstanding living enlisted World War II Marine and one whose deeds most resemble the exploits of the most famous hero of World War I, Medal of Honor recipient Sergeant Alvin York. After receiving the Medal of Honor, Woody and the other medal recipients participated in a parade in the streets of D.C. and then returned to their hotel and celebrated. Many enjoyed a few drinks, especially the teenager Lucas. He had turned 17 on Iwo, actually. When asked if Woody stayed with his fiancée that night, he said absolutely not. My mother would have jerked me into 19 kinks if I'd tried that, Woody laughed, shaking his head. The next morning, Woody returned home for 10 days of leave. Back home, he was treated to a rousing homecoming by the residents of Fairmont and Marion counties. There was a welcome parade with the State Guard mustered and the entire complement of the Legionnaires of Fairmont Post 17 marching in review. West Virginia Senator C. Howard Hardesty addressed those in attendance, and there were several parties held in Woody's honor, from the police ball to the Chamber of Commerce dinner to special meetings at the Lions Club. Back on Guam, his buddies named the firing range for him. He became a celebrity overnight. His best friend from boot camp, Ellery B. Bud Crabb, said he and others who knew Woody were excited, and the news spread through the company that one of theirs got the medal. Bud continued, I was so proud of him for receiving the Medal of Honor. I didn't think many who got the medal survived, but Woody did. Woody was a man many wanted to be around. Moreover, he was now someone not only the Marine Corps was honored to call its own, but also someone the nation took great pride in having as a hero. As his buddies on Guam gave toast to Woody and regaled each other with his exploits, they settled down and waited to go home. Woody's regimental diary noted there was no plans and orders from their superior. Their unit had to make no principal movements, and there were no combat operations in their futures. The Marines were done with the war, and military training has been reduced to a minimum. To illustrate how young these boys were, the only thing the regiment was doing differently at that time was to enact an educational program which offers courses on pre-elementary, grammar school, high school, and college levels. The command was going to get these boys educated and ready to integrate back into civilian life. Erickson seemed to be the first Marine general officer to take a survey within the division to see who could teach school. I felt very strongly that any man who joined the Marine Corps, and particularly if he served in my command, should go home and be better qualified civilian than the people who'd stayed home. And I was determined to give them an opportunity to do this. So I thought one way to do it was to start schools, all kinds of schools. The first idea being to get these young fellows' minds back on studying, and then to do everything we could to give him credit for any studies that he did while he was out in the Pacific. That is, academic credit. Erickson did his best to arm his men with tools they needed to be successful in life, in the world of ideas and in business, after being full-time killing machines. In 1969, Erickson recalled he had over 6,000 men going to school daily. In fact, Erickson's memory seemed to be off, since his newspaper reported in October 1945 that actually 8,365 had enrolled in 181 optional classes that had been established. The course on how to be an auto mechanic attracted the largest enrollment of Woody's 21st Regiment, with 118 in the class. Such a caring attitude and such an intelligent decision were testaments to Erickson's leadership, and his focus helped many continue their education through the GI Bill or by putting themselves through school. Dick Dashiell became an instructor of English. He was surprised by how little schooling many had, writing, "Christ! Some of them hadn't gone past the 4th grade. Some even didn't know you began a sentence with a capital letter. And here they had been, putting their lives on the line for a country that had left them illiterate." Erickson was doing his best to change that, using talented teachers like Dashiell. In addition to their educational pursuits, the division organized a jazz band, an orchestra, a theater, and a movie hall that showcased weekly performances. Practically every company had a baseball team, and the men competed and kept records for the league, noting in October that Woody's C Company had made the first triple play since the liberation of the island the previous year in November. At the end of the season, they even had an all-star game between the 3rd Mardiv and the Navy Seabees. The Marines won. Also, a boxing federation with the various classes of lightweight to heavyweight sprang up, with every unit putting up their best ringmen, and numerous fights were held throughout the week. The 3rd Mardiv's newspaper bragged that in the heavyweight class, their quote-unquote colored boxer, Riggs, was the toughest and held the title. And large swim parties were organized at Tumon Bay, splitting up the days between the various regiments and service battalions. It became a pseudo-water park with organized bus transportation. It was like the division transformed itself into a full-time college with academic courses, performing arts, leisure activities, and sport teams. On the 6th of October, the division's newspaper recognized Woody, writing, "Corporal Herschel Williams flew to Washington late last month. 'Tis rumored he will receive a certain medal there soon." While Woody's comrades conducted their studies and extracurricular activities on Guam, he and Ruby were married on the 17th of October at her home in a ceremony ministered by her uncle, Reverend Thomas Grafton, Tom Meredith, who plighted their troth and made their vows. With Woody on leave, but on active duty, there was neither the time nor the money for the couple to take an extended honeymoon. After the wedding, they spent a few nights at the Hotel Hill in Oak Hill, West Virginia, followed by Woody returning to duty in Washington, D.C. Back on base, a sergeant major tried to persuade Woody to remain on active duty. The fact a sergeant major took an interest in persuading Woody to make a career in the Marines is one more indication of Woody's high status. Woody considered the offer and responded he would serve only if he could have duty that stationed him at the same base for 3 years. He wanted to be with Ruby and start a family. The sergeant major could not guarantee such duty, so Woody was released from active duty on the 6th of November 1945 at the Naval Training Center, Bainbridge, Maryland. He had spent a total of 1 year, 9 months, and 20 days deployed with the Marine Corps. After leaving the Corps, he took a few weeks just to relax and enjoy his new bride. It was the first time in a long time he could sleep in and not be bound by military routine. When Thanksgiving rolled around, Woody and his new family got ready for the tradition in the West Virginia hills that many families observed, slaughtering a hog. For years his family had actually killed 2 to feed everyone, and they ate everything from the skin to the organs to the tail, which, in Woody's opinion, was the best part. He considered it a delicacy. Since Woody was a combat-hardened Marine and an expert with a rifle, his new family gave him the .22 caliber rifle to shoot the hog. So Woody took the rifle, and family members pushed the hog out of the pen, down a chute from the barn for Woody to kill. Woody took aim at the hog between the eyes, fired, and waited for the pig to fall over dead. Instead, the hog squealed, turned tail, and went back into the barn. The family members made fun of the tough Marine with bad aim, but Woody swore to them that he had hit it right between the eyes, thinking to himself that he had hit targets from 100 yards out in the service. It was impossible to miss a hog from a few feet away. The family members once again corralled the hog down the chute, and the pig came back towards Woody, and the tough Marine once again raised the rifle, took special care this time to aim right for the place between the eyes, and fired. "Eee!" squealed the pig, and it ran back into the barn. The family really started ribbing the Marine with the Medal of Honor who couldn't even shoot a defenseless pig. And besides that, at the rate they were going to go hungry too. The next time they brought the pig out, Woody took his rifle and basically fired the shot right behind the ear, making sure he missed all the bones of the head. With that shot, the pig rolled over and died. He noticed 2 bullet holes in the head, but was puzzled why they obviously had done nothing to the animal. Later, as they gutted and slaughtered the hog, they found that it had a double skull mutation. As soon as those bullets penetrated the first skull, the second one had stopped the bullets. Woody was thankful for the excuse. Later that day, they all sat down to a feast, and Woody started to blend into his new family, with Ruby by his side. He was happier than he had ever been in his life. Woody saw a future of some promise with a wonderful woman on his shoulder and having ended his World War II career with honor. It was still early to say whether or not the Medal of Honor would help him in civilian life. For many, it would serve as a huge cross they had to bear, under which many would fall while bearing its weight. Hopefully, something like that would not happen to Woody. Chapter 28, Observations about Military Awards and Woody's Medal of Honor. Section A. Pride goeth before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16, verse 18. When the legend becomes fact, print the legend. From the movie The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. The Bible says, "The truth will set you free," Woody said. That's because when it's the truth, it just is. You don't have to remember what you said. 1/4 of Marines who died during World War II did so on Iwo Jima. More medals for valor were awarded during this engagement than in any other U.S. battle. In addition to the 27 Medals of Honor, 30% of all those from World War II for Marines, there were 186 Navy Crosses, 17% of all those for World War II, 6 Distinguished Service Medals, and 892 Silver Stars, 20% of all those awarded to Marines for World War II. Only 82 Marines received Medals of Honor during the Second World War. Woody claims that for every Medal of Honor given, there should have been dramatically more awarded to others who did not have the witnesses to document their deeds. Medal of Honor recipient Wilson Watson echoed Woody, remarking, "There were probably 100 Marines there that day, the day he earned the Medal of Honor, that deserved this medal more than me, but the right people did not see them." In this conflict, 22 Medals of Honor were awarded to Marines and 5 to Navy personnel. 4 were Navy Medical Corpsmen embedded with combat units, accounting for 15% of the medals, although only numbering 3% of the force. To Woody and other Marines, corpsmen, called docs, who risked their lives to treat the wounded, were considered really Marines. Most actions deserving the medal happen instantaneously. A person might jump on a grenade to shield his comrades, or throw one away to save a wounded man in a crater. Actions that earned Woody a medal occurred over 4 hours. There was plenty of time for numerous people to see different aspects of his deeds. Acts that go on for hours have more opportunity to be witnessed, whereas spur-of-the-moment acts of heroism often go unnoticed. In general, the 22 Medals of Honor given to Marines at Iwo reflect the brave deeds numerous men performed to take the island. Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific, Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, said of Marines at Iwo Jima that uncommon valor was a common virtue. After Iwo, Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, the civilian cabinet official in charge of the Navy and the Marines, said, "I can never again see a U.S. Marine without feeling reverence." Beginning this study, I had a high appreciation for Medal of Honor recipients and for what the medal represents. Although I still do, I have been surprised by the arbitrariness and subjectivity of the process of receiving the medal. Using Woody's accomplishments as a benchmark, many should have received the medal, but they did not because no one put them in for it and/or witnessed what they did. Using Woody's achievements as criteria, hundreds should have received the medal from Iwo. One must remember that the Japanese had 5,000 emplacements, pillboxes, bunkers, and reinforced cave entrances. In that environment, and with 22,000 Japanese on the island, killing many enemy combatants and destroying fortifications was common. Many have received a lesser medal than perhaps they deserved. Should Chambers have received the medal rather than the Silver Star for taking out 32 enemy positions and killing untold number of enemy with his depleted unit? Using this logic, should Woody have received the Silver Star instead of the medal, since he was one piece of Chambers' chessboard to break through the defense? Maybe Chambers did not receive the Medal of Honor because he did not do something extraordinary personally. Skillfully leading his unit in heroic acts was not considered adequate, although the Navy often violated this requirement during World War II. John T. Hoffman offers an insightful explanation differentiating Chambers and Woody. I can probably easily explain why Woody got a Medal of Honor for something that was part of the action that led to Chambers getting a Silver Star. Woody personally exposed himself multiple times to personally take out enemy fortifications. Chambers was likely very exposed with his men, but wasn't personally carrying a flamethrower or tossing a satchel charge into an embrasure. He gets credit for leading his unit in a difficult and successful assault, but doesn't necessarily rate the same award as men who served under him and performed very particular feats of heroism. I know, the opposite of how Vandergriff and Edson got high medals, but their rank was part of the calculus. As I said, the whole system is very subjective, so it's not even possible to rationalize why one person gets a medal and another doesn't. Should both Chambers and Woody have received the medal? For instance, in a 2.5-hour firefight, Army Private Cleto Chico Rodriguez, a Mexican kid from Texas, and Army Private John Reese, a Cherokee Indian from Oklahoma, killed 82 Japanese, captured a 20mm cannon, and disrupted a skillful enemy defense at Paco Railroad Station in the Philippines on the 7th of February, 1945. Reese would ultimately die in the action, taking a bullet to the forehead. For their heroic combat and bravery, they both received the medal. However, military leadership was not as generous with the Chambers-Woody team. The reality is that the Medal of Honor is not and cannot be based on points, such as how many fortifications one destroys or how many of the enemy he kills. Certain actions, however, seem to ensure a Medal of Honor will be awarded if properly reported. For example, covering a grenade to protect one's comrades almost always resulted in a Medal of Honor when recommended. And it did not necessarily have to be covering a grenade. Any action that resulted in someone's death while he was protecting or saving his comrades, again when properly documented, earned one a medal, and often the Medal of Honor. By way of illustration, Gunnery Sergeant Fred Stockham in World War I, during a gas attack while fighting the Germans in 1918, took off his gas mask and put it on a wounded Marine nearby, and heedless of his own safety, continued to help his men nearby before collapsing. He died a few days later in a field hospital and received the Medal of Honor posthumously. Other Allied and Axis militaries awarded similar medals for such heroics. When the British fought the 23rd Army, where Kuribayashi served at Hong Kong in 1941, Canadian Company Sergeant Major John Robert Osborne felled a few enemy with his bayonet and then threw several enemy grenades back at the Japanese away from his fellow soldiers. When he noticed one that could not be grabbed and thrown, he jumped on it to save comrades nearby. He received the Victorian Cross, the British Medal of Honor equivalent. 182 of these medals were awarded to 181 recipients in World War II, and 85 were done posthumously. Wehrmacht Lieutenant Colonel Walter Hollander led his Sturmregiment, Storm or Assault Regiment 195, south of Orel near Dmitrovsky on the 5th and 6th July 1943, 6 kilometers deep into a heavily defended Russian position during the largest tank battle of World War II at Kursk, known as Operation Zitadel or Citadel. involving 8,000 tanks and 2.5 million men, 25 times bigger than Iwo Jima. Leading his men in the front lines, Hollander and his regiment broke the enemy's resistance in his sector, one of the few successes Germans had in this northern zone of the conflict where Hollander was deployed. His regiment destroyed 21 Soviet tanks, numerous enemy positions, and killed hundreds of the Ivans. General Walter Model wrote that through Hollander's actions, he secured the Ninth Army's left flank and cut off the lines of supplies and replacements for the Soviets in his area of operations. The battle was basically a draw, and the Germans would later have to withdraw from many of the areas they had seized. Nonetheless, Hollander received the Ritterkreuz, the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, Ritterkreuz des Eisernen Kreuzes, the German equivalent of the Medal of Honor, on the 20th of July, 1943, for his bravery and leadership. 7,000 were awarded during the Third Reich. If Beck or Chambers or even Woody's regimental commander Withers had been in the Wehrmacht, under the criteria that helped Hollander receive his award, they all could have probably received the Ritterkreuz for their leadership and bravery on Iwo. So as one has read, the Medal of Honor is not unique to our military and comes from a long tradition in many militaries that want to award their brave warriors, whether they be a Jobun, Victoria Cross, Ritterkreuz, or Medal of Honor. Returning to the Medal of Honor, by the time a candidate's recommendation reached high levels of command, such as the Fleet Marine Force Pacific or the Pacific Fleet, scrutiny of the recommendation was likely to be minimal if the candidate died in performing the deeds for which he was nominated, or if he died later in battle after performing those deeds. The process, however, may take time, as in the case of Darrell Cole, who earned a posthumous Medal of Honor for actions on Iwo. His honorific recommendation was initially downgraded to a Navy Cross and then upgraded back to a Medal of Honor. Heroic acts combined with death in battle seem to help in upgrading an award too. For example is Tony Stein, who was initially recommended for a Navy Cross, but his killing of 20 Japanese, destroying several pillboxes, helping the wounded to safety, and then later dying leading men in battle caught the attention of a general officer who felt he warranted a higher medal. Stein, who earned a posthumous Medal of Honor, was unquestionably heroic. The day the Marines landed on Iwo was hell on earth. Marines could not get off the beach nor see the enemy. Locating positions Stein wanted to attack, he stood up in plain view, receiving fire. He accomplished assaults by lugging a Browning .30 caliber machine gun that had a tremendous rate of fire of 500 rounds per minute. He was a demolition specialist and had improvised this weapon himself. With help from others, Stein had salvaged a Browning machine gun from a crashed aircraft and modified it by fitting the gun with an M1 Garand buttstock, a bar bipod, a bar rear sight, and a fabricated trigger. When he fired it, men around could hear it above the roar of battle. They called it the Stinger. Carrying a Stinger, like the backpack Flamethrower, required courage. He was fearless, a comrade of Stein said. He didn't know the meaning of the word fear. The day Stein earned the Medal of Honor, he ran back to the beach to reload his Stinger 8 times with 100 rounds each time, either carrying back a wounded man or helping one to an aid station. To improve agility and to enhance visibility, he shed his boots and helmet. He helped get Marines moving off the beach and was a one-man wrecking crew. A week later, he was killed leading a patrol. During the review of the command's recommendation that Stein receive the Navy Cross posthumously, Major General James L. Underhill, a member of the Fleet Marine Force Pacific's Awards Board, believed a better description of Stein's action might upgrade the award. On the 17th of May, 1945, he wrote Stein's battalion commander, Colonel J.B. Butterfield, for more info. Eventually, a more detailed report was submitted and sent up the chain of command, and Lieutenant General Smith, Fleet Admiral Nimitz, General Vandergriff, Rear Admiral Haler, and Fleet Admiral King recommended approval of a Medal of Honor for Stein. Due to upgrading of the recommendations, Stein's Medal of Honor process had the most endorsements the study has uncovered, 15 compared to Woody's 8. While the medal process was under Smith's command at Fleet Marine Force Pacific, Smith was generous. In fact, Nimitz gave Smith in August 1944 free rein in giving all awards except the Medal of Honor on his own authority in the name of the President, and Smith exercised this privilege often. When it came to Medals of Honor, Smith tried to get his Marines as many as he could. After Geiger assumed command of the Fleet Marine Force Pacific in July 1945, he implemented a board of awards that employed a more stringent process of reviewing and documenting Medal of Honor recommendations compared to Smith's laissez-faire modus operandi. The opposite of what happened to Stein could also occur. A Medal of Honor recommendation could get downgraded. A few days after Woody's Medal of Honor exploits on Iwo, Captain Francis Fagan, also of the 3rd Mardiv, fought above the 2nd Airfield from the 25th to the 26th of February. Fagan and his men annihilated 150 Japanese and took out 30 fortifications. He led his men with absolute disregard for his own safety in a hand-to-hand assault of the enemy positions. He personally participated in destroying 3 pillboxes as he was going from platoon to platoon, coordinating the attack and inspiring his men. Although shot through the shoulder, he refused to leave the battle. Colonel Howard M. Kenyon, head of Ericsson's awards board, witnessed Fagan's leadership. When Fagan was on a stretcher and in pain from a gut shot that eventually killed him, he still reported the situation to Kenyon, to whom he had delegated command, and related his objective was nearly completed. His performance as a wounded man was definitely beyond the call of duty and contributed directly and immediately to the success of the U.S. forces. Thereafter, he was evacuated to the USS Rinsdale for medical treatment. 2 days later, he succumbed to his wounds and was buried at sea. According to Air Force officer and trauma surgeon Dr. Bryan Williams, Fagan probably suffered from multiple organ dysfunction syndrome and died while in a coma. In other words, after suffering his gut shots, defecation most likely leaked out into his body cavity, creating harmful bacteria colonies, deadly microorganisms that overwhelmed his system and shut down his organs due to sepsis. Within 24 to 36 hours, he probably fell into a septic shock, and then soon thereafter, after his immune system was overwhelmed, his body shut down and he died. Thousands of men perished this way during World War II, and according to Dr. Williams, that conflict ushered in a new approach to how surgeons treated patients with abdominal gunshot wounds. Learning how to treat the numerous cases during the Second World War has probably saved hundreds of thousands of lives in the post-war era. So on many levels, one can say, Fagan did not die in vain. Fagan was a strong-willed leader who inspired his men. One of his Marines, T. Fred Harvey, said of him, "He was the strongest and toughest Marine I ever knew. We feared and loved him." He also demonstrated leadership on Guam on the 28th of July, 1944, when he prevented his men from retreating against a 150-man Japanese attack. Fagan ran 150 yards along the front line through heavy enemy fire to the right flank, where, under intense fire and with screaming enemy only 15 yards away, he personally, and with utter disregard for his safety, stopped the withdrawal by rallying his men. His action alone prevented a breakthrough and repulsed the counterattack. And as one has just read, he also showed such bravery on Iwo. As a result, Kenyon prepared a Medal of Honor recommendation for Fagan and submitted it to Major General Ericsson for approval on the 19th of May, 1945. That same day, Ericsson recommended approval and sent his endorsement to Forrestal. 5th Amphibious Corps Commander, Major General Harry Schmidt, however, recommended Fagan for the Navy Cross. Schmidt gave no reason for the downgrade. Geiger agreed with Schmidt, recommending Fagan for the Navy Cross. Later, Nimitz' office agreed with Geiger. Vandergrift followed suit a few weeks later, like Nimitz's office. Rear Admiral Haler at the Navy Department of Awards and Decorations gathered the command endorsements, concluding, after a studied evaluation of the recommended posthumous award of the Medal of Honor to Fagan and a comparison with accounts of similar acts of heroism submitted to the board for consideration, the board concurs with the endorsements from Schmidt, Geiger, and Nimitz and recommends that the proposed Medal of Honor award be disapproved, and that in lieu thereof, Fagan be posthumously awarded a second Navy Cross. Fagan accomplished one of the most punishing days on the enemy a line officer had on Iwo, but it was not enough for a Medal of Honor. Let's not forget that Woody's platoon leader, Chambers, took more enemy emplacements than Fagan in one day and received a Silver Star. Because many were involved with the mission, the chain of command did not feel awarding the medal to one man of many was appropriate. In short, the leader of a collective effort did not necessarily warrant a Medal of Honor. Nonetheless, one would think Fagan deserved a Medal of Honor, especially when one knows Colonel Mike Edson at Guadalcanal received the medal for leading his battalion in a fashion similar to Fagan. After the war, several men did not like how Fagan was treated and tried to get the Navy Cross upgraded. Historian James Hallis supports this conclusion. Fagan unquestionably should have received a posthumous Medal of Honor for Iwo. But after a second review in 1947, the Navy Department's Board of Awards and Decorations concluded the board has reviewed Fagan's case and recommends no change. One Medal of Honor recommendation was upgraded for a Marine who survived Iwo, showing that death, although often helping in upgrading an award, was not always a requirement when receiving the medal. Moreover, in this case, numerous acts over days were documented, tipping the scale in this Marine's favor. Wilson Watson's case was similar to Tony Stein's. Initially, Watson was recommended for a Navy Cross, but the recommendation was upgraded to a Medal of Honor by 3rd Mardiv's Awards Board, whose senior member was Colonel Kenyon. Erickson agreed with the board and sent the recommendation to Geiger, and as he did with Woody's case, Geiger wanted more evidence and the two witness statements to be more specific. Initially, the witness statements were written in an epic narrative format, and this created doubt, according to Geiger, as to whether the men had witnessed Watson's acts firsthand. Later, they were rewritten using first-person language, which clarified the witnesses had observed Watson's heroics. The reports discuss Watson's actions over 3 days. On the 25th of February, he covered his squad by exposing himself to enemy fire and attacked some pillboxes. On the 26th of February, he assaulted another pillbox, suppressing its fire with his rifle while charging it. He tossed in a grenade and killed many. He then ran to the back of the bunker, waited for retreating Japanese to leave, and killed 2 who emerged. On the 27th of February, he had one of the biggest killing days of any Marine on Iwo. Rushing a hilltop, he caught dozens of enemy soldiers massing on the other side. Carrying a bandolier full of loaded magazines, he unleashed his fire, killing over 60 men. On the 2nd of March, he led his squad against fortified positions when he was hit by shrapnel and small arms fire and evacuated. Although Geiger had obtained new witness statements, they had not arrived in time for Haler, and again he declared Geiger's additional testimony unnecessary. Yet, unlike in Woody's case, Geiger's office eventually obtained the evidence requested for Watson. The path to a Medal of Honor is occasionally not straight, either up or lateral. Sometimes it is up, down, and then up again. Returning to Sergeant Darrell S. Cole, he was initially recommended for a Medal of Honor, but Rear Admiral Haler recommended it be downgraded to a Navy Cross. In this case, both Geiger and Nimitz, unlike with Woody, firmly endorsed Cole's Medal of Honor recommendation, but in the end, Hayler and his board exerted great influence. Cole had destroyed 3 pillboxes, and after eliminating the third, after 2 tries, he died as a result of wounds sustained during the action. A year later, in 1946, after his Medal of Honor had been downgraded, his file was reviewed again and upgraded back to a Medal of Honor, which was awarded posthumously to his widow, Margaret, on the 17th of April, 1947. There were similar back and forth for other Medal of Honor recipients, and one of these ordeals happened to Jack Lucas. Lucas covered 2 grenades and survived. Luckily, one of them did not go off. He was recommended for a Medal of Honor, but 5th Amphibious Corps Commander Major General Harry Schmidt recommended Lucas receive a Navy Cross. Hayler and the board ignored Schmidt's recommendation, although Geiger and Nimitz wanted more evidence for Lucas before they recommended approval of his Medal of Honor recommendation. And as with Woody, Hayler and his board ignored Geiger's and Nimitz's request for more evidence and recommended that Lucas's Medal of Honor recommendation be approved. One would think jumping on 2 grenades was such a selfless act that, with sufficient witnesses, which Lucas had, there would be no problem. Perhaps Schmidt, Geiger, and Nimitz were influenced by Lucas's advanced disciplinary record. He was listed as a deserter, and by the immaturity and unpredictability he had shown as a teenager. He was 17 years old. Nonetheless, his bravery was recognized with a Medal of Honor. Other men covering grenades did not receive Medals of Honor. Private First Class George Barlow of G Company, 2nd Battalion, 24th Marines, 4th Mardiv, jumped on a grenade for several comrades and died in the process and did not receive any medals. Private First Class Harry L. Jackson of K Company, 3rd Battalion, 21st Marines, jumped on a grenade to save 2 comrades, Harvey Ellis and Troy Gardner, and survived with horrible injuries and received the Silver Star, signed by Lieutenant General Hallen Mad Smith. According to the citation, he saved 3 comrades. Jacobson survived because he first placed his helmet over the grenade and then his body over the helmet. The explosion shattered his helmet and lifted Jackson into the air. He landed back to the earth in extreme pain. Jackson stood up and started hopping on his good leg and holding his right arm. His right kneecap had been blown off and his arm was shredded. Buddies rendered aid to Jackson while others nearby located the soldier who had thrown the grenade. He was in a crater 25 feet in front of the lines and they riddled him with bullets. Jackson lost his right leg at a field hospital, and later his right arm was amputated in the rear hospital, while the medical officers fought to save his right eye. The guillotine amputations took away his right arm just below the elbow and his left leg through the mid-thigh. There was no saving his left eye, and doctors would hollow out his orb and pack it full of gauze, unable to save his eyeball. They enucleated it. His vision in his right eye was also reduced. Private Robert C. Phillip, also the 21st Regiment, was in a crater aiding a wounded friend when a grenade landed amongst them. He could have easily leapt to safety, but in doing so his buddy would have died. Phillip moved as quickly as he could to remove the grenade near his comrade and tried to throw it away. He was too slow, and the grenade exploded, taking off parts of his hand. All 5 fingers would later be amputated, and sending fragments into his face and legs. His buddy remained safe from the discharge and survived. Philippe received the Navy Cross, signed by Lieutenant General Hallen Mad Smith. It may be difficult to understand the reasoning that Marines covering grenades were treated differently. Both Barlow and Rule jumped on grenades and died saving fellow Marines, but only Rule received the Medal of Honor. Perhaps Rule's previous actions, also mentioned in his citation of attacking and killing escaping Japanese from a bunker and rescuing a fallen comrade from the battlefield, led to his Medal of Honor. Geiger recommended approval for Rule without reservation. Rule's witness statements all match up with his captain's initial endorsement. Barlow, however, received nothing, despite the fact that his selfless act mirrored those of three other Medal of Honor recipients, William R. Caddy, James Dennis LaBelle, and William Walsh, who all covered grenades and saved the lives of their buddies with no further action mentioned in their citations, all which were for posthumous Medals of Honor. Barlow's comrade, John A. Snyder, gives telling commentary while pleading with the archives in 1994 to help Barlow get a medal. He was killed jumping on the grenade, but received no award for heroism, since I was the only battle survivor to tell the story. No officer put him up for an award, and there was a lack of witnesses for Barlow. Jack Lucas jumped on one grenade and then pulled another under his body to protect his comrades. As mentioned before, luckily only one went off. Although horribly injured, he kept both his arms and legs and survived. He saved 3 Marines and received the Medal of Honor. Jackson jumped on one grenade and lost an arm, a leg, and an eye, saving probably 3 Marines, and he received the Silver Star. Philippe tossed a live grenade away from a wounded comrade and lost his hand when he failed to throw it away soon enough. He saved his buddy's life. He received the Navy Cross. All 4 dealt with live grenades. They saved Marines' lives. They put their lives in danger when they could have sought cover themselves. They suffered horrible wounds or died. But all 4 received different awards or no awards at all. It is conceivable that the problem lay with the authorities, who were often over-hesitant to reward bravery that doesn't result in death, leading to the outcomes in the cases of Jackson and Philippe, but not the cases with Barlow and Lucas. During World War II, ambiguous regulations produced different outcomes in various commands. As a result, although jumping on a grenade increased one's chances of receiving the Medal of Honor, doing so was not a guarantee of a Medal of Honor. The U.S. military does not have criteria for earning its medals requiring that one has to commit specific acts to receive a certain medal. The military does have at least one number giving status. Shooting down 5 planes makes a pilot an ace, but that achievement does not ensure a medal. Legendary Chesty Puller received 5 Navy Crosses, and many believe he never received the Medal of Honor because of politics. Puller did rub many the wrong way, and some felt he butchered his troops in poorly executed frontal assaults and was dim-witted. In fact, if one reads about his exploits, it is clear that some actions were equally, if not more heroic than those of a lot of Medal of Honor recipients. Puller performed similar deeds to Edson, who did receive a Medal of Honor, and Puller's officers recommended him for a Medal of Honor. When some of Puller's other superiors, specifically Lieutenant General Vandergrift, learned of this recommendation, they were emphatically negative and prevented him from receiving the Medal of Honor. After the war in 1952, United States Marine Corps Colonel and Medal of Honor recipient Pappy Boyington solicited President Truman to get Puller a Medal of Honor, citing the reason he had not got one was due to politics and not due to a lack of merit. Boynton even claimed his Medal of Honor would not have been awarded to him had people not assumed the Japanese had killed him. I was never awarded a single decoration until after I was presumed dead and lost in action. He also took the opportunity to document that he should have received more medals than he did, but was denied them due to personalities working against him, writing, "During this time, according to the standards, I should have received 32 Air Medals, 15 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 3 Navy Crosses, and 2 Purple Hearts and a Silver Star from the Army Commanding General at Guadalcanal." Now, Boynton maybe warranted a few of these medals, but how in the world he thought he deserved more Navy Crosses and a Silver Star was purely subjective on his part and without evidence. Nonetheless, Truman pushed Boynton's request for Puller with the Marine Corps. However, Puller still never got a Medal of Honor, with the Commandant answering Truman The records of this headquarters show that Brigadier General Puller has never been recommended for the award of the Medal of Honor for his services in the Marine Corps. With that statement, the Corps hoped to put to rest a review of Puller's file for awarding him a Medal of Honor. But the Commandant had further explaining to do. Truman had apparently also inquired with the Corps as to why Boynton did not merit the list of awards he claimed he should have received. The Commandant then took 2 pages to explain many errors in Boynton's letter, with pointing out one of the most glaring ones. It will be noted that the recommendation for the Medal of Honor was submitted over 2 months prior to Colonel Boynton's capture by the Japanese. So the highest medal for valor was being processed for Boynton months before he was presumed dead. While both Puller and Boynton probably should have received more awards, not all acts of a military man will ever be fully documented. Although this medal process seems unfair and arbitrary, it does not mean one can dismiss the practice of giving medals. Puller, Boynton, Lucas, Rule, Jackson, Philippe, and Woody were all brave and performed heroic acts, and the medals, in general, reflect that behavior regardless whether their actions merited a lesser or higher award and are more medals. Analyzing Woody's Medal of Honor. Some events reported about Woody may have been exaggerated or duplicated. Notably, reports by Darrell Lefty Lee about Woody's exploits that are showcased in the National Museum of World War II and in the National Museum of the Pacific War are false. Lefty obviously fabricated the story about what he saw Woody do since he was on ship offshore of Iwo suffering from shell-shock combat fatigue on the 23rd of February, and not with Woody. At one time, even Woody believed Lefty's tales about his heroism and allowed Lefty to speak publicly about Woody's Medal of Honor acts from the 23rd of February everywhere they went, making Lefty's lies Woody's truth. Woody recommended Lefty be used for this book, and had Lefty's misinformation not been discovered, it would have been presented here. Perhaps most illuminating is the absence of a witness statement from Lefty attesting to what Woody did on the 23rd of February, although Lefty fabricated a document and passed it around. Why could Woody not have ascertained Lefty was not there by listening to his canards? When Lefty's falsehoods were brought to light, people expressed surprise, asking, "How could that be? Woody believed in him." Could Chambers, Schwartz, or Beck have been given misinformation from others like Lefty at the time statements were put together? These sources make it difficult to trust the different statements and to ferret out what truly happened. Although some of what was reported about Woody did occur, an accurate sequence of events was never given. If Woody is unable to remember most of what happened, then necessarily that lack of memory would include the details. John Bradley let people believe he was in the famous flag-raising picture on Mount Suribachi, including powerful figures in Hollywood and Washington, D.C. With this fame, many found his refusal to give interviews strange, but he had falsely represented that he had been in the photograph by remaining silent rather than setting the record straight. Corpsman Bradley earned the Navy Cross for saving men's lives, but after people started telling stories about him and his fame grew, he hid behind "no comment," quote-unquote, and Woody might be behaving similarly. Woody did admit some things reported about him might not be true. He acknowledges that memory sometimes does not intersect with truth, often saying about what happened to him, "They say I did so-and-so," or "I was told." Woody has said someone claimed he told Beck, "I'll try," when ordered to take out the pillbox, or that he killed 17 Japanese at the big pillbox. But when asked who told him, he cannot name informants. As he said in 1956, "I can't remember many exact details. Everything is kind of hazy." Beck might have assumed the 7 destroyed pillboxes Chambers identified were destroyed by Woody when they were not. Whatever Beck's convictions were, they were enough to get the ball rolling to award Woody the Medal of Honor. Medal of Honor standards are high among the services, but the Corps misidentified who the Iwo Jima flag raisers were 3 times. One of the most famous battlefield pictures in history, and it could have made a mistake about Woody. Although it had witnesses, pictures, and film documenting the flag raising, it still made slip-ups. Lieutenant General Geiger was worried about such mistakes with Woody's Medal of Honor, but Haler and his board did not agree and recommended to Forrestal, after receiving pressure from his office to make a favorable decision, that Woody's recommendation be approved. What type of mistakes could Geiger have suspected? Maybe Woody only used 7 flamethrowers on 2 to 3 pillboxes, and another flamethrower operator from a neighboring unit reduced the remaining 5. Beck was getting another demolition sergeant to attack the pillboxes when Woody, overhearing this conversation, volunteered his services. What happened with that other flamethrower? Beck would have deployed all the flamethrowers he could to destroy the 32 emplacements his 1st platoon under Chambers destroyed that day, and all 50 facing his company. What about his company's 2nd and 3rd platoons? What did they do? Could Woody have been bringing some of the flamethrowers to another operator? Veteran Don Graves stated, "Many of those pictures in the archive showing flamethrowers moving to the front are carrying those machines to the front to be used by others, not by themselves." Think about it. If you're carrying them hundreds of yards to the front and then using them at the front, you'd be exhausted. Was the other demolition man Private First Class Marquet Kenneth Cookson, who, like Woody, was attached to C Company and also volunteered his services? In destroying a large pillbox on the 9th of March, Cookson likewise crawled on his hands and knees and wriggled on his stomach to the top of the pillbox, then swung a satchel charge filled with 20 pounds of TNT into the aperture. Seconds later, a deafening explosion disintegrated the pillbox, killing an estimated 35 enemy soldiers. Cookson then obtained another satchel charge and belly crawled toward a cave full of enemy. Comrades in Charlie Company fired at the entrance, suppressing enemy fire. He then did a twist on the ground as he performed a side discus throw of the satchel charge into the cave opening and then scooted for safety. These explosives collapsed the cave with a loud detonation. Cookson had sealed the cave and, as a result, received the Silver Star for his actions this day, signed by Lieutenant General Howland Mad Smith. How many he killed with this second attack is not known, but it added to his prior 35 KIAs. Furthermore, since he did this on the 9th of March, he was likely active on the 23rd of February as well. In other words, in order for Chambers' men to have taken out the 32 pillboxes, there must have been numerous people with skills like those Woody possessed who were busy on the same front. After interviewing several of the key American leaders from the Pacific War, historian Philip A. Crowell and Jeter A. Isley from Princeton University wrote about a Marine demolition squad which Woody was a part of, explaining, "It contained 3 teams of 4 men each, plus the squad leader, but each of these teams had a separate function. The pinup team, with the general mission of bringing a large amount of fire to bear on a particular target, such as a pillbox or a cave, was heavily armed with the bazooka, 2 automatic rifles, and the gerund, while the Japanese were pinned up by the bazooka team, assisted by rifle assault squads. One or both of the other demolition teams would move in for the kill. One was equipped with 2 sections of Bangalore torpedoes and at least 4 heavy charges of explosives, while the other carried 2 Ronson flamethrowers, which in turn were covered by 2 protective riflemen." So as one can read here, these teams, which Woody was a part of, worked closely together to bring numerous different weapon systems to the battlefield when taking out entrenched enemy. Apparently, no one person ever took out a pillbox without significant help. In addition, when pillboxes were attacked in force, 2 flamethrowers were deployed. We know Beck actually had access to several flamethrowers on the 23rd of February, all of which contradicts Woody's claim that he was the last flamethrower in the company at that moment, since all the others had been killed or wounded, according to him. There were many chess pieces on the 23rd of February, and Woody was just one, and there is confusion about what he did. The problem could be memory, youth, misidentification, trauma, embellishment, or a combination of many of these factors that explain why Woody and his witnesses offered conflicting accounts which, in the end, troubled Geiger and other high-ranking officers. When Alexander Schlager read the Man's Magazine 1966 article written by Bill Francois, he told his son, Bill, Woody didn't do everything he says he did in that article. The platoon did a lot of what he's now trying to claim for himself. Echoing Crowell and Isley in the above quote about demolition squads, Schlager continues, he has a big head and he is full of himself. Schlager's younger brother Lawrence explained, my brother was more nuanced with me than with my nephew Bill, but he basically said after reading Francois' article, you know, many did not get the medals they deserved, and others got medals they shouldn't have gotten. Since the article is primarily about Woody, this is revealing commentary. When Schlager's son Bill was asked for more details, he said before his father died, his father wanted to set the record straight. Schlager claimed his commanding officer, Lieutenant Chambers, was an amazing leader, and that Woody took credit for taking out pillboxes his platoon destroyed with demolition charges, grenades, machine guns, and bazookas. This bothered Schlager for years, but he did not go public with this information because he did not want to tarnish the medal. Fellow flamethrower Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz was also disturbed by Woody's receipt of the Medal of Honor. When his son Eugene asked him about Woody's award, he dryly responded, I knew Herschel, i.e. Woody, but did not offer any details or words of praise. His son said it was an awkward conversation. It was obvious his father was ambivalent about Woody and his medal. Clearly my dad didn't want to explore the story with me. Basically, he said Woody was in his unit, and that was all. He was never one to speak ill of someone, so his silence spoke volumes about what his true feelings might be. During our trip to Iwo Jima, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in 2018, a Marine Corps Master Sergeant and former drill instructor, Keith A. Renstrom, after hearing Woody speak and being around him for a few days, echoed Rybakevitz and Schlager, simply saying, there's something not right with his story, and he's making things up. In numerous interviews throughout the years, Woody has told different versions of his story. For instance, although numerous accounts mention that Woody carried and used demolition charges, Woody has no memory of using them on the 23rd of February, and has tried to edit them out of this book. Even the final Medal of Honor citation says he prepped them, but he obviously disagrees with it. Today he claims there was never a bazooka in his unit when attacking the pillboxes. But in 1956 and 1966 articles, he claims there was one and gave elaborate and different details of its use. In 1956, he said, someone scored a hit through one of the portholes with a bazooka shell and the smoke curled out of the vent pipe, which they had camouflaged up the hill. I had my men throw all the fire they could at the box, and I managed to get up the hill to the pipe. There were 21 Japs in the pillbox, all burned to death. But in 1966, he reported the bazooka as written earlier in the book. I motioned for the bazooka man to fire around at the center pillbox. He did, and I could see it hit just below and to the left of the slit. Some of the white smoke from the explosion was sucked into the concrete opening, and I noticed a wisp of it curling out the center top of the pillbox. This told me that there was an opening of some kind on top, so I decided that our only chance was to work around and attack the center one from the rear. In Woody's interview in 1956, he reported someone operated the bazooka without his direction. But in 1966, he gave the order to the man to fire. And Woody had actually requested this bazooka man support him before the mission ever took place while speaking with Beck in the shell crater. In 1956, Woody reported the bazooka round went through the pillbox aperture. But in 1966, He reported it hit right below the slit and to the left. In the 1956 article, Woody marched right up to the top of the pillbox, which he has claimed in interviews for this book, but in his report from 1966, he mounted the pillbox from the rear. And in notes and letters to me from 2016 to 2017, Woody repeatedly claimed there was never a bazooka during his engagement with the pillboxes. Which report and which details should be believed? It was indeed part of Marine Corps training and doctrine to always have a bazooka man as part of demolition assault teams when taking out pillboxes and other fortified positions. So why would Woody want to deny this fact later in life after affirming it for the first 20 years after the war? Was it due to lapse of memory and old age, or a tendency to funnel all action to his experience? Was it also due to the fact that in Woody's early testimony, he had mounted a pillbox that had taken a direct hit from a bazooka in its main chamber and was thus possibly less dangerous to destroy, and now later in 1966, he wanted it to appear more dangerous, so now the bazooka round hit the outside of the bunker, leaving most of the Japanese inside alive and still able to fight. In Dashiell's 1945 interview, Woody claimed he killed 21 Japanese and took out 7 pillboxes. But in the article, speeches, and interviews seen for this study, Woody has no memory of how many he killed or how many pillboxes he took out, although he often mentions the 7 parenthetically and references other people having told him he killed 17 in the big pillbox. Further analysis is needed about the events on the 23rd of February. In Beck's report, Chambers pointed out 7 pillboxes. Beck ascertained secondhand that 21 dead Japs, quote-unquote, were in or around those pillboxes. Beck never claimed who saw Woody take out the pillboxes or documented who counted the dead. Since several Marines attacked those pillboxes, many probably helped kill those 21 combatants. Beck's claim of Woody killing 21 Japanese matches Woody's later assertion of the same to Dashiell. To our knowledge, Beck never had access to Dashiell's story. Woody never had access to Beck's report that cited Chambers' testimony until recently. Beck used the number 21, but did not claim to have counted that number of dead located in or just outside the pillboxes. Woody gave this figure to Dashiell in 1945 and to Lawless at the Charleston Gazette in 1956, although after Haler and the Navy Department's Award and Decorations Board endorsed Woody's Medal of Honor recommendation, they or someone in the chain of command for this decoration noticed the evidence did not prove this figure, and he, Haler, or they, the board, removed it from the citation. Until recently, Woody did not know someone in authority with knowledge of his case had removed the facts of 21 killed from his record. How did Woody count them during the Iwo chaos? When asked about this today, Woody alleges he would not have counted those he killed. After 1956, Woody has no memory of the 21. But from 1945 to 1956, he said he killed 21. Moreover, the only documents claiming first-hand knowledge of 7 pillboxes was Woody's statement to Dashiell that he accounted for 7 pillboxes, and his reflections reported to 21st Regimental Journalist Houlihan, both done in 1945. Chambers' depleted platoon of between 18 to 20 men, down from 42, had just taken out 32 emplacements. But did he actually sum up who took out which pillboxes after the battle? Did his men keep track? Chambers shot 2 Japanese dead with his pistol during this action. What if a pillbox went up in smoke right when he killed them? If so, he could not have witnessed who took out the pillbox at that moment. Reading Chambers' Silver Star citation, signed by Geiger, one knows he was busy taking these emplacements and killing dozens with his men that day. The counting must have happened after they reconsolidated their lines and tallied the pillboxes left in their wake of destruction. But how could Chambers have known who took out which one? During this counting, only Woody counted 7 for himself. None of his witnesses counted 7 for him. Reviewing several case studies of valorous decorations. In contrast to Woody, Medal of Honor recipient Sergeant Ross Franklin Gray's witness statements contain first-hand observations with thorough documentation that Gray, in the 4th Mardiv, took out 6 pillboxes with satchel charges and destroyed a machine gun and a small field piece. Later, 25 dead Japanese were counted in the first 2 pillboxes. Some of the places he blew up only had one entrance, so the dead were not counted, but one could guess he killed over 50 Japanese from reading the reports. None of the endorsements from Major General Clifton Cates, Major General Harry Schmidt, Lieutenant General Hallen Mad Smith, Rear Admiral Blandy, Fleet Admiral Nimitz, and General Vandergrift to Rear Admiral Haler had any problems with Gray's case, a case that had ample evidence with lengthy statements to support the initial recommendation documenting Gray's acts. They were consistent and clear. Something similar was stated for Woody at the beginning of his process, but was never proven like it was with Gray. Gray's smooth process of receiving a Medal of Honor illuminates several problems with the evidence supporting Woody's medal. After reading multiple Medal of Honor citations, though, it is clear the process is flawed. Still, at least we have an awards process to recognize bravery, and often the medals are deserving. It is just simply imperfect. Sometimes it takes years to receive an award. Navy Corpsman Francis J. Pierce was one of the lucky ones, since he only had to wait 3 years to receive his medal. Of all the Iwo Medals of Honor this study has explored, Pierce was one of the bravest men on not only Iwo, but also during World War II. His commander, Navy Lieutenant James D. Carter, wrote, "I have never seen before, nor do I ever hope to see again, such a display of courage and devotion to duty. Pierce defied death to rescue countless lives, kill Japanese, and point out enemy positions to attacking forces." Reading the 12 detailed witness statements collected for his Medal of Honor recommendation, one stands in awe with what this man did. He deliberately exposed himself in open terrain to enemy fire in order to distract the enemy's attention from the casualties and litter bearers. They describe his actions as suicidal. In the middle of the battlefield, Pierce suddenly appeared in the distance down the road carrying a wounded man on his back. Because of his burden, he was unable to run. Enemy bullets passed on all sides of him. Finally, he fell to his knees after having traversed about 200 yards, and we went to his aid, one of his witnesses said. After Pierce turned over this wounded man to Carter, his officer, and the stretcher bearers, he told me that there was one patient left and that he had to go get him out before the snipers killed him. I told him it would be suicide to attempt a rescue of this man and ordered Pierce to return to the aid station. All this time we were being fired upon. Without warning, Pierce suddenly jumped up and dashed toward the remaining casualties. About 15 minutes later, he came struggling down the road carrying the last wounded man on his back with bullets turning up earth all around him. Later, Pierce volunteered to lead a patrol to the snipers as he knew their exact location, and Marines eliminated the threat. On numerous occasions, he volunteered to rescue men under intense enemy fire, when company commanders ventured the suggestion that rescue was not to be attempted until things quieted down. He was completely fearless. Unlike Beck, Carter observed his man firsthand and wrote up a 3-page first-person narrative. Men serving with Pierce wrote, "As we were carrying 3 wounded out, Pierce stood up to draw the Jap fire his way, and at the same time he was firing back to cover up. Pierce spotted and shot one Jap who was not over 20 to 30 yards from us. It wasn't long before we ran out of ammunition, and then Pierce started giving first aid to the other 2 wounded, while the Japs were still firing upon him. Having treated the men properly, Pierce proceeded to carry the 2 men out of fire and into safety. It is my belief that men as brave and courageous as Pierce are rare." This statement, coming from Private Paul J. Newman, who served the entire 36 days on Iwo, spoke volumes for Pierce. Marine Captain Walter Ridlon described Pierce as an invaluable aide to my command, who always knew where different units were located. Although seriously wounded, Pierce refused to remove himself. He volunteered to lead more men with demolitions back to the area and neutralize the position they had just attacked. Because of the seriousness of his wounds, this request was refused. Private First Class Francis S. Brown wrote, "Pierce showed utmost courage and bravery throughout the campaign. I have seen him go into places pinned down by machine gun fire and mortar and administered first aid to casualties, then carry many of them to safety on his back when stretcher bearers were unable. He was an inspiration to all of us on the front lines because we knew that we had a corpsman on the job who would never let us down. I have seen this corpsman be on the go from sunrise to sunset, tending and evacuating the wounded." Another private, Stanley H. Nuttall, wrote, "I was with Pierce for 22 days on Iwo, and I have seen things done by him that I would never do. Twice I have witnessed Pierce carry a casualty in his arms where the terrain was too rough for more than one man to carry anyone. The first time I witnessed the incident, a mortar shell exploded about 20 feet from him, with the concussion almost knocking him down, but he still continued without fear." Unlike Woody's witnesses, Pierce had countless testimonies giving detailed, corroborative, first-hand evidence for his deeds. Pierce never bragged or was the source of information for his acts. Pierce was seemingly everywhere tending to wounded Marines and under all circumstances. Initially, his Medal of Honor was downgraded to a Navy Cross. Geiger again wanted more evidence, probably to link all his actions over several days. Pierce was also given a Silver Star in addition to this Navy Cross, breaking up his actions into 2 acts, but at least the acts were separated. Eventually, the Awards and Decorations Board reviewed Pierce's case, put his awards together, and upgraded them into a single decoration, a Medal of Honor. On the 26th of June, 1948, 3 years after Woody received his Medal of Honor, Pierce stood before Truman and received his Medal of Honor. At the time Pierce's Navy Cross was reconsidered and upgraded, another Navy Cross recipient was also being reconsidered. Captain Walter J. Ridlin from the 4th Mardiv, Pierce's commander. On the 21st of February on Iwo, when his platoon leaders and NCOs were wounded trying to take a position, Ridlin moved forward and attacked 2 bunkers alone. While doing so, he ordered a flamethrower to flame one bunker while he held the defenders of both bunkers at bay with grenades and a rifle. While the flamethrower sprayed fire into the bunker, he was put out of action, but the enemy position was destroyed. Ridlin continued the attack on the next bunker and was painfully wounded. Even so, he continued fighting and neutralized the second bunker. He then commanded his company to join him as he pushed forward and overtook the enemy area his men had just attacked. In review of his upgrade, although Secretary of the Navy Forstall believed Ridlin's case for a Medal of Honor appears to be the proper award, the Pacific Fleet Admiral Louis E. Denfeld and his board decided to keep it a Navy Cross. So unlike Pierce, Ridlin did not receive the upgrade, and his Navy Cross remained in force. World War II cases are continually being reviewed. During Bill Clinton's presidency, many Japanese Americans who fought in Europe in World War II were awarded Medals of Honor. The medals have been denied them during or after the war due to bigotry. Many of these Medal of Honors were presented due to political reasons, according to historian James Coram, and not because their military actions warranted them. Perhaps one of the most infamous politically motivated Medals of Honor was awarded to General Douglas MacArthur in 1942 after Roosevelt ordered him to leave the Philippines. General Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, admitted to the Secretary of War there is no specific act of MacArthur's to justify the award of the Medal of Honor under a literal interpretation of the statutes. Nonetheless, MacArthur still received the medal for services that he had rendered. Marshall felt he could help MacArthur's public image that had taken some criticism for losing the Philippines in 1942 by recognizing MacArthur's brave leadership fighting superior forces at Bataan and Corregidor. Moreover, in giving this award to MacArthur, Marshall showed he was more concerned about the prospect for Japanese propaganda to claim MacArthur abandoned his men. When Marshall tried to get a Medal of Honor for MacArthur's successor in the Philippines, Major General Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright IV, MacArthur, hypocritically one might add, blocked and prevented Wainwright from getting the medal. MacArthur was angry at Wainwright for surrendering the Philippines, although he fought and led his troops bravely until the end. MacArthur argued that Wainwright's actions did not warrant this great distinction, and it would be an injustice to others who had done far more. After the war, Wainwright received the Medal of Honor from President Truman after several other officers pushed his case forward. All the fighting and political maneuvering people did to get their Medals of Honor, especially when looking at MacArthur's, made General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander for the European Theater of War, turn away in disgust. After the successful landings in North Africa, Eisenhower was put in for a Medal of Honor. Eisenhower declined the medal, claiming he did so because he knew of a man who had received one for sitting in a hole in the ground, i.e., MacArthur. Another medal was given for actions never done or not meriting the award when Admiral Nimitz pinned the Navy Cross on submarine commander Lieutenant Commander John A. Scott for attacking the carriers Tayo and Chuyo. Although Nimitz and Scott knew the attacks had failed due to faulty torpedoes, they went along with the ceremony. They knew the assaults failed from the Secret Service info gathering network called Ultra, but the officers kept up pretenses to preserve the code breakers' secrecy and keep morale high for the sailors that their mission had been successful. Scott's citation has misinformation, but his tactics were worthy of commendation, even if their torpedoes were not. Other times, a higher award was not given, possibly due to a commander's jealousy for those under their command having a higher medal than their superior officer. Returning to Gunnery Sergeant Keith A. Renstrom's actions on Tinanin on the 24th and 25th of July, 1944, commanders in the field initially put him in for a Navy Cross. When looking at what he did, one could conclude his recommendation could have been upgraded for even a Medal of Honor had it indeed started as a Navy Cross endorsement. In short, leading from the front, Renstrom coordinated actions of his platoon and others nearby that destroyed 6 Japanese tanks and killed at least 100 Imperial Japanese Army soldiers. His platoon did not suffer one casualty. 2nd Platoon, F Company, 2nd Battalion, 25th Marines, 4th Mardiv. In his file, the Navy Cross recommendation apparently got downgraded to a Silver Star, and then the Silver Star was disproved on the 2nd of April, 1945. Eventually, Renstrom received some recognition and got a Bronze Star with V for his actions on Tinanin over 5 years later, on the 2nd of September, 1949. Apparently, some officer in his chain of command noticed the problem and eventually got him some consideration. In the meantime, he had already received a Bronze Star with V for actions on Iwo Jima from 4th Mardiv Commander Major General Cates. Later, Renstrom learned his battalion commander, Colonel Lewis C. Hudson, had blocked his medal for his Tinanin actions because, according to Renstrom and others, Hudson had no valorous awards himself at the time, somewhat similar to what MacArthur did to Wainwright mentioned above. At a 4th Mardiv reunion in Memphis in 1975, Renstrom confronted Hudson about his behavior. Hudson admitted he had blocked Renstrom's Navy Cross and then confessed he should not have done so and was too hard on many of his Marines. Renstrom, perplexed, said, "Colonel, the more medals that your battalion take makes you look a lot better as a leader." Hudson dropped his head and again admitted he had been too strict when awarding medals. Ironically, Hudson eventually received a Navy Cross for his actions on Iwo, which mirrored Renstrom's accomplishments on Tinanin. In the face of intense hostile fire, Colonel Hudson continuously exposed himself in the forward areas to encourage and direct his subordinates in the attack. By his personal example of fearlessness, he inspired his men to move forward in the attack. Hudson was willing to receive an award for reasons he was unwilling to give one. And has often been the case when enlistment men did the same thing as their officers, they usually, when reported properly, got a higher award. If this observation from this study is true, then Renstrom should have been considered for the Navy Cross and possibly even the Medal of Honor. And sometimes Medals of Honor were not awarded because the chain of command felt the person already had too many medals. United States Marine Corps First Sergeant Dan Daly, famously known for one time motivating his Marines to attack a German line by yelling, "Come on, you sons of bitches, do you want to live forever?" was up for a third Medal of Honor for actions against the Germans in June 1918. His command thought awarding Daly a third Medal of Honor was excessive, so it downgraded his Medal of Honor recommendation to a Navy Cross. Although he extinguished an ammunition dump fire, visited his front units under violent bombardment, neutralized the machine gun emplacement using grenades and a pistol, and rescued wounded under fire, his Medal of Honor recommendation was downgraded not because his actions were unworthy of a Medal of Honor, but because an Army officer in his command felt it excessive to award a man 3 Medals of Honor. So although Daly's bravery warranted consideration for another Medal of Honor, people above him could not tolerate so much recognition for just one man. And that U.S. Army officers were over this leatherneck also probably played a factor in him not receiving the medal again. In contrast to Daly's stellar record, if character or psychological stability played a role in receiving awards, some most likely would not or should not have received the Medal of Honor. By way of illustration, Jack Lucas might have been lucky he jumped on grenades and earned the Medal of Honor because he was in trouble. His career to that point was embarrassing, but how much could one expect from a teenager? First, he lied about his age and entered the Corps in 1942 at the age of 14 by falsifying documents from his birth date to his mother's affidavit. Then he tried to quit and leave the service in 1944. Even his officer wrote, "His mental development is so immature as to make him of little or no value to the Marine Corps for another year or two." Even with this damning critique, Vandergrift relayed down his chain of command that Lucas should finish out his enlistment and not be allowed to skirt his duty. The Corps decided to retain Lucas, although several wanted him discharged. But Lucas's troubles continued. By September 1944, he went AWOL, stole beer, and assaulted another serviceman with intent to do bodily harm, willfully, maliciously, and without justifiable cause. He spent a month in the brig for his crimes. On the 10th of January 1945, he deserted his post and became a stowaway on the USS Duel, carrying 5th Mardiv Marines earmarked for Iwo Jima. There was a fleet-wide wanted poster for Lucas with a reward of $50, as if it were the Wild West. Lucas explained, "I was dissatisfied with my duties as a helper to the company police sergeant. My only duties were to sweep out the recreation hall and police the recreation hall. My cousin Samuel Lucas, a member of the 5th Mardiv, was in port, and I came aboard to visit with him and found out that this was a good organization, so I decided to stow away until we were out at sea and then give myself up in the hopes that I would be allowed to become a member of this combat team and in some way avenge the death of my stepbrother who was killed in action aboard a destroyer in the Pacific. I'm an able-bodied Marine, joined the Marine Corps for combat duty, and not that of a gold brick." Remarkably, 5th Mardiv Commander Major General Keller Rocky requested that Helen Matt Smith allow him to take Lucas, noting Lucas would be disciplined. Lucas was therefore subsequently part of C Company, 1st Battalion, 26 Marines. Smith wrote Commandant Vandergrift saying Lucas's move into the 5th Mardiv was approved and the reward for Lucas's apprehension for desertion should be dismissed. However, by the time Smith's letter to Vandergrift had arrived, Lucas had already done his Medal of Honor heroics. Obviously, the Medal of Honor was given to men, not for their character, but for a brave act or acts they had performed. It is a testament to the honor of the medal's intent to reward extraordinary heroism without regard to character. Sometimes these men were not unruly like Lucas, but mentally sick. If the mental disorder was known, this makes one wonder why they received the award, or if unknown, what would have happened had his superiors known beforehand. Weeks after Truman tied the Medal of Honor around Private First Class Franklin E. Sigler's neck, Sigler was admitted to St. Albans Naval Hospital in New York. Then he was moved to Bethesda Naval Hospital, Maryland, and then St. Elizabeth's in Washington, D.C. The institutions diagnosed him as a paranoid schizophrenic, unsuitable for duty. He mumbled to himself, heard voices in his head, and laughed spontaneously. Perhaps he had these symptoms before the war, or perhaps combat precipitated them. Also, he scored 87 on the IQ test. Months before, while in combat, Sigler did the following. He took command of a squad on the 12th of March 1945 when its leader became a casualty and led a bold charge fearlessly against a gun installation which had held up the company for days. When he reached the position, he attacked the emplacement with grenades and annihilated the enemy crew. When enemy soldiers fired from concealed tunnels and caves, he carried out a furious one-man assault against these positions. Wounded, he refused evacuation and helped direct machine gun fire and bazooka barrages on the cave entrances. Seeing 3 men become wounded, he raced to their aid and pulled them to safety, although injured himself. He then took up his position and continued to fight until a superior officer, seeing his injuries, ordered him to retire for medical treatment. So as one can see, the Medal of Honor was given to brave men, but not necessarily always good men, or ones who always behaved in the right way, or even men who were mentally stable or intelligent. Woody had an IQ of 107 and a below-average GCT score of 112, and Medal of Honor recipient and New York Giants professional football player Jack Loomis never finished at Baylor University, and when he left after 4 years, his GPA was 1.6, a C- average. Maybe he was just more interested in football and girls than school. So one did not have to be good, mentally stable, or smart to get the Medal of Honor. He just had to be insanely brave. Sometimes cases existed when the person probably would have received a Medal of Honor but for the fact he was a civilian, although he had received a medal for valor already for the same act. In this case, a Navy Cross in absentia. During Wake Island, Dr. Lawton Ellie Schenck, a U.S. Army Reserve officer, but not serving as an officer at the time he served his country and fellow man, was in charge of the civilian hospital maintained by the Pacific Navy Air Base. He knew the island, having served there with Pan American Airways before the war. On the 8th of December 1941, when the Japanese attacked the airstrip, Schenck, with total disregard for his safety, rushed to the scene of battle and saved many by carrying them to the hospital's underground magazine. The next day, when the Japanese returned and bombed the island, he again ran toward the action to save lives and rescue the wounded. On the 23rd of December, as the Japanese conquered the island, Schenck went out of his underground shelter and confronted them, explaining he and his patients were unarmed and wounded. Master Sergeant Walter J. Kennedy, who was in Schenck's care, said, "Due to his courageous act, we were undoubtedly saved from being shot or bayoneted." Knowing how the Japanese treated British troops in a hospital when Hong Kong fell, Kennedy was not being hyperbolic. Although Schenck had an opportunity to leave the island on the 12th of January 1942 with 250 others, he refused to abandon the wounded. Repeatedly, he stood up to his captors demanding better treatment, a bold action since the 2 doctors in Hong Kong at St. Stephen's College who tried this were immediately killed by Kuribayashi's men. Schenck often had success obtaining better care than otherwise would have happened due to his chutzpah, but he took much punishment for doing so. He conducted operations under difficult situations but saved lives. On the 24th of February 1942, when U.S. forces bombed Wake Island, under the Japanese now, he helped move 50 patients to a safe dugout and then returned to his facility to save surgical equipment so he could continue to care for his charges. An hour after the attack, he had to use those instruments during emergency surgery. Eventually, his luck ran out and the Japanese sadistic beast collected him and 97 other POWs on the 7th of October, 1943, blindfolded them, marched them to the beach, tied them to stakes, and machine-gunned them all. No one survived. At first, since Schenck served as a Reserve Army First Lieutenant, his Medal of Honor recommendation was put up through U.S. Army chain of command. But when the bureaucrats discovered he had performed under Navy jurisdiction and not under MacArthur's command, a recommendation by United States Marine Corps Captain John Hamas was returned with instructions to send it to the Navy Department. Hamas and others made sure the U.S. Navy became aware of Schenck's heroics, and it was petitioned to award him a Medal of Honor. In addition to Hamas's recommendation, Marine Master Technical Sergeant Jesse L. Stewart, whose life was saved by Schenck, wrote, "Due to his gallant actions above and beyond the call of duty, and to the circumstances surrounding his execution, he should be posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor." He also received endorsements from Colonel James P.S. Devereaux, Senior Marine Officer, and Captain Winfield S. Cunningham, Senior Naval Officer at Wake Island. Although he seemed to meet Medal of Honor requirements, Rear Admiral Haler wrote, "The Medal of Honor as provided for by the Act of August 7, 1942, is awarded only to any person who distinguishes himself while in the Navy service of the U.S. Since Schenck was a civilian, he is not eligible for the award." Although the statute was written 9 months after Schenck's heroics, this discrepancy was overlooked. Remember, Lindbergh, as a civilian, had received the Medal of Honor a few years beforehand for his flight across the Atlantic. As with most cases, once a judgment from on high came from Haler, a person's medal fate was sealed. Schenck, a civilian, Reserve Army officer, and hero, remained a Navy Cross recipient. He was the only civilian to ever receive this medal during World War II. In some cases, a Medal of Honor is awarded by upgrading a lower award years after the fact because the merits of the actions were finally proven. After more evidence was received, Lieutenant Garland Merle Connor was posthumously awarded a Medal of Honor in March 2018 for stopping more than 150 German troops, destroying 6 tanks, and disintegrating the powerful enemy assault force and preventing heavy loss of life in his own outfit. He called in artillery on his position for 3 hours, having shells sometimes hit 25 yards from his hideout. Connor died in 1998 and never knew about his award. And although many men have received Medals of Honor by receiving upgrades like Connor, few Medal of Honor recipients ever get downgraded, especially during the past 100 years. For example, recent Medal of Honor Marine recipient Dakota Meyer may not have done all that was reported to receive his medal in 2009, but will not be further reviewed because once awarded in modern times, it is not revoked. Indeed, in 1917, a special review board analyzed 2,625 Medal of Honor recipients, mostly from the Civil War, revoking 911 of them because they failed to meet the statutes. For example, many Medals of Honor during the Civil War were simply given for re-enlistments and not heroic deeds. Consequently, since World War I, a more thorough process has been implemented that often proves the medal was earned by documenting bravery in battle. However, the process is not perfect, and sometimes outside forces can enter into the calculation to approve a medal for gallantry. For instance, there are recent examples in which receiving Valorous Awards was political, even more so than MacArthur's case. By way of illustration, in 2003, when Private First Class Jessica Lynch was rescued from the Iraqis, she was awarded a Bronze Star with Valor, with both the U.S. Army and press excited to have a female combat veteran to praise. However, although she was injured when her Humvee crashed and suffered as an Iraqi POW at Saddam Hospital in Nasiriyah, being gang raped, her actions did not warrant a Bronze Star with V. She merited the POW medal and the Purple Heart, but she, by her own admission, did not merit a Bronze Star with V since she never engaged in combat. The error started when media falsely claimed her convoy was attacked and she defended herself and others by firing her M16. However, her medal was never revoked. Similar to the Lynch case was the case of NFL football player and Army Ranger Pat Tillman, who posthumously received a Silver Star for actions he never took in 2004. Officials in the Army submitted this medal recommendation to honor him and cover up how he really died, through friendly fire. His medal was never revoked due to consideration of not adding to the family's trauma, since they had discovered how the U.S. Army had actually behaved. And politics and medals can be used not only to create a hero, like with Lynch, or cover up a horrible event, like with Tillman, but also they can simply be used to save a man's career. Politically, John F. Jack Kennedy was probably saved by his father, Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., after he lost his PT-109 boat in combat when a Japanese destroyer smashed it, sinking it within minutes. In fact, out of the hundreds of PT boats built, Kennedy's was the only one ever rammed in the entire war. There were also some reports that he was not a good skipper, with his superior officer, Thomas G. Warfield, writing Kennedy was not a particularly good boat commander. This assessment seemed to be also supported by the fact Jack lost his PT boat, which was much faster than a destroyer, possibly due to him not following proper procedures, not having his engines already fired up, and or being situationally unaware, not hearing or seeing the 367-foot-long destroyer Amagiri bearing down on him. The optics looked bad. This would be like a person sitting in a Ferrari on the salt flats of California getting hit by a school bus after watching it for 20 to 30 seconds coming towards him. Kennedy's father, former U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom from 1938 to 1940, and first chair of the U.S. Maritime Commission from 1937 to 1938, knew he needed to get ahead of the story to protect his son. Also, the U.S. Navy, just like the U.S. Army with Tillman, maybe wanted also to get ahead of the story that their famous poster child had had serious problems under fire instead of performing magnificent deeds. Despite Jack's courageous and noble reasons for serving, he still would have dilemmas to face. For instance, he suffered from several medical complications with his intestines and back, requiring his father to pull some strings on his behalf so he could enter the Navy. And eventually Jack obtained his request for sea duty and for combat when he could have safely stayed out of the war. These facts were all noble truths to have on a resume, especially of a privileged and wealthy Harvard man. However, Jack's crowning achievement while an officer was unmitigated failure, not glory. What JFK became known for was that he lost his ship and two of his men apparently neglecting his duty. After the sinking, he did tow a wounded sailor to a nearby island and rescued his life, but in the end, the disaster started with his poor decision as the captain of the ship. Due to these potential negative reports getting out, Father Kennedy informed the press about PT-109's ordeal and spun the story positively, making it one of bravery, survival, and sacrifice in favor of his son. Soon Jack became headline news. Kennedy's son is hero in Pacific as destroyer splits his PT boat, the New York Times disclosed. The Boston Globe also chimed in, declaring, Kennedy's son saves 10 in the Pacific. The Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, soon thereafter made sure Kennedy was awarded the Navy and Marine Corps Medal, writing, for extremely heroic conduct as commanding officer of Mortar Torpedo Boat 109 following the collision and sinking of that vessel in the Pacific War area on August 1st through the 2nd, 1943. Unmindful of personal danger, Kennedy unhesitatingly braved the difficulties and hazards of darkness to direct rescue operations. His outstanding courage, endurance, and leadership contributed to the saving of several lives. Yet, Jack could have also just as easily received a dishonorable discharge, claiming he lost his ship, resulting in the death of 2 crewmen. In many respects, he failed in his duty. Although praised as a hero, Jack's self-esteem took a hit, and he felt humiliated. A lesser naval officer without the political clout he enjoyed could have suffered tremendously from those who were not intimidated by and or wanted to help a son from a celebrated family. To Jack's credit, he approached what happened to him with wry humor and humility. One time when asked how he became a hero, he replied, "It was easy. They cut my PT boat in half." Another time when he was asked about his heroism, he would turn serious and claim, "The real heroes are not the men who return, but those who stay out there, like plenty of them do, 2 of my men included." He was able to regain some of his pride, though, by returning to combat duty several months later, where he, this time, was able to inflict some damage on the enemy. He got some payback, but in the end, he would have never survived the disaster of PT-109 had he not have come from the political and prominent family that he did. As historian Stephen M. Gillen declares, without Jack's father's intervention with the press and contacts with the government and Navy, Jack would have never recovered from this mistake of his and possibly would have been dishonorably discharged from the service and possibly never been able to run for president because of it. So as one can see with Lynch, Tillman, and Kennedy, political considerations often make up the mathematics of certain awards, and the medals and citations often do not tell the full story of what really happened. Chapter 28. Observation about military awards and Woody's Medal of Honor. Section B. Exploring further problems with Woody's Medal of Honor. Back to Woody's Medal of Honor process. Compared to others, its vetting process failed to establish incontestable proof because the command amalgamated various facts in ways that cast doubt on the veracity of the recommendation package, which was well known but never corrected because of the time pressure. Although 7 Marines, including Beck, gave statements about some of Woody's actions, they each gave a small and incomplete piece of what Beck wrote in his endorsement. It seems Beck wrote up what he thought Woody did and then gathered witness statements to support his claims, not a proper way to conduct discovery. One must go where the evidence leads one and not try to prove something by collecting evidence to support the hypothesis. When put together, there is a picture of the flow of events, but the statements from the enlisted Marines do not support Beck's statement. Besides Beck talking with the witnesses, Dashiell interviewed a few of them too: Naro, Schlager, Schwartz, Southwell, and Tripp. But Dashiell failed to find and interview the key witness, Chambers. Since he was in a hospital in Fort Eustis, Virginia, Chambers was only 150 miles from Marine Corps headquarters in D.C., so someone could have been dispatched to conduct an interview, but that was not done. And since Beck was stateside, Dashiell also did not have the benefit of speaking with him. The men Dashiell interviewed do not document that Woody destroyed 7 pillboxes and killed 21 Japanese. But these numbers were part of Beck's statement that did not list its sources other than to say, 1. Chambers pointed out 7 destroyed pillboxes to Beck, and 2. 21 dead were located inside or outside the pillboxes. While Chambers pointed out the pillboxes, the source for 21 dead remains unknown. And traveling to the command post 6 times to carry flamethrowers hundreds of yards each way and then engage in combat for hours would be exhausting. If I just used up a flamethrower, I wouldn't leave the line to get another. That would be stupid. I'd call back on the field telephone and one would be brought up to me. If you spend hours, like Woody said, running back and forth carrying 100 pounds of gear, you'd be so worn out an enemy would be able to locate and shoot you dead. I think there's something wrong with this story, claims flamethrower veteran Don Graves. Chambers could have verified this, but never did. The absence of Chambers' statement bothered Geiger, who focused on Woody's case, finding it lacked evidence. Thus, Woody's Medal of Honor did not receive the sanction of the Marine Corps, since Geiger never unconditionally recommended approval due to Chambers' apparent refusal to give a statement. Chambers' son-in-law, Colonel Bob Olson, said clearly Chambers had problems with what Woody was reported to have done, and most likely did not approve of Woody's behavior in some way. Woody's case did not benefit from an unbroken command endorsement process. Geiger not once, but twice, requested evidence from Chambers. Not only Geiger, but Nimitz and Forrestal supported getting Chambers' statement. And here is another problem with this story. No matter the justification in his own mind for not giving a statement, Chambers' decision not to answer Lieutenant General Geiger was absolutely the wrong one. As Barry Beck, Donald Beck's son, said, Chambers ultimately had two options when receiving Geiger's request, and silence was not one of them. Also, as a former combat veteran and Marine officer, Barry Beck further states, Chambers ignoring General Geiger's request is inexcusable, unworthy of a Marine officer. In an otherwise stellar career, this was indeed a mistake on Chambers' part. He could have responded and verified everything Captain Beck had written for Woody, and or written that Beck misunderstood him and that Woody did not do all that was reported. If the latter, then Woody's medal might have been downgraded to a Navy Cross or Silver Star, but we would not be having this controversy today had Chambers told the truth of what he witnessed. Other Marines could also have given statements for Woody's Medal of Honor recommendation. Their statements could have helped clarify what Woody did, but they were not asked to make such reports. Woody was brave, but whether he did all for which he has been given credit is clearly questionable. Although witnesses discuss heroic acts, they only saw the battle from certain viewpoints. Captain Beck started the recommendation process for Woody's Medal of Honor, but he never observed Woody in combat since Beck was at the company command post during Woody's Medal of Honor actions. Ultimately, to know what Woody had done, Beck relied on his interactions with Chambers and witness statements. Beck depended on a count of enemy dead and destroyed pillboxes that only Woody has been documented as providing verbatim. Such testimony is called self-reporting and unreliable. Criteria for eyewitness statements for the Marines read as follows. 2 notarized eyewitness statements are required, and neither statement may be from the individual being recommended for the award. Although Woody submitted no statement supporting his Medal of Honor recommendation, it seems the source for Beck's facts about Woody were in part documented as coming from statements made by Woody. Maybe this confusion could have been clarified had Woody reached out to the witnesses after the war, but he did not. Fellow Iwo veteran George Bernstein finds this strange. Hell, if I'd received the Bronze Star from someone, I would have done all that I could have to thank them. I find it strange Woody never reached out to the men who were responsible for making him a celebrity. Also, if I didn't remember what I'd done to get a Medal of Honor, I would have surely gone to those who did remember to let me know what the hell I've done. I was on Iwo Jima for the entire time, and I remember most of the events that happened and the men who protected me. B-29 radio operator David Fisher, who flew 22 missions over Japan, echoes Bernstein. If I'd received the Medal of Honor, I would sure have thanked the men personally who helped me get it. That is strange Woody never did that when he could have. Now, of course, they're all dead. Why did Woody receive the medal? He had an officer in Beck who liked him and considered his actions extraordinary. Beck felt, although the documentation was incomplete, that sufficient facts had been gathered to tip the scale in Woody's favor for a Medal of Honor. And Beck knew how to write recommendations. Charles Niemeyer, retired director and chief of Marine Corps history at Marine Corps University, wrote, "The strength of the write-up and the numbers of witnesses seem key for a Medal of Honor nomination to make it successful." In all likelihood, if Beck had not survived the battle and if he had not spent the time writing a witness statement, the public would never know Woody. Everything else he did in life never merited a mention in a history book, although his service was honorable. We know about Woody's life not because of what Woody did, but because Beck felt Woody's actions Medal of Honor worthy. This book's recognition of Woody has brought to light the bravery of other courageous men like Beck, Fagan, Chambers, Hemphill, Henning, Cookson, Dashiell, Rybakevitz, Tischler, Waters, Renstrom, and many others. Until this book, they were unknown except to their families. Studying Woody's Medal of Honor illustrates that more Medals of Honor should have been awarded for Iwo. A study of it also shows the process can be subjective and flawed because Woody's award is full of questions. Historian Dwight Mears wrote, World War II produced some anomalous awards, and Woody's is one of them. Mears continue, Woody might well have qualified for a Medal of Honor, but the evidentiary process in place apparently wasn't satisfied, so the outcome is unclear. In the end, how the process started and where Beck received the information of 21 enemy dead and that Woody destroyed 7 pillboxes remains unknown. When Woody boasted he had done that, could he have taken credit from others? Different exploits. He did not do so in order to get the medal. He was a kid excited about what he had done. The unintended consequence of the command learning about his stories motivated Beck to ensure Woody obtained recognition. But the facts reported by Woody and the actual facts given by the witnesses are different. Woody performed some amazing, death-defying acts, but were his acts worthy of a Medal of Honor in comparison to others like Waters, Henning, Cookson, Rybakevitz, Chambers, and Fagan, especially if Woody did far less than what Beck thought? If Woody's recitation of facts led Beck to recommend him for a Medal of Honor, is such self-reporting fair? If Woody knows he did this, should he report this fact to the military now? This case shows the difficulty historians face in determining what happened. Woody's story spun out of control, and what he said about himself was excluded from his final citation. The quote used at the chapter's beginning best describes the end of Woody's review process when people involved fell into the trap of, when the legend becomes fact, print the legend. We as a society are often more comfortable with treasured legends than with hard facts. Colonel Warren Weedham, United States Marine Corps, of the Iwo Jima American Association, the IJAA, when confronted with these facts behind Woody's Medal of Honor, proclaimed, "Bury it! Don't let anybody know about it." Although it is understandable why he encouraged me to do so, because he does not want to see his Corps and board, the IJAA board, Woody is an honorary board member there, although it is understandable why he encouraged me to do so, because he does not want to see his Corps and board, the IJAA, where Woody is an honorary board member, experience any embarrassment, one cannot ignore facts. As Medal of Honor recipient, Navy SEAL and Navy Lieutenant Commander Michael E. Thornton said, "What Woody has done is disturbing, and the facts surrounding his medal is very troubling. But facts are facts, and they need to be known." Facts can show a person not to be as grandiose as desired. Legends, however, often present a hero without flaws and one whose deeds are unblemished. People want to know only the best about a person. In letting the story take on the proportions it has and not correcting the facts, allowing them to get bigger, in earlier drafts, Woody allowed facts to be written that he killed 50 and destroyed more than 7 pillboxes. One sees Woody probably wants the legend to grow. Recently, he has supported a petition to President Trump to hold a state funeral for the last World War II Medal of Honor veteran to die. Since Woody is in the best shape out of the 2 remaining Medal of Honor recipients, he shows that he probably hopes that the state funeral to be held in the future will be his funeral, since he probably will be the last man standing. On the one hand, it would be great to honor an enlisted man instead of a general or a president. On the other hand, this is clear evidence that Woody seems to want his memory to strongly continue even when he is dead. In documenting Woody's life, one could not ignore what the sources were saying. Examination was not done lightly. As scholars, we must weigh evidence against interest. One would gladly report Woody destroyed 7 pillboxes and killed 21 Japanese, but the evidence does not support this. In the end, what was originally submitted for Woody for the Medal of Honor was not proven. In contrast, there was a Marine who did similar acts but did not receive recognition. A flamethrower in Woody's company, who had also been in combat on the 21st of February, Joseph Rybakevich, destroyed 7 pillboxes or caves and rescued a wounded comrade, but no officer saw or was informed of everything he did. Chambers, having been wounded, was no longer in C Company, and other company officers had been killed or wounded. In taking out the emplacements, Rybakevich probably killed dozens. At one cave, 2 buddies were cut down by hostile fire. Disregarding his safety, he rushed the cave with a flamethrower and burned it out. He then rescued one of his fallen. He returned to try and rescue the second, but shrapnel cut him down. For these actions, he received a Bronze Star with V for a portion of his activity, since the citation only mentioned one of the caves he destroyed and the rescuing actions. What would have happened if Rybakevich had been put in for all his actions? Actions Dashiell verified. Contrasting this case and Woody's, there are many discrepancies and questions. Besides focusing on why there were problems with Woody's medal process in his interviews throughout the years, one might ask the larger question why the nation needs heroes. Edward L. Bernays, the premier U.S. public relations counselor during World War II, declared, "Our society craves heroes." Since procedure was not followed, one could argue that Woody's case was pushed through in order to create the heroes this nation not only craved in 1945, but also wants today. Woody has stated he did not desire the medal, but once it came to him, he has enjoyed the benefits of having it. Our heroes, whether they be Tillman, Lynch, Kennedy, Waters, Rybakevich, Dashiell, Woody, or Chambers, put on the uniform and risked their lives for their country. They did not do it for fame, but for their fellow Americans. The U.S. recognized their bravery by awarding medals. Although the award process is flawed, it is a meaningful testament that the U.S. continues to honor those who put their lives into harm's way to defend America's democracy, Constitution, and people. Medals show the nation's appreciation for the willingness to defend these sacred elements. Woody was one of the few to receive the Medal of Honor and thereby be the spokesman for the sacrifice of World War II Marines. When a president invites extraordinary Americans to the White House to receive medals, it was one of the few things a president does that is apolitical. It brings everyone together when a president drapes a Medal of Honor around someone's neck to display a grateful nation's appreciation. When that medal goes around one's neck, the awardee's identity is forever changed. That person must now answer questions most servicemen never have to deal with. Namely, what does the medal mean? How many did you kill to get it? What did you do for the Medal of Honor? Why did you get it and not others? The medal gives power to command an audience and receive respect from superiors. For example, the tradition is that everyone in the military salutes a Medal of Honor recipient, so general officers salute a corporal who has a Medal of Honor. Often Medal of Honor winners pile untruths upon their story until the original heroics get buried in even more grandiose events and conquests, said historian Roger Cirillo. Navy Cross and Medal of Honor recipient Pappy Boynton said, "I'm a psychopathic liar," probably intending to say pathological. In reviewing Pappy's memoir, historians have found he was being truthful about being a liar. Although heroic and deserving of a Medal of Honor, receiving high praise and an unbroken line of endorsements from the likes of Admiral Halsey, Nimitz, and King, and the United States Marine Corps Commandant Vandergrift, he doctored his autobiography, mixing truth with lies. Many of these facts and myths became immortalized in the popular TV series Baa Baa Black Sheep from 1976 to 1978. The honor and unquestioned loyalty Medal of Honor recipients receive goes against the knowledge they were common men who did something extraordinary. Feeling they are expected to be more than what they are, many give false tales like Boynton, or allow their stories to grow bigger than they actually were. Possibly Woody may have done this, especially in his interviews with journalists. Many Iwo veterans acted beyond the call of duty. The reality remains that Woody's actions were not unique. What was unique is that officers in his command were still alive after Iwo and thought he deserved a Medal of Honor. In the end, however flawed the process was, we must put faith in their decisions and accept that Woody merited the medal in their eyes. One does wonder, though, what would have happened had Haler and his board known the information in this book. Would they have continued with the award or returned to Geiger's and Nimitz's concerns and allowed them to ultimately corner Chambers and get the one piece of evidence they required to make their final decision on Woody's case? For now, no one knows the answers to these questions. When the 31st United States Marine Corps Commandant, General Charles C. Krulak, was asked about Woody's Medal of Honor process, he declared that there were so many problems with it that it should never have gotten as far as it did up the chain of command. He explains, it should have been a Navy Cross at best. No real eyewitness statements. Short blurbs that really don't paint the picture. No supporting signature of platoon commander, and no support from the highest levels of the Corps. Woody obviously took heroic action, but without all the right documentation, it should have not been a Medal of Honor. I fault the media, Woody, and the President. Chapter 29. Life After the War. There is a time to kill and a time to heal. Ecclesiastes 3, verses 1 through 3. Though he should conquer 1,000 men in the battlefield 1,000 times, yet he indeed who would conquer himself is the noblest victor. Buddha. Woody returned home and moved into a house his in-laws owned. It had no running water, an outhouse, an ice block refrigerator, and not much furniture. But he was with his wife and happy. American industries that used to manufacture cars, appliances, clothing, and consumer goods had during the war produced planes, tanks, ships, weapons, and other material. It took time to revert to non-war production to meet the demand for consumer goods. Woody worked as a laborer for a few months and then joined the Veterans Administration, currently the Department of Veterans Affairs, in January 1946. The VA searched out Medal of Honor recipients for employment because of their prestige and not having to do lengthy security clearances. When they offered Woody a salary of almost $3,000 a year, Woody jumped at it. That was more money than I had ever seen and more money than I could have ever earned on the farm. I was a rich man, Woody says. At first his title was Contact Representative, but later it changed to Veterans Service Officer. He helped veterans learn about their benefits. He did not choose this work, but he enjoyed it. He also focused on his education and soon completed his GED. Soon thereafter, West Virginia honored those who went off to war before completing high school, so Woody received a high school diploma from the state in addition to his GED. During this time, he continued working for the VA. In fact, I wouldn't call it work because I loved it so much, because every day I found ways to help others, Woody said. For 33 years, he helped veterans until retiring in 1979. Before starting his VA career, he wanted to fulfill his promise to his friend, Vernon Waters, a man closer to him than a brother, Woody said. According to Woody, he carried Vernon's ring throughout the remainder of the war, mindful of his pledge to return it to his family. He and Ruby drove to Vernon's home in Montana. A friend who had an automobile dealership loaned Woody a red 1942 Dodge convertible for the journey. Along the way, Woody told Ruby how sad he was and how Vernon died. Their conversation mixed between sorrows of war and the happiness they felt having a future together. At Vernon's home, there was a gold star in the window showing the family gave a son to the nation and was in mourning. He and Ruby stepped out of the car and approached the front door. The Waters family noticed the car and opened the door before he even knocked. They all were giants compared to Woody and Ruby, who was 5'3". Vernon's mother was 5'7", and his three brothers were between 6'4" and 6'6". His brother George had fought on Saipan with the 2nd Mardiv and was there with his wife Catherine. She explained, "We were so happy to see Woody and hear what happened to our beloved Vernon. We all sat down at the kitchen table and we gathered round Woody and let him talk. He was quiet, calm, and methodical with how he talked about his gentle giant of a friend. We cried together and we were glad he came. It meant the world to us." According to Woody, he began the meeting giving Vernon's ring to the mother. In some interviews, Woody claims he gave it to his father, which was impossible since he was already dead. Woody said, "They responded as if I brought them all the gold at Fort Knox." Or other times he said, as if I had brought them the greatest diamond that ever existed. Vernon's mother, Verna, had been riding the Marines during the summer of 1945 to find her son's Parker fountain pen, wristwatch, black wallet, and Montana agate ring. The Marines never found these items to return to her, probably either stolen by some Japanese since he was left on the field of battle for so long, or taken by a fellow Marine. The only problem with Woody's story of returning the ring, which Woody has only given in recent interviews, this story is not in his lengthy 1945, 1956, and 1966 interviews cited throughout this book, is that the Waters family has no oral tradition that Woody gave the ring back to them, and the family today still does not know where the ring is. "I don't remember Woody giving us a ring," Catherine said. Regardless whether he gave the ring back or even had it to begin with, Woody sat with them for hours recounting his time with Vernon. Upon departing, he felt satisfied that he had honored his promise to his friend. He never contacted the family again. After parade theft of $2,500. From the record, such theft of $2,500. From the record, such financial rewards were indeed given and have continued to be increased, as Woody's monthly stipend today displays. And he had authorization to ride as a passenger on armed service aircraft when space is available on a regular scheduled flight within the continental United States. None other than the Commandant and Iwo veteran, General C.B. Cates, wrote Woody this notification in 1948. With all these perks, Woody understood the medal afforded him special consideration everywhere. He received respect most could only dream of and few obtain. He took incredible pride in having the medal. Woody was so confident about his new status, he felt emboldened to write the Commandant, General Vandergrift, a personal letter to send him a new and improved lapel button to wear on civilian clothes. In this June 1946 letter, Woody explained his lapel pin had fallen apart. Along with many other Medal of Honor winners, I am very proud of my medal and desire very much to wear something that will indicate that we were awarded the Medal of Honor. I am positive if the government could make a button that was more substantial than the one that is given for wear for civilian life, it would please every Medal of Honor winner. In less than a year, this shy West Virginia hillbilly, quote unquote, went from being terrified when meeting General Erskine, Commandant Vandergrift, and President Truman to writing Vandergrift directly about a lapel pin. This was the second letter Woody wrote the Commandant after not receiving an answer in February. Woody wrote Vandergrift, "As I am the winner of a Medal of Honor, I am wondering if you could tell me where I could obtain a lapel button representing the same, as the one I was given at the time of receiving my medal has come apart, and I'm unable to wear it." The medal gave him a new confidence. And interestingly, Vandergrift's office sent Woody a thank you note, and then in July 1946, Vandergrift wrote Forrestal, apparently reacting to Woody's second letter, 1. forwarded recommendation favorable consideration for the adoption of a more substantial Medal of Honor lapel button. 2. It appears that the men who win the highest honor bestowed by our government should be given a lapel button which will be practical and long-lasting. Across the ocean, many Japanese families who sent their men to Iwo knew they would never see them again. They had forever disappeared, and all that remained of their memory was that they fought bravely and died horribly. One family that struggled with not knowing a soldier's fate was Kuribayashi's wife and 3 children. Although Miss Yoshi Kuribayashi knew her husband would never return, it was still difficult for her and her children to absorb. When Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshitaka Shindo, was asked how his family knew he was never coming back, he said, "In all the deployments and battles my grandfather had participated in, he always took the emperor's sword given to him upon graduating the military academy. Once he received his assignment for Iwo, he left the sword home. He never told his wife the place he had been assigned, but my grandmother realized her husband would never come back by seeing his important sword he just left at home. However, she never mentioned it, and my grandfather just left, and my grandmother only saw him off. What did he aim to tell her by leaving his sword from the emperor at home? Simply, he would die for his country." One could also argue that leaving the sword was passing the baton to his son to carry on the fight as a samurai. Moreover, this gesture also might have shown he wanted his family to be strong and remember that where that sword remained, there was hope. The war was over, and the country in ruins. The public, instead of praising families like Kuribayashi's, blamed people like him for getting themselves into hot water. As a result, there was no discussion about Kuribayashi or his achievements for a long time. There was no more talk of military pedigree and honor. However, the sword continued to be displayed in the home. Kuribayashi's wife also displayed a picture of her husband in uniform near the sword. Shindo said, "When I was a little child, my mother always sang the same song her mother sang to her while bathing me. It was a song called The Fall at Home, Sato no Aki. This song is about a mother and a child praying for the father to come home safely from the southern island. I didn't realize when I was a child, but now, after my mother has passed away, I know that a young girl was singing the song in remembrance of her father to express her dream, which never came true." Unlike Americans, Kuribayashi, a war hero who should have been awarded for his heroic defense, had no honors from a grateful nation. He disappeared and his family tried to find food and rebuild their lives. "My grandmother never complained or raised her voice to express her anger. However, I had never seen her smiling from the bottom of her heart," said Shindo. Later in the interview, Shindo did claim, "However, my grandmother did express pleasure when the U.S. returned Iwo Jima to Japan. The night before, my grandmother had a vision from the general. He came to her and told her he had returned home." From this spiritual encounter, one sees this event played a huge role in the lives of Shindo's family members. Now a famous politician, the Honorable Shindo, has resurrected his grandfather's legacy using his image in heroic defense at Iwo in posters and slogans to promote his political party's policies of defense, especially with the territorial disputes with China. He has turned his family's sadness into something positive for him and his party, the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. But as Kuribayashi's family struggled with reality in 1945 to 1946, Woody also had a difficult time. It was not all a bed of roses for him either. The events leading to his receiving the medal haunted him. He turned to drinking and smoking 3 packs a day to dull the pain, but these afforded little comfort. Woody struggled with the deaths he had caused and the misery, injuries, and death he witnessed. He did not understand why he had survived when others did not. Why did some testify on his behalf for the Medal of Honor? Was he really worthy? For years he continued to have the rank, cloying odor of burnt flesh in his nose. The pains of combat never left him, and the faces of his buddies haunted him. Although he knew Japan had started the war and made itself America's enemy, he felt bad he had killed people. He realized they wanted to kill him, but taking life was never easy. Certain sounds reminded him of war. In 1947, when he was filling the car with gas, one of the rear tires blew an inner tube and exploded with an ear-splitting bang. "It sounded like a loud gun," Woody said. He dove under the car, ripping up his clothes and skinning his elbows and knees. His wife watched in bewilderment at Woody's speed as he disappeared under the car. The split-second subconscious reactions that were so vital in combat were out of place in civilian life. But the instincts forged in combat that ensured survival were not easily discarded. Even when he was 77 years old visiting the World War II Museum in New Orleans, Woody responded instinctively to unexpected noises. At the museum, a video showed the Hiroshima atomic bomb explosion accompanied by loud sound effects. Not anticipating the detonation would echo raucously through the hall, the sound sent Woody diving for cover under a table. His family was baffled, helped him up from the floor, and laughed, but Woody's military memory enabled him, even as an old man, to react with cat-like reflexes. Such skills determined survival in combat, and Woody had them. As tough as it was for Woody to deal with the memories of war, it was worse for some others. His two brothers who served in Europe wrestled with memories of their experiences fighting the Nazis. His closest brother, Gerald, who was one of the gentlest and kindest guys you would ever know, Woody said, struggled mightily with his time in combat. In fact, he cracked up, quote-unquote, and had to be removed from the front lines during the Battle of the Bulge during the winter of 1944 and 1945, and never recovered mentally. At the beginning of the battle, he was injured, sent to a field hospital, treated, and then returned to the front lines. While on a troop train, returning to the lines, a German fighter pilot strafed the cars. The men jumped from the train, taking cover in the woods, but the plane continued strafing them, following the men into the trees. This was where Gerald lost it, suffered psychoneurosis, and collapsed. He was sent back to England and eventually home. He would die in his 40s after having struggled for years with depression and alcoholism. He simply gave up and died, Woody said. Woody's older brother, June, Lloyd Jr., who, according to Woody, had a mean streak, was in logistics and did not experience much combat, although the war had put a lot of stress on him too. When he returned home, he, like his brother Gerald, also drank too much. Moreover, he hated the fact that Woody was a war hero when he was just a simple veteran. He would make fun of Woody, yelling in public, "There is my hero, brother! Look at my hero!" Woody ignored him. One day, however, June got drunk and entered a bar where Woody was shooting pool and began making fun of him. Woody, feeling he had endured years of abuse from his brother, had heard enough. He raised his billiard stick and struck his brother across the head, knocking him to the floor. Hitting each other with clubs, sticks, and other weapons seemed to have been a common occurrence for these boys. That short temper of Woody's raised its head once again, and he reacted quickly and with violence. According to Woody, that was the last time June picked on him. Woody claims his bully brother crawled back into his shell and never achieved much of anything in his life. He often would call me up from jail and I would have to go bail him out. He was addicted to alcohol and disorderly, Woody said. When asked why he bothered to help a brother who treated him so badly, Woody said, "Well, the Bible teaches me to love my enemies." June would die in his early 50s of cirrhosis of the liver and other medical problems. Woody sums up June's life and epitaph in a sad way, saying he was a people abuser. While his brothers struggled to deal with their wartime experiences, Woody continued to suffer too after the war. Ruby often heard him struggle with nightmares. She saw his panic attacks. As a result of this distress, she became irritated when the Marine Corps Quartermaster General, wrote them in 1947 that Woody needed to pay back $54.57 in overpayment. It requested immediate action and was cold and bureaucratic. Since Woody was on a business trip, Ruby answered the quartermaster. She quoted Woody's Medal of Honor citation. Then she gave her own thoughts. It was for you and your children, for me and my children, and for all the other Americans that Woody went beyond the call of duty and risked his life. He, along with thousands, saved this government and our very way of living. How could we possibly repay him, much less overpay him for giving his youth and offering his life to save us? When our men were overseas fighting for us, we read every day of the things we must do for them to show our gratitude when they return. Must we destroy their faith in our promises and what they fought for, and let them learn that we have forgotten our debt to them? Yes, now we shall show them that we measure what they did for us in dollar and cent values. For helping to save all the things we hold dear, Corporal Williams was overpaid $54.57. In your letter of November 25th, 1947, you asked that he advise you by return mail as to his intentions relative to refunding the $54.57. Due to the fact that my husband is working out of town and that you wish an immediate reply, I am answering the letter myself. We shall refund this overpayment as soon as it is possible. We will not be able to send it in a lump sum, but we will start making payments on it in January. Sincerely, Miss Ruby Dale Williams. Ruby was upset. She and her husband had started a family and were trying to earn a living for themselves. She saw a typical government letter as an insensitive assault on her husband's service. The least the Corps could do was to forgive, quote unquote, this overpayment that was its mistake and not her husband's. She hoped the officer would waive this payment. In military fashion, the Corps ignored Ruby's complaints, and Captain Robert L. Williams wrote back, "You are informed that this office will agree to frequent and regular payments toward the liquidation of the overpayment your husband received during his service. Your cooperation in liquidating the indebtedness will be appreciated." To be fair, Woody was only entitled to what his rank and service deserved, nothing more and nothing less. Corners cannot be cut in the military, even when doing so might show unwarranted favoritism. Woody had to pay back unearned funds, and he did, although he continued to suffer from the war. He had difficulties with his emotions, especially since, as a man of his generation, he was taught to show no weakness. His father had declared, "Boys don't cry. Man up and don't do that. Women do that." Woody explained, "We may have cried, but we didn't do it openly." Raised not to deal with emotional pain, Woody suffered in private. His suffering ceased a little over a decade later, and he almost made a total recovery. Easter Sunday, 1962, things changed when his wife convinced him to attend church. He did not want to go, but he went for her. The minister talked about God's healing power and salvation and described how they had nailed Christ to the cross because of their sins. The minister slammed his fist into his other open hand while looking at Woody. He explained Christ sacrificed his life just for us. That hit home for Woody because of the men who had sacrificed their lives for him. They didn't have to give their lives, but they did, protecting me, Woody said. In the middle of the service, Woody got up, went to the pulpit, and asked the minister to pray with him and ask Jesus into his heart. Woody felt an incredible peace wash over him. He felt the love and forgiveness, as he explains, from Jesus, the Son of God, the only one who could save me from my nightmares. After that transformative experience, Woody claims he never drank alcohol or smoked again. He never had nightmares about cremating the enemy. He ceased feeling animosity toward the Japanese. It was a pivotal moment. He practices his faith in many ways. He became the Medal of Honor Society's official chaplain and a lay minister. He gives sermons and spreads the message of God's love to this day. It helped him forgive the Japanese, his brother June, and most importantly, himself for the things he did in his life, especially killing other human beings. He feels the only way people can be saved, healed from their pain and sin, is through Jesus. He gave a sermon at Bethesda Church in 2010. Funny how about everybody wants to go to heaven, provided they do not have to believe what Jesus says. You cannot get to the Father except by me. Romans 10, verse 13. Anyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. Acts 4, verse 12. Jesus is the only one who can save people. His name is the only power in the world that has been given to save people. Woody believes if someone does not believe in Jesus, like all those Japanese he killed, they go to hell. As for all the Jewish Marines with whom he fought, who died like Tony Stein, if they did not accept Jesus, Woody says, then Woody believes that they are in hell. Woody's conversion took him from hardly any belief to a full evangelical system full of hellfire and damnation, a true exclusionary theology. He feels it healed his soul and gave him a second life, so he is passionate about what he feels are requirements for salvation, although some would now call what he believes religious racism. Either believe the way I do, or God will punish you forever. Throughout the 1960s and beyond, America struggled with the Vietnam War, the urgent demand for civil rights, and women's liberation. After several years in the Marine Corps Reserves, Woody was promoted to Chief Warrant Officer 4, a skilled leader in a special field. He tried to become a lieutenant, but was rejected because his aptitude scores were too low, GCT score of 112. He only had an 8th grade education. He was too old, and he had not displayed the necessary leadership skills. The commanding officer further wrote, "There is no positive indication that his abilities consist of anything in the way of officer-like qualities or leadership ability than that which may be occasioned because of his civilian connections. The actions for which he was awarded the Medal of Honor do not, in themselves, indicate leadership ability, although heroic." The minimum for an officer was to have a GCT score of 120 and a college degree, both of which Woody did not have. So Woody rose to the warrant officer ranks and served honorably. His main occupation was working, explaining veteran benefits in the VA. In 1967, he volunteered to go to Vietnam in that VA capacity. Although he did not think America should have been in Vietnam, he wanted to educate veterans on their entitlements. The VA would award him the only administrator's commendation certificate of the regional office in West Virginia and a $500 stipend. That is Woody's nature. He helps people. He helped dedicate a bridge to be named after the distinguished veteran Bob Vanden Linde, a Korean War Silver Star recipient. Woody helped Vanden Linde get his Silver Star since the paperwork had not been filed properly decades prior. Woody made sure the Department of Highways put up signage for the Veterans Administration Office in Barboursville, West Virginia. When someone needed help with the VA, he made sure they got it. When he noticed other Medal of Honor recipients in West Virginia were not getting what he deemed proper recognition, he made sure DVA medical centers and state veteran nursing facilities put up walls of honor describing them. He has even been instrumental in helping transfer World War I Medal of Honor recipient U.S. Army First Sergeant Chester H. West from an overgrown, forgotten cemetery in Mason County State Forest, West Virginia, to the Donald C. Kennard Memorial State Veterans Cemetery in May 2018, ensuring West received a police escort and a proper headstone with the Medal of Honor emblem and a former military funeral. Since West killed several Germans and destroyed 2 Kraut machine gun nests, he is a kindred spirit of Woody's on many levels. Because of his accomplishments, Woody has earned other distinctions. The West Virginia legislature included him in its Hall of Fame, naming him a Distinguished West Virginian in 1980 and in 2013. He is on the Huntington Civic Center's Wall of Fame. His hometown, Quietdale in Marion County, displays a sign outside town limits as being the original home of Medal of Honor recipient Herschel Woody Williams. The military recognized him with the christening of TESB No. 4, Expeditionary Sea Base Ship No. 4, an 800-foot man-of-war vessel commissioned the USNS Herschel Woody Williams. Also noteworthy is the $32 million Herschel Woody Williams Armed Forces Reserve Center in Fairmont, West Virginia. The VA Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 7048 in Fairmont, the main bridge in Barbersville, and the Veteran Affairs Hospital in Huntington are named after him. The United States Post Office honored Woody with a stamp in his likeness in 2013. His legend continues to grow when during a rally in Huntington on the 3rd of August 2017, President Trump praised Woody in public. And at Trump's 4th of July 2019 parade in Washington, D.C., Woody was right by the president during the celebration in a seat of honor. He has crafted a keen sense of what to say when given the microphone, highlighting those who died for his safety and those who never returned, claiming that is why he wears the medal. Recently, Woody has focused on helping set up Gold Star Families monuments run by his Herschel Woody Williams Medal of Honor Foundation, which helps community leaders throughout America establish memorials in communities. His goal is to put a Gold Star Families monument in each state, and as of date of this publication, he has erected dozens throughout the United States. These black granite monuments commemorate the sacrifices of families who have lost a relative to war. Rarely do such families get recognized. Woody's goal is to show the story of the loved one's homeland, having a family, going to war, losing their life, and the whole family grieving the loss. To give an example of the cost to family members, one of Woody's comrades, Douglas Dorman, died during the Banzai on Guam on the 26th of July 1944. When Dorman's mother found out her son had died, she suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized for 2 weeks. Most civilians fail to realize the cost to everyone associated with a serviceman or woman killed in action. Many often ask how the Gold Star came into being. Especially during World War II, if a family had someone in the service, it displayed a flag with a blue star in the window or on the door to let others know a loved one was serving. If that family member died in battle, the family replaced the blue star with a gold star. The home would be called one of a Gold Star mother, recognizing the mothers who sacrificed a son for the nation's freedom. Often when Woody erects these monuments, he hears from many they never knew what the Gold Star meant. Pointing to a map of the Gold Star monuments going up in parks, cemeteries, military bases, and other locations throughout the nation, he says, hundreds and thousands of children will now walk by these memorials and ask what the Gold Star means, and many will find that people like them, walking on the same ground and going to the same schools as they are, one day in the past, died for them to be free. Woody describes this project as both honoring those who died and those who are grieving that death. In doing these projects, he remembers his childhood friend, Leonard Brown. He died from anti-aircraft fire while perched in a B-24 Liberator bomber nose turret in the U.S. Army Air Force during a mission to bomb the Mako Japanese naval base. The family did not know this and felt he had disappeared in action. They hoped and waited 7 years after the war for news until the government said he had been lost. Since Woody regarded the Browns as his second family, Woody thinks of them often when erecting monuments. Woody helped rename the indoor training facility at the base named after him in Fairmont, West Virginia, the Leonard Brown Memorial Drill Hall, with a plaque and a picture. When this was done, Woody also erected a Gold Star Families monument at the base's entrance. In a meeting with other Medal of Honor recipients during President Donald Trump's inauguration, former Marine Commandant and now Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Presidents Barack Obama and Trump, General Joseph Dunford singled out Woody for his service with the Gold Star Project, a rare honor among a distinguished crowd. Most parks, veteran cemeteries, and military bases are open to having these Gold Star memorials, and Woody invites the community to participate during the opening ceremonies, often honoring families who have sacrificed their children for America. He often helps the organization with a starter check of $5,000 to alleviate the expense, usually around $40,000 total, to complete the black granite monument that measures 6 feet tall, 20 feet long, and a foot thick. Unfortunately, Woody does not always get the reception he desires and certainly deserves. At the National Museum of the Marine Corps Museum, he spoke with the president of the Marine Corps Heritage Foundation, Lieutenant General Robert R. Blackman, Jr., to get his monument in the park surrounding the museum. According to Woody, General Blackman was not receptive. So Woody did what he had done with everyone else. "General, to get things started here, I have a check for $5,000 to help start things. It is for the families." "Are you trying to bribe me?" the general responded, according to Woody. "I am shocked and offended you would ask me such a thing, General," Woody responded. Then Woody tore up the check in front of the general and walked out. Woody's temper often gets the best of him. He spoke of the general in negative terms, although when the general was questioned about this event, he was offended at how Woody remembered the event and explained that what Woody was asking of the museum did not fit into its ground plans or budget. Woody's $5,000 probably represented about 2.5% of the total cost, he said. Moreover, the image Woody wanted on the granite stone was of a soldier and not a Marine, which confused Blackman since he ran a Marine Corps organization. According to the general, he was trying to have a candid discussion with Woody about what was possible, but the Iwo veteran apparently did not seem open to it. Nonetheless, most often, wherever Woody goes, such as the Fairmont Army Reserve Training Center, the Eastern Kentucky Veterans Cemetery, the Barbersville Public Park, or the McKinney, Texas Veterans Memorial Park, he is welcomed, and his requests are most often in line with the organization's budgets. These projects and events do a lot to strengthen communities. When he erected the first monument in Texas at Cedar Park on the 23rd of September 2017, a few hundred attended, including the First Lady of Texas, Miss Abbott. At the ceremony, there were 38 mothers who had lost children in the nation's service. In Woody's pursuit of service, he never forgets, when talking about the medal, to acknowledge other sacrifices. Before his speech in Indianapolis in 2013, he would not speak unless a man in attendance who had protected him on Iwo would put the Medal of Honor around his neck. Lefty Lee rose from the audience, walked to the front, and tied the medal around Woody's neck, receiving warm applause. Sadly, Lee was still pretending to be one of Woody's security men at this juncture. Nevertheless, Woody believed he had been there protecting him, and he wanted to thank him. As for Woody's commander, Captain Beck, Woody wrote Beck's sons in 2016 this note: "Because of your dad, my life took on a new meaning. Because of your dad, I received the medal. Because of your dad, I will have a ship with my name on it. I'll always be grateful. Semper Fi, Woody." Woody says that one should never forget those who have supported him throughout life, because no one is here alone. We all need one another. The medal for Woody also represents America's greatness. Woody believes that when he was born, he was given the greatest gift a person could receive: freedom. This freedom is a gem given to me when I was born that is impossible to buy. There's not enough money in the world that can buy it. So to me, the medal stands for sacrifice. The sacrifice Americans have always been willing to give since the founding of this great country. It also stands above all else for service. If we don't give that, we will lose that precious freedom millions of Americans have died for throughout the centuries to allow us today to have the ability to be free. Conclusion. Section A. Truth is the daughter of time. Historian Gordon W. Pronge. On Iwo Jima, we came to respect each other's strengths. However, we also came to the conclusion that we should never fight each other again. We must keep our relationship between the U.S. and Japan strong. Yoshitaka Shindo, General Kuribayashi's grandson. No one who has not experienced it can realize how difficult it is to track the shadow of truth through the fog of war. Wilfred J. Jasper Holmes, U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer. If we listen carefully, we can hear the soft voices of those fallen warriors of Iwo Jima telling us, "The deed is everything, the glory nothing. Remember our deeds. Remember our deeds. 31st Commandant, General Charles C. Krulak. Woody's, Chambers, Beck's, and Erkson's stories teach us much about war, society, and life. They epitomize the sacrifice many made to rescue the world from the twin thunderclouds of Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany that had enveloped much of the globe by 1941. It took the entire U.S. nation, military and civilian, to strike back against Hirohito, Hitler, and their Axis minions to win the war. Without the support of American warriors and supplies, Great Britain, Canada, Australia, the USSR, and China might have been defeated by Germany and Japan. No Asian or Pacific Island country was capable of defeating Japan without American help. China under Chiang Kai-shek offered sustained, stubborn resistance, killing at least 500,000 Japanese troops, but could not defeat Japan alone. The remaining free combatants in Asia were only in China, whose most prosperous regions were occupied by Japan years before Pearl Harbor, and lightly populated Australia and New Zealand, whose supply line to the U.S. was in danger of being cut until America captured Guadalcanal. Many of Australia's soldiers fought in North Africa and Malaya, but without the U.S., it had little hope of resisting Japan possibly suffering occupation. It took the Japanese 6 months to secure much of the Pacific during 1941 and 1942. American isolationists naively placed great reliance on the protection the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans provided. However, without the United Kingdom's Navy, the Atlantic would have turned into a snake pit of Nazi submarines. Absent the Pearl Harbor attack, the U.S. would have let Japan rule most of the western Pacific, content to control the eastern part. Looking back now, it's clear that Japan's hubris cost the country the opportunity to rule most, if not all, of the Orient had it not attacked the U.S. at Pearl. Brazil joined the Allies sending forces to Italy, but powerful Nazi sympathizers in Argentina might have made a deal with the Axis powers if they had conquered Britain and prepared to go after the U.S. Without Great Britain in the war, America would not have had the British Isles as an unsinkable base from which to launch bombing sorties, assemble resources, and invade Nazi-occupied Europe. By 1941, Great Britain was going broke and experienced shortages of war material and food. American aid, including the Destroyers for Bases trade with the UK and the Lend-Lease Act pushed through by FDR over opposition from the isolationists, was vital for Britain's and America's survival. Nonetheless, pacifists called Roosevelt a dictator who was committing acts of war. By spring of 1941, a Gallup poll showed 55% of Americans favored Lend-Lease without qualification, but most were disinterested in going to war. In fact, until attacked, at no point did the U.S. choose to go to war against the Axis powers and Japan. To their everlasting credit, Democrats like Roosevelt and interventionist Republicans like Wendell Willkie, William Allen White, Henry Stimson, and Frank Knox put their country first and refused to play politics in pushing for more action against fascist regimes. Had America remained neutral any longer, the world would have been a scarier place. Who could say with confidence that freedom and democracy would have triumphed? Japan's attack on America's Pacific Fleet, followed by Germany and Italy's declarations of war days later, pushed America to join forces with Great Britain, the Commonwealth countries, China, and the USSR. Japan's sneak attack dispelled the myth that neutrality safeguarded the U.S. from war, and America's fighting men would soon prove they were strong and courageous, contrary to the weak image of freedom-loving people the totalitarian aggressors spread. Shortly after Pearl Harbor was attacked, America and Great Britain agreed on making victory in Europe a priority. The lion's share of America's men, weapons, and supplies would go there. However, Admiral William D. Leahy, the President's Chief of Staff or Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Admiral Ernst King, Chief of Naval Operations and Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet, made sure that considerable resources were devoted to the Pacific. By December 1943, Allied resources were more evenly distributed between Europe and Asia. The Allies realized much effort was required to take back occupied lands from Japan. The capture of Saipan and Tinian and the liberation of Guam enabled the U.S. Army Air Forces to conduct bombing raids on Japan's home islands. Japan, for a while, had control of the skies in the western Pacific after devastating Pearl Harbor and crushing MacArthur's air power in the Philippines, and, thus, won many victories because of it. America later achieved competitiveness and then air superiority over the Japanese, which proved vital to its destruction of imperial ships, planes, and factories. Surpassing the Japanese both in aircraft technology and precision in flight was also essential for amphibious assaults. This achievement was responsible for the success of America's two-pronged island-hopping campaign and its capacity for bombing Japanese cities. Eventually, the Allies rolled back all of Japan's gains. Pearl Harbor did the exact opposite of what Japanese leaders hoped for. Historian Samuel Eliot Morison wrote, "The surprise attack on Pearl Harbor was a strategic imbecility. One can search military history in vain for an operation more fatal to the aggressor. On the tactical level, the attack was wrongly concentrated on ships rather than permanent installations in oil tanks. On the strategic level, it was idiotic. On the high political level, it was disastrous. It united Americans like nothing else could." Yale University political scientist Paul Kennedy said the attack bordered on the incredible and the absurd. The attack defies the logic of economic and industrial thinkers on both sides of the Pacific that Japan, with coal and steel production only 1/13 that of the United States, should nonetheless have launched the Greater East Asian War. The results were predictable. Indeed, everything the Japanese had witnessed the U.S. do internationally up to December 1941 gave them many reasons to be optimistic that America might sue for peace rather than pay the price for victory. But history has shown the Japanese miscalculated the potential returns for the risks they took, making the U.S. their arch enemy. Simultaneously, other fascist regimes acted foolishly, declaring war on the U.S. at a time when Mussolini was trying to secure the Mediterranean, and Hitler was still fighting Britain, and was engaged in a massive war with Russia, which, in December 1941, was not going well for him. Luckily for the world, the fascist leaders had picked a fight with the wrong country in the U.S. Japan had devoted tremendous resources for years before the war to create large, modern, and well-equipped military forces. But when attacked, America mobilized rapidly, transforming its production from consumer goods to weapons. At the time of Pearl Harbor attack, the U.S. already produced 12 times the steel, 5 times the amount of ships, 105 times the number of automobiles, and 5.5 times the amount of electricity than Japan did. The U.S. out-innovated and outproduced Japan in almost every category of weapon, from aircraft carriers to tanks, from submarines to rifles. Here are a few examples. From 1941 to 1944, the U.S. produced 261,826 airplanes, while Japan produced only 58,822, often of inferior quality. In 1944 alone, Japanese production of rifle and machine gun ammunition was 6.5% of the U.S., and tank production was just 4.7%. The U.S. output of tanks reached 20,357 in 1944, whereas Japan was around 1,000, and their tanks, like with their planes, were second-rate. From 1939 to 1945, the U.S. produced 2,382,311 trucks, while Japan could only muster 165,945. Japan marched off to war against the West with no means to defeat the U.S., much less an allied coalition. Historian Edward Dray stated that the Japanese armed forces produced a military strategy that the nation could not afford. So, why did Japan do it? In its long history, Japan had never been conquered. To many Japanese, that was unimaginable. The Japanese hoped the Soviets and British would soon fall in defeat to Germany, and that the U.S. would fail to rise to the occasion and reorganize its entire nation to project power across Asia and the Pacific. If these things happened, Japan felt it could conquer China, seize American territory along with European colonies, and control Asia. With these hopes, Japan proved that it overplayed its hand. Great Britain and its Commonwealth of Nations remained in the fight against Hitler and Hirohito and made good on Churchill's pledge to never surrender. Russia, a Japanese neighbor and hated enemy, pounded the Nazi armies on the march toward Berlin. The U.S., while at first devoting most of its efforts to defeating the Nazis, eventually took the fight to the Japanese everywhere. And China continued to stubbornly fight Japan. By 1945, 3 years after Pearl Harbor, America had rebuilt and expanded its Pacific Fleet, mobilized, trained, and armed its Army, infantry, and Marines, and created a modern Air Force. By spring 1945, Americans stood at the enemy's gate, able to not only sink battleships like the Japanese did at Pearl Harbor, but also effectively destroy the Japanese Navy, cripple its economy, and kill hundreds of thousands of its people. No longer the dominant predator, the Japanese military and Hirohito knew they were now the hunted, and Americans were coming for them. Still, Japan leaders thought that if they could not defeat America, they could fight a tenacious defensive action that would break America's will to fight, enabling Japan to win a favorable peace. However, the U.S. would never entertain a truce like the one the Japanese desired, and the fighting ability of America's soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines proved more than a match for Japan's servicemen in order to force Hirohito to surrender unconditionally. In analyzing the quality of the fighting men of Iwo Jima, Lieutenant General Howland Mad Smith, commander of the Fleet Marine Force Pacific, said, "The teamwork of all services and the grit, devotional skill of the Marines who refused to be stopped reduced those defenses, won the island, and gave convincing proof to the Japanese that the best they had to offer was not good enough." Besides its tenacious warriors and superior volume of material, another reason America prevailed over Japan was the coordination of the different services in contrast to the empire's navy and army. The paralysis in Tokyo was so great that not only did the Navy and Army separately exercise veto power over policy and even the makeup of government, but were constantly at loggerheads with each other. The high commands in Tokyo could not control hotheads in the field who made their own military decisions and had demonstrated that they were prepared to kill superiors who showed insufficient zeal or reverence for the imperial will, quote unquote. In fact, while Marine General Clifton Cates was stationed in China from 1936 to 1939, he witnessed a Japanese Army unit engage in a firefight with a naval unit. The Jap Army and the Navy hated each other as much as anyone could, he said. Yamamoto and Tojo bickered with each other like little children over the roles each service should play and how many planes should be built. Yamamoto felt Tojo and his ilk were a pack of damn fools, and that their entire conduct during the China War was a costly drain of manpower and military resources. The Army and Navy were pitted against each other in an eternal brawl over funding, political influence, and the allocation of resources. America benefited from a unified chain of command under civilian control of the President, who was Commander-in-Chief. The civilian secretaries of War and the Navy worked in close cooperation. The heads of the Navy, Army, and Army Air Force met regularly to plan the war and issued orders to their subordinates. Any issue they could not resolve could be decided by President Roosevelt. Effective cooperation between the Navy, Marines, Army, and Army Air Force in planning and execution was exemplified at many battles like Guam and Okinawa. Although there were disagreements between Nimitz and MacArthur, and sometimes lack of respect and coordination between the services, like the Marines and Army displayed on Guadalcanal, Saipan, and Peleliu, still, compared to Japan, America's forces worked well together. Marines worked closely with sailors, especially Seabees. On Iwo, the Marines served with 7,000 of them, and every Marine appreciated them. Lieutenant General Smith said, "They never let us down." Seabees served on the front lines, proving themselves fast and effective in the construction and repair of airfields, roads, and fortifications, conveyed men and equipment over the reefs, and provided water desalination systems. Sailors transported Marines and soldiers over long distances to the battlefield, with coxswains steering the variety of specialized landing craft carrying Marines and soldiers along with their weapons, ammunition, food, water, communication equipment, artillery, tanks, and supplies under dangerous conditions, through enemy obstacles and fire, and onto the beaches. They helped evacuate the wounded to hospital ships where Navy doctors, dentists, and nurses cared for them. Corpsmen moved with Marines on the battlefield and provided first aid and evacuation of casualties to medical stations. Gunnery teams went ashore with Marines to direct naval gunfire on targets, as well as to assist fighters and bombers flying close air support. Marine and Navy pilots and the Army Air Force helped destroy enemy aircraft and airfields that could be used to bomb and strafe Marines and their fleet. Navy chaplains appealed to God with servicemen and offered what comfort they could, along with last rites and burials. In contrast to the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy internecine battles, U.S. Marine, Army, and Navy leaders worked well together and respected each other enough to achieve victories. Japan also lacked flexible command. If an officer died in combat, his men were often at a loss of who should assume leadership. As Princeton University historians Philip A. Crowell and Jeter A. Isley wrote, the Japanese soldier was unimaginative in battle. They also employed outdated tactics. Although the Japanese military exhibited skill, determination, and boldness of leadership, they glorified death, preferring banzais to less glorious but more effective methods. One historian estimates that out of 1,140,000 Japanese army dead, 200,000 of them died in inefficient charges. The highest value to which a Japanese subject could aspire was death in the nation's service, followed by the apotheosis as a national deity. It has been said that religion's surest foundation is the contempt for life. Japanese disregard for life gave them kamikazes and glorified the desire of hundreds of thousands of their men to die in battle. It also caused them to leave their men on ignored isles until they perished, often from starvation, rather than relocating them to more secure and better defended islands. Of the 2.3 million military deaths Japan suffered, 1.4 million were due to starvation, malnutrition, and disease. Military strategist Bernard Brodie wrote, "The islands and other territories seized by Japan following her Pearl Harbor attack in December 1941 turned out to be liabilities in the later stages of the Second World War, when her garrisons were isolated and immobilized. Japan had outrun its supplies, especially of liquid fuel, and it failed to continue its massive wave of momentum after the summer of 1942. And soon thereafter, its logistics capabilities dwindled as enemy attacks from the sea and air killed its supply chain throughout its empire." Historian Yuki Tanaka derisively calls his countrymen's war from 1941 to 1945 the Japanese War of Starvation. And not surprisingly, the Japanese policies in the lands they occupied only created hatred toward them as they subjected and slaughtered civilians everywhere they ruled. Had they spent half the time building up the communities and being kind to the locals as they did pulling down their pants and raping women and tying up victims and slicing off their heads, pursuing randori, they might have received more support and supplies from their East Asian co-prosperity sphere. Instead of winning hearts and minds, they committed innumerable atrocities and incurred the hatred from the populations they controlled. In contrast, the U.S. military had several attributes allowing it to overcome its enemies. Marines along the chain of command were taught to be leaders and to assume command of their units if their superior was wounded or killed. Basic platoons, roughly 44 men, were broken into 3 squads, 10 to 13 men each, and each squad was split into 4 fire teams, 3 to 4 men each. It had a platoon leader, lieutenant, a platoon sergeant, squad leaders, a runner, a guide, and a corpsman. These maneuver units gave the squad leader greater tactical flexibility to employ the increased combat power at his disposal. Each group knew how to operate within the larger whole. It was like multiple football teams went into battle with the same playbook and played all the positions, so everyone, regardless of what position they took, knew the plays. When taking heavy casualties, some corporals who ordinarily led squads found themselves acting as platoon sergeants. During the Pacific War, the Marine riflemen had developed into such a finely honed instrument of destruction that squad leaders, platoon commanders, and company commanders wielded the majority of combat power, and during training, they often role-played each other's positions to ensure the command structure never collapsed while under fire, like was seen on Tinian and Iwo Jima when Gunny Renstrom took over the leadership of entire platoons after their lieutenants and sergeants became casualties. Chambers' platoon proved the value of this flexibility when his depleted group of only 20 men took out 32 emplacements on the 23rd of February 1945. It is a certainty that these 20 had never operated as a single group before, but when called to do so, their training took over, and they burned, exploded, and killed their way through one of Kuribayashi's toughest defenses as a coordinated team, and helped WWII earn the Medal of Honor. Charging forward into sheer death and destruction, the fighting spirit of the amphibious assault warrior seemingly matched the fatalistic fanaticism of his Japanese foe. Marines did not glorify death, but they willingly risked their lives to aid comrades and accomplish their mission. In addition, U.S. military personnel, unlike those of Imperial Japanese, created friendships and bonds of trust in the communities they took over, as seen with WWII and Beck's friendly interactions with the natives of Guadalcanal and Guam, and those of their comrades on Saipan and Tinian, like Reed and Renstrom displayed. They did not exploit the areas economically or rape women under their control, even in occupied Japan when the Japanese expected them to do so. Due to Japanese propaganda, the U.S. shocked them by not immediately doing to the Japanese what Japan had done to others throughout its empire. In the end, the U.S. conferred on the Japanese a peaceful government with self-determination and full representation, giving the country's women the right to vote. When General of the Army MacArthur enacted this policy, his military secretary, Brigadier General Bonner Fellers, said, "The Japanese men won't like it." MacArthur quickly retorted, "I don't care. I want to discredit the military. Women don't want war." And since 1945, Japan has not waged war and has had relatively peaceful dealings with its neighbors thanks largely to the U.S. A co-prosperity sphere was created wherever the U.S. conquered in World War II, not only in name, but also, and most importantly, in deed. WWII, Beck, Chambers, Dashiell, Renstrom, Hemphill, Erskine, and other Marines, sailors, Coast Guardsmen, soldiers, and airmen helped bring about the victory that ensured this new world, both with their training and with their behavior. The victory these men helped seize at Iwo has played large in American cultural consciousness. Many books and movies have highlighted it, from John Wayne's famous role on the sands of Iwo Jima in 1949 to Clint Eastwood's productions of Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima from 2006. The battle has cultural appeal. The second flag raising on Mount Suribachi is probably the most iconic war photograph in history, and it is the inspiration for one of the best-known Washington, D.C. monuments. It has been commemorated in countless ways, from stamps to campus monuments, from art shown in the Smithsonian to the architectural form of the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, Virginia. Naval vessels have been named after it, like the USS Iwo Jima, and the men who fought there, including the Navy-guided missile destroyer USS Cole, made famous when Islamic terrorists attacked it in 2000 at Yemen's Aden harbor, killing 17 of her crew, and the USNS Herschel Woody Williams. This battle has become one of the most symbolic events in American history, exemplifying heroism, bravery, and success. Iwo veteran Billy Griggs said, "We got the job done. I cheated death so many times I'm surprised I'm still here. However, if my country asked me to do Iwo Jima again, I'd do it. I wouldn't want to, but I still do it." The mentality of these men moving forward on Iwo against incredible danger exemplified the can-do American spirit. Rabbi Gittleson reflected, "The wonder is not that we suffered such grievous losses, but that we succeeded in taking the island at all. No one will ever be able to use the words American and impossible in the same sentence to me. Along with a humble respect for the average American's courage, I carried back with me from Iwo an admittedly egotistical pride in the fact that for an American, nothing is impossible." American victory on Iwo came at a terrible cost, though. Almost 7,000 Marines and Navy sailors lost their lives over the 36-day battle. To put the battle in context for its brutality, more men died in this battle than all the deaths the U.S. has suffered in Afghanistan and Iraq in almost 2 decades of war since 2001. Additionally, over 19,000 were wounded on Iwo Jima. Many carried their wounds for the rest of their lives. Men suffered gunshots, stab wounds, shrapnel lacerations, and traumatic brain injuries. Some lost limbs or eyesight. Like every war, many had psychological wounds, now identified as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, originally called battle, combat fatigue, shell shock, or psychoneurosis. As one has read, many around Woody during the campaigns became casualties of war like Lefty, Scrivens, Bornholtz, Fisher, and Waters. Many paid the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. That America was able to bring such a nation as Japan to its knees while also devoting its resources to defeating Hitler and Mussolini was a testament to its strength. The cost was great, with 400,000 dead Americans plus the millions who sustained injuries. On a personal note, my uncle, Army First Lieutenant Frank H. Rigg, fought at Anguar in the Palau Islands in 1944. He was injured and left with a deformed right hand. He never got over his combat, hated the Japanese, and like Woody, was driven to drink after the war. My Aunt Doris often found him alone in the garage, staring at the wall, suffering flashbacks. She remembered him screaming in his sleep and jumping out of bed. Woody's platoon leader, Howard Chambers, struggled like my uncle. When he returned from the war, his daughter Barbara Olson said he was a shattered man. At first he drank way too much. Every time he tried to talk to us about the war, he'd break down in tears. Chambers also went from a fit 190-pound, 5'10", hard-as-a-rock Marine in 1945 to a limping, full of pain, partially deaf, and overweight man of 260 pounds by 1955. He struggled physically and psychologically, although eventually, like Woody, he pulled it together and lived a productive life, taking care of his kids, playing tennis regularly, and being a successful businessman. Woody suffered too, but Woody's religious conversion and his wife's love are credited with saving him. Woody's post-war experiences remind us of the psychological cost a nation's warriors and their families bear during and after war, and the importance of taking care of our veterans. Frank Rigg's, Chambers, and Woody's stories detail how the Pacific War was won. America faced in the Japanese enemy a belligerent, racist, religiously fanatical, and criminally brutal adversary. Nowhere in its annals of warfare had America met with a more determined foe. Armed with the state-of-the-art weapons and backed by millions of its civilians. Overwhelming violence had to be brought against Japan for its surrender, its emperor to renounce his divine status, its military aggression to cease, and its government to embrace liberal democracy. Defeating the Japanese on Guam, Iwo, and throughout the Pacific, they had to be shot, shelled, sealed in, or blown up in their caves, tunnels, and fortifications, or cremated with flamethrowers. On Iwo alone, 10,000 gallons of flamethrower mixture were used daily for both troop-carried models and Zippo tanks. 360,000 gallons total for the 36-day campaign. The 3rd Mardiv utilized 172 flamethrowers during the 36-day campaign. Woody used 6 alone. Eric Hamill wrote, "Without flamethrower assaultmen willing to take enormous gambles, the advance on Iwo would have been bogged down at the beach." Japanese bone collectors who yearly explore the island to find the remains of soldiers to cremate and dispose of find 2 types of bones. White bones of men killed by bombs, explosives, and bullets are those who got progressively weaker and died, and black bones of men burned to death by flamethrowers. Woody's battalion wrote its assessment of explosives. The following weapons were, in order of listing, found most effective against fortified installations. A. Shaped charges, and B. Composition C2 in 18 per knapsack as satchel charge. Woody, as a demolition man, was responsible for these options and blew up enemy positions often after they were incinerated. The report then moved on to flamethrowers. Portable flamethrowers used by this battalion were found to be extremely effective against caves, bunkers, and pillboxes encountered during this operation. Normal employment consisted of moving the flamethrower operator into position from a flank, covering him then meanwhile with rifle and bar fire. Upon arrival within range of target, the operator would shoot his flame across the cave or emplacement entrance or embrasure, and advancing quickly under cover of his own fire, place himself in position to direct his fire directly into the cave opening or embrasure. When so directed, flamethrower fire was effective in silencing the cave or emplacement to allow the placing of a demolition charge. Woody's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Marlowe C. Williams, the report's author, best explained what men like Woody and support teams did. Williams' description of this weapon as extremely effective conveys its importance as one of the most lethal instruments against fortified positions. Out of the 34 days Woody's battalion was engaged on Iwo, it used flamethrower operators for 24. The after-action report noted excellent use of the flamethrower was made in this operation and functioning was very good. Historian and U.S. Army Brigadier General John Mountcastle wrote, "In Pacific ground combat, the flamethrower was frequently regarded as the most valuable weapon on the field." He further stated, "The Marines were the best at using the flamethrower during World War II. Men like Woody, Rybakevich, and Nazarzeski, using them the way they did, help add to this reputation. And Woody ensured what he learned he taught to others in real time." Conclusion. Section B. Woody's responsibility to instruct and lead during combat displayed the Marines' resourcefulness in teaching tactics and weapons during battle. Knowing 3 companies, A, B, and C, made up Woody's 1st Battalion, and that they suffered dreadful losses, one understands why few of the original flamethrower demolition men were left by campaign's end. The 21st Regimental Report noted flamethrower operators suffered 92% casualties in the 2nd Battalion alone. If companies in Woody's battalion suffered similar attrition, roughly only 3 flamethrower demolition men survived in the battalion instead of the original 21 after weeks of battle. Because these weapons were utilized throughout the campaign, Woody not only used the most effective weapons against defense systems, explosives, and flamethrowers, but also would have been responsible for teaching these weapons to new arrivals, although he also had flamethrower operator demolition men Joseph Anthony Rybakevich and Marquess Kenneth Cookson there to help too. Both survived 34 days on Iwo like Woody. In fact, Rybakevich reported that 5 out of the 15 flamethrower operators in his unit, including him and Woody, survived. So there were possibly 2 others there besides Cookson, Rybakevich, and Woody. Replacements quickly learned how to use explosives and flamethrowers against enemy positions, requiring difficult on-the-job training. As Woody noted, replacements rushed to the front were unprepared to use most of their weapons, arriving directly from boot camp. Marine leadership at Iwo prepared for the worst-case scenario, placing the 3rd Mardiv in reserve to be used in case of trouble, although it expected weak resistance and believed the division would not be utilized. Instead, 3rd Mardiv regiments were deployed by the 3rd day of battle to everybody's surprise, and replacements were used by the thousands to help replenish the large losses from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Mardivs. Since flamethrowers were crucial and so few could operate them, Woody's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Williams, wrote on the 6th of April 1945 that all Marines should learn to use them. By May 1945, Woody's 21st Regimental Newsletter wrote, 3rd Division Marines are indoctrinated at an early hour into the niceties of spreading this flaming death. The Marine Corps wants every combat man to know the rudiments of flamethrower operation, just in case. Even with deadly attrition of flamethrowers, the 2nd Battalion's commanding officer of Woody's regiment noted, there is no question that the weapon is a valuable and necessary one in the reduction of emplacements and the neutralization of caves. Major General Erickson echoed his battalion commanders, remarking the flamethrower was an excellent weapon against emplacements and very effective for closing caves. However, due to high casualties, it was difficult to keep flamethrowers manned with personnel of any experience at all. Thus, toward the battle's end, Woody's know-how helped ensure success at his front. Woody knew every time someone touched that weapon, his chances of dying increased dramatically, but the enemy's did even more. The flamethrower was one of the most effective tools to counter the tactic of fighting from underground. The importance of this weapon was also evidenced by the fact that the U.S. produced 14,000 M1-A1 first generation and 25,000 M2-2 second generation flamethrowers during World War II. At the war's beginning, the Germans and Japanese had superior flamethrowers, but by war's end, Americans had developed flamethrower technology that surpassed that of their enemies. The effectiveness of this weapon justified the loss of the majority of the troops using it. These reports demonstrate what a crucial role Woody played during his time on Iwo. He was one of the last survivors of his original cohort with this unique specialty, and one of the few in the battalion who had been trained with flamethrowers and explosives. This placed him in a critical position, educating others how to use these weapons in actual combat based on real battlefield experience. These lessons learned on Iwo would be disseminated in the next campaign, once again on Japanese soil, Okinawa. This engagement was fought on a bigger island, 466 square miles, south of the home islands. This last Pacific battle took place from the 1st of April to the 22nd of June 1945, just as Woody left Iwo. The Japanese also had adopted the fortified defense in depth approach that they had used on Iwo, Anguar, and somewhat on Peleliu. The largest amphibious invasion of the Pacific War was mounted there on Okinawa, numbering 1,457 Allied ships, transporting 541,866 troops. The offensive techniques used on Iwo were used again on Okinawa, only more so. Of the 107,539 Japanese who died on this island, 27,769 were sealed in caves or burned alive by flamethrowers, often followed by C2 explosives. Demolition men and flamethrowers continued to lead American warriors on the front. On Iwo alone, an official history wrote, the only way to get most Japanese was with the flames and the grenades from men who were willing to crawl close enough to throw them. That took courage, and those who undertook such perilous duty helped America win the war. Woody's, Chambers, Beck's, and Erkson's experiences on Iwo illustrate how tactics had changed for both Japanese soldiers and U.S. Marines after Guadalcanal. The Japanese no longer fought an aggressive, mobile offensive supported by naval gunfire, fighters, and bombers with extensive reinforcements. They abandoned their tactics of opposing beach landings and quit using banzais. Instead, Kuribayashi proved the advantage of developing defense in depth and using men sparingly, deploying them in expertly designed pillboxes, blockhouses, caves, tunnels, and buried tanks, and using nighttime infiltration tactics. Lieutenant General Smith wrote of Kuribayashi's defense, "Iwo Jima was notable in that organized resistance did not collapse after the first few days, but continued to the end." Later, Smith called Kuribayashi Hirohito's most redoubtable commander and the best general in the whole Japanese army. Kuribayashi knew that if the attack passed through his defense, he would fail to continue to inflict casualties on the Marines. So obviously part of his training was to teach his men how to stage organized retreats to make sure the integrity of his defensive lines remained strong and that there were many of them to fall back to when the need arose. Kuribayashi's main strategic goal was to inflict massive casualties against the Americans. His battle plan was sound, but his object mad. It was sound in that he was prepared to inflict maximum damage on the enemy, but mad in that by doing so, there was no hope America would settle for less than total victory and unconditional surrender. He made the Americans feel the way he wanted and forced them to rethink their strategy, but not necessarily in the manner he had hoped. Instead of causing the U.S. to shrink from war, it motivated America to intensify its bombing of Japan and drop the atomic bombs on 2 of its major cities in an effort to prevent more Iwos. Neither Kuribayashi nor Hirohito realized that making victory by conventional means too costly made deployment of superweapons against Japan a certainty. After Iwo Jima, Japan prepared its citizens to psychologically embrace Gyokusai, the conviction to die heroically in battle rather than surrender. The government produced a slogan, Ichioku Gyokusai, meaning the shattering of 100 million like a beautiful jewel. Leaders taught their citizens to embrace their own extermination, feeling it would provide spiritual purification. Fighter ace Saburo Sakai wrote, "There was no doubt in anyone's mind that the end was near, that soon the fighting would be transferred to our soil. There was no possibility of surrender. We would fight to the last man." His wife, Hatsuyo, carried a knife she would have used on herself instead of falling into American hands. At the highest levels of the government, leaders believed Japan must fight to the finish and choose extinction before surrender. This mentality permeated the Japanese strategic vision. Japan must be defended at all cost. And emotional bearing. Japan is worthy to die for even in the face of defeat. Iwo Jima, along with other battles like Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Guam, and Peleliu, highlighted this nationalist fanaticism and how dreadful the prospect of land war with Japan was. Lieutenant General Smith explained, "In 2 wars I have fought Germans and Japanese. Throw a hand grenade into a German pillbox and they come out with hands reaching for the sky shouting, 'Kamerad!' Throw a hand grenade into a Japanese pillbox and they throw it right back at you." Lieutenant General Erkson echoed Smith. "The Germans had sense enough to get the hell out or surrender when it was hopeless. The Japanese did it." By way of illustration, often when GIs presented flamethrowers near a Wehrmacht bunker and pumped a few serpent streams of fire in the air, the Nazis came out with hands high. This study has not documented a case where the Japanese surrendered in the face of being incinerated. The 4th Mardiv General Clifton Cates, describing the discrepancies between these Axis troops, said, Thank God the Japs didn't have the German know-how, and thank God the Germans didn't have the Japs' tenacity and lack of fear to die, because if you put them both together, it would be bad. The Japanese had the courage, I must admit it was dumb courage, and the Germans had the know-how and the training, but the Germans would give up. The Imperial Japanese Army, in general, had a fatality rate of almost 100% in battle. Persuading the Japanese to hoist the white flag was difficult because, when closer to defeat, the Japanese increased their ferocity, as illustrated by banzais and kamikazes, and their exhortation for citizens to die to the last person in case of invasion. The Japanese, who had rapidly modernized their industry and military, lived in a grotesquely warped, repressive, totalitarian society whose growth was stunted in every way, in cultural evolution and in mental and emotional development, both as individuals and as a group. It was difficult to change the conviction of their ruler not to surrender. So Iwo, among other battles, made American leaders aware of what they faced when invading Japan. If Japan had to send over 800 ships and over 230,000 men to invade and conquer 8 square miles of territory defended by almost 22,000 fanatical troops like those at Iwo Jima, how much more would it have to expend conquering Japan's 146,000 square miles with 71 million citizens, 4 million servicemen, and an additional 18 million citizen soldiers, men between the ages of 15 and 60, and women between the ages of 17 and 40. Children were trained to carry backpacks of explosives and to throw themselves under the treads of tanks as quote-unquote Sherman carpets. The government renamed schools national schools and assigned teachers the crucial task of educating the children of the emperor to sacrifice themselves for Japan. In fact, children 12 years and older were trained to fight the invasion. Even married women exercised with bamboo spears to combat the invaders. Land war on Japan's mainland would have seen not only some of the bloodiest battles of World War II, but also some of the bloodiest in history. Secretary of War Henry Stimson's staff estimated conquering Japan would cost 1.7 to 4 million casualties, including up to 800,000 dead, double what the U.S. had already experienced. It would cost the Japanese between 5 to 10 million dead, half of the 381,550 Japanese in the Philippines, and at least a third, if not one half, of the 300,000 Okinawan and the 40,000 Saipan Tenonin Japanese citizens died during these battles alone. In preparation for invading Japan, America produced 500,000 Purple Hearts. After all the bloody war since World War II, there are still 120,000 of them left in stock after thousands were awarded to personnel from campaigns in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. These medals were not needed because the bombing campaign launched from the Marianas culminated in the detonation of 2 atomic bombs that ended the war. These massive attacks convinced Hirohito to command his subjects to lay down arms. The weapon's destructiveness had the necessary psychological impact to make Hirohito alter his thinking. He said on the 7th of August, "We should lose no time in ending the war so as not to have another tragedy like this." After the first bomb's deployment, the might of the Soviet Union bore down on the Japanese forces in Manchuria with 1.5 million troops, killing thousands after Stalin officially declared war on Japan on the 8th of August. This made Hirohito want to move more quickly on the surrender agreement. Then, with the explosion of the second bomb on the 9th of August, he knew he needed to act. While he waited to address his nation, thousands of his 800,000 citizens in Manchuria started to kill themselves fearing surrender and the enemy, like those on Saipan, Tenonin, and Okinawa had done. Once again, they killed themselves with grenades and cyanide handed out to them by none other than Imperial Japanese Army soldiers and spiritual harmony. Imperial Japanese Army units numbering 665,000 men in Manchuria started to disappear by the thousands under the red wave of Soviet superior armor, planes, and infantry. The Imperial Japanese Army offered mad, useless resistance while still in loyal service to their nation and emperor. Sadly, just like the Japanese had done to their conquered people, Japanese civilians and prisoners were subjected by the Russians to rape, pillage, and murder. These events prompted Hirohito to sue for peace immediately, saying, "I have given serious thought to the situation prevailing at home and abroad, and have concluded that continuing the war can only mean destruction for the nation and prolongation of bloodshed and cruelty in the world. The time has come when we must bear the unbearable." Even with an imminent invasion of Japan by two major powers and with no chance of a negotiated peace through Russian diplomats, Hirohito waited days to address his nation due to fear of retribution from military diehards who wanted to continue fighting. Even after the U.S. Navy submarines had tightened their coil around Japan, sinking most supply ships coming and going from Asia, after the introduction of B-29 bombers and destructive bomb raids, and after atomic bombs devastated two cities, Imperial Japanese Army reactionaries attempted to capture Hirohito, destroy his recorded surrender message, and kill his advisors to prevent capitulation. They stormed the imperial palace, shooting and beheading those opposing them. They searched for the as yet unbroadcasted phonograph recording of Hirohito's surrender announcement, but did not locate it. The coup failed on the day of the broadcast. The conspirators, seeing they had failed, committed suicide in front of the palace. After this threat was eliminated, on the 15th of August, Hirohito announced over the radio with his high-pitched voice to a weeping nation Japan's surrender. It was the first time his people had heard him speak. "We declared war on America and Britain out of our desire to assure Japan's self-preservation and the stabilization of East Asia, it being far from our thought either to infringe upon the sovereignty of other nations or to embark upon territorial aggrandizement. Despite the best that has been done by everyone, the gallant fighting of military forces, the diligence and assiduity of our veterans, of our servants of state, and the devoted service of our 100 million people, the war situation has developed not to Japan's advantage, while the general trends of the world have all turned against her interest. Moreover, the enemy has begun to employ a cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is indeed incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, it would not only result in the obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also it would lead to the total extinction of human civilization. Such being the case, how are we to save the millions of our subjects or to atone ourselves before the hallowed spirits of our imperial ancestors? This is the reason why we have ordered the acceptance of the joint declaration of the powers. We are aware of the inmost feelings of all ye, our subjects, that we ask you to surrender. We have resolved to pave the way for peace for all generations to come." As he had repeatedly done throughout World War II, Hirohito packed his rescript with lies. Not only had he shown himself during the war to be a Holocaust-minded, war-mongering dictator, in his radio address he again showed he was a liar. His brazen claim that Japan's actions were for the good of Asia and that Japan had never wanted to infringe upon other nations' rights was clearly false. Historian Saburo Inaga said, "It's a complete lie to say that Japan made aggressive moves in Asia to liberate Asians from the control of Europe and America." Hirohito's hyperbolic assessment that if Japan did not lay down arms, it would result in the demise of its culture and civilization as a whole took his speech from understatement to exaggeration. Without surrender, Japanese culture would have taken more blows from Allied forces, but civilization in the form of Western democracy would have continued without Japan. The fate of civilization was not in question, but the survival of Japan was. Nevertheless, he said something that psychologically was important here by asking his subjects to think of their ancestors. By doing so, he as a god could reshape people's views, implying the gods wanted this peace because they would not otherwise have allowed such a bomb to hit Japan. This part of his talk was a wise tactic, since he was issuing a new version of the religious code of never surrender. Hirohito's risky and bold move worked. The bombs turned his thinking around, and he was the only one who could persuade his people to lay down arms. Weeks later, on the 2nd of September 1945, a Japanese delegation signed the surrender on the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. Since his subjects believed he was a god, only such authority could end the 2,600-year span from Japan's origins of never surrendering to a foreign power. They accepted the decision because His Majesty's orders came before anything else. Knowing Nagasaki and Hiroshima's destruction changed the mind of a Japanese god to surrender and prevent deaths that would have become staggering, millions of weary GIs, Marines, and their families thanked their god for the atomic bombs. Had Japan not surrendered, the U.S. had prepared more atomic bombs in case the first two failed. After President Truman said after Hiroshima, "If the Japanese do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth." Truman was not full of bravado here. 2 more bombs were being readied on Tinian to be dropped on Japan on the 13th and 16th of August. America wanted to avoid facing massive Japanese armies full of soldiers and civilians who would fight to the very last death. Luckily for the Japanese citizenry and America, it took only 2 atomic bombs and not 4 or 8 to do the trick. Political objectives can greatly alter during the course of the war and may finally change entirely since they are influenced by events and their probable consequences, which the atomic bombs indeed did. These bombs brought about the exhaustion of Japan's physical and moral resistance. Historian Richard Frank said, "In face of the evidence, it is fantasy, not history, to believe that the end of the war was at hand before the use of the atomic bomb." Veteran Paul Fussell wrote, "For all the fake manliness of our facades of attacking Japan, we cried with relief and joy when the bombs were dropped. We were going to live. We were going to grow up to adulthood after all." Now men started saying to one another, "Home alive in 45." Although many Americans understood neither the science of atomic bombs nor the destruction they inflicted, they knew the impact they had. Namely, they ended the war that most felt was years away from concluding. Servicemen knew that the longer the fighting lasted, the more likely they were to be wounded or killed. Fussell wrote that the bombs brought life to many by sparing them from deadly combat, and they were relieved. General LeMay said, "It did not take a genius to realize that after what the military and civilians did on Saipan, and later Okinawa, committing suicide and useless resistance, that not dropping the 2 atomic bombs would have been an exercise in fucking stupidity." Churchill echoed LeMay, telling the Commons on the 16th of August, "After the amount of money, time, expertise, and effort that has gone into building the bomb, it would have been unacceptable for soldiers to have died in their hundreds of thousands to solve politicians' consciousness about using it. It was approved overwhelmingly by the public and especially by the armed forces at the time." Churchill also rightly described the atomic bomb as the second coming in wrath. As mentioned before, the atomic bombings were approved in response to learning and believing in the absolute resolve the Japanese had with regard to martyrdom. As President Truman said, "Nobody is more disturbed over the use of atomic bombs than I. The only language the Japanese seem to understand is the one that we have been using to bombard them. When you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat him as a beast." If the atomic bombs had not worked, Japanese leadership would have sacrificed millions in futile suicide actions. When Truman learned of the successful atomic bomb test, he decided to use it against Japan. He wrote in his diary that this was necessary because the Japanese were savages, ruthless, merciless, and fanatic. After the bombs had been dropped, Truman said, "We have used atomic bombs against those who attacked us without warning at Pearl Harbor, against those who have starved and beaten and executed American prisoners of war, against those who have abandoned all pretense of obeying international laws of warfare. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands of young Americans." One can say concerning the bomb's use, LeMay, Churchill, and Truman were kindred spirits. The Japanese convinced Americans of their suicidal zeal as warriors, and in response, the U.S. gave them a strong message. It was a message of Vernichtungsstrategie, the strategy of annihilation. Until the atomic bombs were dropped, it really did appear that every Japanese leader and citizen was willing to die defending their homeland. After Iwo Jima, the third Mardiv noted the use of various types of suicide tactics, including those involving aircraft, kamikazes, piloted rocket bombs, small boats, suicidal Navy frogmen, manned torpedoes, has been developed greatly and can be expected to increase as the Allies approach closer to invade the Japanese home island. In other words, Japanese fanaticism only increased as the Allies got closer to Japan's home islands and emperor. After the bombs were dropped, Hirohito realized the destruction the bombs could render. He saw that the war's continuation would bring about Japan's annihilation. By dropping the bombs, the U.S. took the war to another extreme and forced its enemy to do its will. The dropping of the bombs and Japan's surrender had another effect on Japanese culture. On the 1st of January 1946, Hirohito, in his Humanity Declaration Rescript, and his last act as a supposed deity, renounced his claims to heavenly descent, breaking a putatively divine line of his ancestors spanning from 660 BCE. Japan's defeat brought down its supposed god. The infallible and divine Hirohito became a mere mortal like his subjects. Yale University historian James B. Crowley wrote, "The nature of this defeat of Japan was overwhelming, numbering among its victims the efficacy of a religious myth, a belief in the divine qualities of the imperial institution." This shows the war's dramatic impact on Japan's psyche and its beliefs. The psychosocial change was immense. The war changed how an entire nation thought about its gods, origins, and future. Americans and many around the world thank Roosevelt and American military leaders for developing the bomb ahead of the Nazis and Japanese. And they were thankful Truman was willing to use it. General LeMay, the man responsible for carpet and firebombing Japan, was more blunt about the reasons for using the bombs. If Truman had been an idiot humanitarian and not wanted to drop those damn bombs, I would have probably resigned. The clarity of such an action was unmistakable. Only a foolish asshole would not use any and every weapon at his disposal to win a goddamn war. Moreover, the atomic bomb attacks that ended the war saved Japan from communism. After invading Manchuria, Stalin would have continued to Japan's mainland. A delayed end of the war could have resulted in a North and South Japan after the end of hostilities, like East and West Germany in Europe and North and South Korea. Moreover, the bomb saved a few million people from death in battles for Japan and others from continued warring and raping on the Asian continent and on islands Japan still occupied. Historian Richard Frank wrote, "What is clear beyond dispute is that the minimum plausible range for deaths of Asian non-combatants each month in 1945 was over 100,000, and more probable reached or even exceeded 250,000. Any moral assessment of how the Pacific War did or could have ended must consider the fate of these Asian non-combatants and the POWs. Many are thankful for the bombs since they ended Japanese slaughter and saved the lives of millions, American, Japanese, and a host of Asians." Historian Frank continued, Any soldier or Marine infantryman slated for Olympic who believed the atomic bomb saved him from death or wounds had solid grounds for this belief. Woody agrees, "Without those bombs, I wouldn't be here today." And these bombs destroyed one of the most horrible regimes mankind has produced. As chief of counsel for the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, Joseph B. Kennan wrote in 1946, "Of very few throughout the world, including these accused Japanese Class A war criminals like Tojo, Matsui, Sakai, decided to take the law into their own hands and to force their individual will upon mankind. They declared war upon civilization. They made the rules and defined the issues. They were determined to destroy democracy and its essential basis, freedom and respect of human personality. They were determined that the system of government of and by and for the people should be eradicated and what they called the New Order established instead. And to this end they joined hands with the Hitlerite group. They did formally, by way of treaty, and they were proud of their confederacy. Together they planned, prepared, and initiated aggressive wars against the great democracies throughout the world. They willingly dealt with human beings as chattels and pawns. That it meant murder, and the murder and the subjugation and enslavement of millions was of no moment to them. That it encompassed a plan or design for the murder in all parts of the world of children and aged, that it envisioned the entire obliteration of whole communities, was to them a matter of complete indifference. That it should cause the premature end of the very flower of the youth of the world, their own included, was entirely besides the point. Treaties, agreements, and assurances were treated as mere words, bits of paper, in their minds, and constituted no deterring influence on their efforts. Their purpose was that force should be unloosed upon the world. They thought in terms of force and domination, and entirely obscured the end of justice. In this enterprise millions could die. The resources of nations could be destroyed. All this was of no import to their mad scheme for domination and control of Eastern Asia, and as they advanced, ultimately the entire world. This was the purport of their conspiracy. This indictment supported the justification for all living free men and women of the Allied nations to be grateful for the atomic bombs, and for all the nameless and named victims of Japan's Holocaust from Nanking to Canton, to Shanghai to Hong Kong, to Hankow to Manila, names on the par with Dachau and Auschwitz. They too, if they could still have spoken, would have thanked those who developed and dropped the atomic bombs. With the atomic bombs, their cries were heard across the ocean throughout Japan's society. And having engineered such fantastic and destructive weapons like the uranium and plutonium bombs, and then implemented them, showed how far the U.S. had come in 3.5 years since December 1941 in the evolution of weapons. And the atomic bombs were just one weapon out of thousands America created and used. The Marines evolved from using water-cooled machine guns, M1903 Springfield bolt-action rifles, M1 flamethrowers, and decent airplanes like the Grumman F-4 Wildcat, to using M2-2 flamethrowers, bazookas, satchel charges, air-cooled machine guns, shorter-barreled carbines, M1 semi-automatic rifles, Zippo tanks, Higgins boats, and far superior airplanes to those of the Japanese, like the Vought F-4U Corsair. The manner in which Marines used these weapons in a combined arms manner in 1945 was much more efficient than at Guadalcanal in 1942. The Japanese had lost air superiority, their great advantage in torpedoes, superiority in night warfare at sea, and ability to mount a credible naval threat to the U.S. Navy or Army and Marine forces on the battleground and in the skies. Japanese soldiers could no longer look for resupply, reinforcement, or evacuation by sea, and many were bypassed and left to die of starvation and disease. During war, as Karl von Clausewitz writes, a commander must make sure that all forces are involved, that no part of the whole force is idle, because those elements not busy with defeating the enemy are being wasted, which is even worse than using them inappropriately. By 1944, Americans had killed the majority of Japanese best-trained pilots. Although Japan produced some improved aircraft models, they still fell short of U.S. quality. The Zero was now no match for new American aircraft and tactics. Fighter pilot Saburo Sakai said, "Japan couldn't produce new planes in any numbers since the country didn't have the industrial strength. More than 10 upgrades of the Zero weren't enough." As a result, the Japanese introduced the kamikaze human-guided flying bomb, which was difficult to defend against, but still could not prevent America's rolling military tide. Using the Higgins boats to assault beaches from Normandy to Iwo allowed the U.S. to hit the enemy from the sea and hit him fast with tens of thousands of armed men. Lieutenant General Smith stated, "The Higgins boat contributed more to our common victory than any other piece of equipment." General of the Army Eisenhower echoed Smith, saying, "The boat won the war for us." So the evolution of war took many forms for both nations. Woody's training in 1943 and 1944 with the newly developed N2-2 flamethrower showed one example of how the Marines and other service branches were continually adapting their methods and upgrading their weapons and organization on the fly in order to combat the enemy's tactics. Militaries in the U.S. and in Japan both knew about flamethrowers before the war, but the way the U.S. designed, manufactured, tested, and used them made the difference. The Japanese were adapting elaborate static defenses, and the flamethrower was the weapon to counter them. Besides developing state-of-the-art weapons, the U.S. also developed engineering units that were the best any military had ever used in history. The Navy employed roughly 325,000 men in Naval Construction Battalions, Seabees. The war in the Pacific, then, was an engineers' war. They knew over 60 skilled trades. In the Pacific War, where 80% of Seabees served, they built 111 major airstrips, 441 piers, tanks for 100 million gallons of gas, and hospitals for 70,000 patients. They figured out how to get landing craft, Amtraks, and tanks over coral reefs and other obstacles. In many battles like Saipan, the Seabees landed in the second wave. They also fought in combat, earning over 2,000 Purple Hearts. They lost approximately 200 men in war and more to accidents. Yale University political scientist Paul Kennedy rates their role on Guam, Saipan, and Tinian and Operation Forager as possibly their greatest during the war. Years of isolationism left the U.S. unprepared to fight a world war at the time of Pearl Harbor. America, with great natural resources, skilled workers, universities, and industrial might beyond the enemy's reach, evolved its equipment and tactics faster than the Japanese, which gave America a decisive edge in combat, inflicting more casualties and damage on the Japanese than they did on Americans. Moreover, the U.S. was excellent at motivating, equipping, and training its men on the new tactics and equipment used on the battlefield. Helping each Marine learn intimately how to use his weapon fostered confidence. Refugee scientists made great contributions, as with the Manhattan Project, to develop the atomic bomb. There were two destructive arsenals which could bring massive destruction to Japan: chemical weapons and atomic bombs. The atomic bombs were deployed against Japan to good effect, but why did the U.S. not use chemical warfare? Poison gas might have been effective in killing the Japanese on the Mariana Islands and Iwo, and although Nimitz and FDR contemplated its use, the government ultimately rejected it as a violation of treaty obligations. In February 1945, Commander Dick Ashworth delivered a letter to Nimitz from his boss, Fleet Admiral Ernst King, ordering him to support the Manhattan Project. But there were only 2 atomic bombs being readied. Germany fought until May, and FDR had ordered the atomic bomb would first be used against Germany, the priority target, if it did not surrender. Even if he did not know of the atomic bomb project, Nimitz could not be certain in February that the new superweapon would work, be ready by August, or be replicated enough to drop more than one on Japan. Scientists and policymakers were concerned that in actual use the atomic bombs might malfunction. Finally, there was the matter of safety, getting the weapon close enough to deliver it. It was the cruiser USS Indianapolis that delivered parts of the Little Boy atomic bomb to Tiananmen on the 26th of July, 1945, which contained about half of the uranium-235 that existed in the world. 4 days after the successful delivery, Japanese submarine I-58 sank the USS Indianapolis, resulting in the death of 879 men, one of the greatest losses of life in the U.S. Navy's history. Only the USS Arizona was worse, with 1,177 dead. So, it was difficult to get the atomic bombs into position to even be used, much less truly tested in battle. But at this stage, gas was a known quantity, and deploying it could have destroyed Japan's ability to wage war just as the atomic bomb would. However, America struggled with using both weapons, and ultimately decided against using gas. We know Japan would have used chemical warfare against the Americans if shipments of lethal agents sent for the Saipan battle had not been sunk. Once chemical weapons were introduced, they would have been used in other battles around the world. Would American chemical warfare usage in 1945 have ended the war faster? In World War I, poison gas caused injuries or death to an estimated 1 million soldiers and hundreds of thousands of civilians, and increased the misery for those who wore gas masks in the trenches. Major General Clifton Cates, 4th Mardiv commander on Iwo, had his entire company wiped out by a German gas attack in World War I. However, this form of warfare was not the major killer or the decisive weapon of the war. For one thing, its use was dependent on the weather, which could delay attacks, making it inefficient or blowing it back on its deployers. Chemical weapons were heavier than air and could linger for days in invisible clouds, causing injuries or death to friendly forces later moving through the area. Hirohito, knowing his men were fighting for a losing cause when he could have surrendered, was willing to let hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians die in the Battle of Okinawa, in the Battle of Luzon, in China, in Burma, on bypassed Pacific Islands, and in the destructive firebombing campaigns. Even after Mussolini was overthrown and Hitler committed suicide and Germany waved the white flag in May 1945, Hirohito ordered his military to continue fighting. Even when over 1 million Russian troops massed on the Manchurian border, stretching their leashes to attack in the summer of 1945, Hirohito seemed to ignore Stalin's message. The Soviets could focus all their energies on Japan now that they had defeated the Nazis. So had gas been used in February 1945, Hirohito most likely would still not have stopped the war. In war, the two primary goals are to destroy the enemy's will and ability to fight. Gas may have been effective at Iwo if the winds cooperated and the Japanese were not prepared for it. Also, dropping gas canisters on cities would have helped weaken Japan besides the firebombings. Such attacks might have sent a powerful message to Tokyo. Although firebombing was destructive to people and property in flammable Japanese cities, Hirohito did not surrender, so one can make the same argument against gas. However, one could also make an argument that using gas would have saved American lives until atomic bombs were used. Nimitz later concluded it would have saved Marines' lives on Iwo. Lieutenant General Smith said people often confronted him on why he did not use gas, citing a Washington newspaper pleading with the military in March 1945 to give the Marines a break and gas the Japs. Smith replied, "Certainly gas shells smothering the island or gas introduced into the caves and tunnels would have simplified our task, but naturally the use of this prohibited weapon was not within the power of a field commander, although ships in the fleet had it. The decision was on a higher level. It was in the hands of the Allied powers, who alone could authorize its use in war, which would have announced even more frightful proportions had gas been allowed." The U.S. was changing its mind about gas, though, and it might have used it during the invasion of Japan to prevent more Iwos. In March 1945, General of the Army Marshall suggested using gas against the Japanese at Okinawa to prevent similar casualties to those seen on Iwo Jima. Had gas preceded the atomic bombs, it might have helped push Hirohito to where the Allies needed him, just like the Soviet Manchurian invasion helped push him closer to accepting the Potsdam Declaration. As one sees, the implications for the use of chemical weapons went far beyond one battle or theater, entering into a realm of ethics, morality, politics, and psychology. Regardless of what weapons were used and the reasons for or for not doing so, the U.S. demonstrated those approved for war were not only superior to the enemy's, but also utilized by men who knew them intimately. Whether Americans were trained to drop atomic bombs, man aircraft carriers, call in artillery, deploy naval gunfire, conduct airstrikes, fire M1 rifles, or spew liquid flame at pillboxes, the U.S. showed it had developed a superior method of training and deployment of its weapons compared to its enemies. Woody's training enabled him to control his fear. He said the flamethrower was just another weapon of war. We trained to the point that one could do what he had to do without having to pause and think about it. Naturally, there is planning before the action. Then you follow the plan. The months on Guadalcanal and Guam where Woody trained with his team helped them to operate as a unit, do things instinctively, and rely on second nature to combat the enemy. As part of the excellent training, the Corps instilled in Woody the right attitude, namely, perseverance. Giving up was not an option because the whole purpose was to win, Woody said. If a person goes into combat with the thought of giving up, they will not be able to do the job at their best. So along with the training came also the goal, defeat the enemy. This focus on winning for your nation and protecting comrades made men do extraordinary things and respond to situations with the proper behavior. In the Corps, they call it situational awareness, the ability to adapt to your surroundings in real time. Woody observes, it's not what happens in life, it is what we do with what happens in life. Captain Beck asked Woody, Southwell, Tripp, Naro, Schwartz, Fisher, Bornholtz, Schlager, and their platoon leader Chambers to take out several pillboxes while being targeted by Japanese firing thousands of rounds of high-caliber machine gun and rifle bullets, throwing hundreds of grenades, launching barrages of mortar rounds, calling in artillery strikes, charging with bayonets and swords at any moment. The fact that Chambers and his men went repeatedly to face numerous enemies capable of and intent on inflicting catastrophic injuries or death upon them had to be a daunting prospect. However, they dug deeply and relied on their training. Woody also remembered Ruby and his buddies who depended on him. He was not going to let himself, fellow Marines, or his girlfriend down. Woody relied upon his squad and, more importantly, upon himself. He picked up the flamethrower and went toward danger to eliminate the enemy threat. Woody was a young man from a West Virginia dairy farm who served in the Marines when drafted. He was short in stature, but strong in heart. As Admiral William Bull Halsey said of his and thousands of others' service, there aren't any great men. There are just great challenges that ordinary men are forced by circumstances to meet. Battles are made of millions of small decisions, and usually the best trained, best led, and best equipped forces win. Training Marines received in boot camp and continuing throughout their service assured the highest level of performance. Woody and Beck performed bravely at Guam, and when time came to put their training and experience to work on Iwo Jima, they performed well. In a campaign where thousands of Marines exhibited the skill, devotion, and bravery to make their country proud, Woody's, Chambers, and Beck's actions stood out as being the best of the best. Conclusion. Section C. Yet some events Woody has allowed the public to believe may not have happened. Woody's inability to remember the different stories he has given throughout the years and the uncoordinated fashion of the Medal of Honor witness statements raise questions. In his friend Waters' Silver Star report, he took out 2 pillboxes and killed 3 Japanese. If 4 men were in each pillbox, then Waters could have killed 11 men. Was that the number required for a Silver Star? If he had killed 21, would he have received a Medal of Honor? We know one of Waters and Woody's flamethrower comrades, Private First Class Merrill L. Christopher, during the night of the 3rd of March 1945, volunteered to take out a pillbox in the dark. With no covering fire, he hosed the Jap pillbox and killed 3. This netted Christopher a Bronze Star with V. So had Christopher or Waters taken out more pillboxes, would they have tipped the scales for them to have received a higher award? Were events under or over-reported for them? And conversely, if Woody had only taken out 3 pillboxes instead of 7, like Beck thought, would his medal recommendation have been different from the outset? From the evidence, this appears to be the case, and Commandant Krulak, as mentioned before, strongly believes Woody should have only received a Silver Star, or, at best, a Navy Cross. This study concurs with Krulak's assessment. Combat's chaos indeed makes it difficult to remember events. In the air, pilots often thought they shot down more planes than they did, and after-action reports indicate the U.S. squadrons eliminated more enemy aircraft than were flying. Japanese reported their attack planes and kamikaze sank more ships than they did in actuality. These facts illustrate the complexity of finding the truth from history, and one sees that this study also struggles with human memory, recorded facts, and how medals are awarded. As a result, some questions remain about Woody's post-war behavior. If Woody is bothered by why he cannot remember what he did, and since he has known for years the names of some who put in statements for his Medal of Honor, then why did he never make an effort to get in touch with them to ask them what they remembered? He immediately reached out to the Waters family after the war, but not to the Fisher or Bornhorst families to thank them for their son's sacrifice, or the 7 Medal of Honor witnesses who gave testimony for him. He never reached out to Beck, who endorsed him. For a man who has shown gratitude for families who sacrificed a child for this nation with his Gold Star Families project, this behavior is confounding. Woody's Medal of Honor witness statements are short and often comprise a few lines. Until this study, Woody thought there were only 4 instead of 7 who gave statements. So what does the evidence tell us that really happened? Woody performed acts of courage, but were these exploits, especially if they were not described in detail by the witnesses and cannot be remembered by the participant, actually worthy of the medal? As already mentioned, Commandant Krulak and the study do not think so. But in the end, the Navy Board of Awards and Decorations felt Woody deserved the medal, and that made the difference. This study shows how arbitrary it is for one to receive military medals, and that it is not by any stretch of the imagination an objective and pure process. After reviewing a majority of the Iwo Medal of Honor cases, Woody's case is the most vague and the only one for which the initial citation draft dramatically differs from the final one because of disputed evidence. Dramatically, it appears to be the only Iwo Marine Medal of Honor that never received the Marine Corps and Pacific Fleet's endorsements. Ironically, Woody is now a huge hero for the Marine Corps as a Medal of Honor recipient, although the Corps of 1945 did not endorse his actions for a Medal of Honor. Moreover, if the men who gave witness statements for Woody were instrumental in getting him the medal, one would think they would have reached out to Woody after the war. Of course, many wanted to return to their lives and forget the war. Alan Tripp was an intelligent and quiet man who never discussed what he did in combat. Howard Chambers would often not finish stories about his men because he choked up with emotion. Waters officer Richard Tischler struggled to utter the words necessary when talking about his Marines dying and holding some of them as they took their last breaths. Regardless of the discrepancies, enough men pushed Woody's case forward and gave him one of the greatest awards the U.S. nation can bestow on a serviceman. Woody's medal process is a fascinating case study of how flawed medal awarding is in the military. Often historians, like the officers reviewing Woody's medal, are given 100 pieces to a puzzle that requires 500 to complete. One puts those 100 pieces together, does his best to interpret the partial images those pieces give, and then analyzes what the holes in the story, or in this case the picture, should be in relation to what is seen. A historian will never get the complete picture. However, a historian most often knows, when looking at the pieces he has, that the picture has a definite theme. And often he knows what probably happened by looking at the evidence around the missing pieces. And whereas the officers reviewing Woody's Medal of Honor only did so over a few weeks, and sometimes only probably a few days, this study has gathered more pieces of the puzzle than they, after having looked at the evidence for 5 years, giving this study a much clearer and problematic image than what the men had in their offices back in 1945. Besides revealing the challenges a historian faces with documenting the past, Woody's story also shows the difficult decisions NCOs like Woody had to make. Woody had to coordinate his squad running protection for him the day he took out the pillboxes. Good decisions and leadership by NCOs were vital to success in battle. Woody's actions combined to make one piece of the success seen on Iwo Jima. No one before the battle thought Woody would be able to do as much as he did, not even himself. The day after he performed his Medal of Honor deeds, Woody was faced with a tough situation when a squad member, Thomas Scrivens, was on the verge of quitting. His rash decision to point his weapon at a Marine to force him back in line when he had no authority to do so may have convinced Scrivens not to quit, but it also could have instigated Scrivens reporting Woody to their commanding officer, resulting in Woody facing disciplinary action. Scrivens, had he refused, might have faced discipline himself for disobedience unless he was found to be medically unfit. Had Woody shot Scrivens, he would have been court-martialed instead of awarded the Medal of Honor. Fortunately, this difficult situation did not end in tragedy as Scrivens continued fighting. Knowing Woody's short temper, Scrivens was lucky he got back on the line. Obviously, Woody wasn't nicknamed Zippo Head without reason. Was Woody right to threaten Scrivens when, after difficult, dangerous, and exhausting combat, he was on the verge of losing his nerve? Viktor Frankl cautions, no man should judge unless he asks himself in absolute honesty whether in a similar situation he might not have done the same. There was an established legal procedure in the Corps for dealing with one accused of disobeying a lawful order, desertion, or another serious offense. To many, it would seem to have been the absolutely wrong decision for Woody to have patted Scrivens on the head, told him it would be all right, and permitted him to abandon the fight. Both would have suffered for such behavior, and no military can tolerate such softness and disobedience in the face of overwhelming violence. However, it certainly was not for Woody, a 21-year-old high school dropout and low-ranking NCO with no medical or legal expertise, to shoot a Marine, even if he was sure the Marine's conduct was criminal. Neither his company first sergeant nor his company commander had the right to shoot Scrivens. Not even Commandant Vandergriff or Fleet Admiral Nimitz had the right to shoot a Marine who had violated regulations. Scrivens was an American warrior and as such had rights. It was Woody's responsibility to protect those rights. Woody sums up this situation. Combat creates desperate situations and removes all normalcy. The mind does not weigh the consequences, just the circumstances at the moment. If every Marine stopped to weigh the killing of a person, another human being who had not given a cause for killing, a war could not be successfully accomplished. The ability to kill without thought in the moment is a necessity for a warrior if he wants to survive. The unwillingness to kill and support one's unit causes nations to lose wars. What Woody did against the Japanese and his willingness to threaten Scrivens shows Marines have been conditioned most to concentrate all behavior to the task at hand, annihilating the enemy and making sure everyone was similarly focused. Scrivens' fear was understandable after what his division had been through, but so was Woody's concern about keeping his squad in the fight. Many reached a point where they, like Lefty Lee, could no longer function. It was up to the authorities to determine if Scrivens was ill or had committed an offense, and, if he had, what punishment within the limits of rocks and shoals would be imposed on him. Interestingly, Scrivens went to Woody after the war and apologized for his behavior. The only other comrade of Woody's to reach out to him was also another PTSD case, who was removed from Iwo for shell shock, Lefty. The two close to Woody's combat experiences who were taken off the island for psychological reasons were two who searched him out after the war. Maybe they both wanted to learn if Woody knew they had been removed for shell shock, or perhaps they just wanted to be around a famous person. It is a sad fact that many veterans, like Lefty, felt a need to embellish their stories or to associate their actions with a famous person to give them more luster. For decades, Lefty told his family, fellow Marines, archivists at national museums, journalists, historians, and even Woody that he was there on the island supporting Woody and protecting him. Lefty also fabricated stories of fighting at the 2nd Airfield, killing 10 Japanese soldiers and being blown 30 feet in the air by a mortar. Lefty was so embarrassed about being taken away for a mental rather than a physical injury that he could not bring himself to stand on the unvarnished truth. When he finally admitted to his lies after months of argument and fighting, he begged, "Please, please don't tell my children." In 1945, he felt society and his girlfriend would not have respected him if they knew he was removed for combat fatigue instead of being blown up by a spigot mortar as he has been claiming, maintaining he deserved a second Purple Heart. At boot camp, they were taught that desertion, which Lefty felt he did, was unforgivable. A deserter's family, if he has one or if he can find a girl who will be willing to have him, will be continually ashamed of him. When his kids want to know what kind of hero he was, or when the boys start talking about all they did, he will have nothing to say, because he'll know what they think of him, and there will be nothing he can do about it. He can't even re-enlist to redeem himself. These words must have had a powerful impact on recruits, and even more so for those who felt they let down their buddies. Lefty's tale started by adding a little bit to his real story, and he soon enjoyed the reaction he got so much he added a little more and a little more in the retellings. The Marines indeed told his parents he had been removed for combat fatigue, so maybe his family was also in on the lie and told him not to reveal what happened. In his August 1945 medical survey, the examiner wrote that Lefty's hands shook with palmar hyperhidrosis and that he experienced anxiety, had nightmares, and suffered from a psychoneurotic disorder which renders him unfit for Marine services, something that had started on Guam and concluded on Iwo. When Lefty was interviewed, he had fabricated an entire episode of his story and presented it to this study, the National World War II Museum, congressmen and senators, Woody, and headquarters of the Marines with falsified documents. For decades, he had convinced Woody he was killing Japanese while Woody incinerated their pillboxes. Lefty praised Woody in public and private for years and was one of the first people Woody wanted interviewed to support his story. Woody even built a case to get Woody more recognition for what he supposedly had done, giving supporting testimony to a congressman and a senator from Minnesota and to the Marine Corps' Awards Board in May 2017 for a Medal for Valor as well as a Purple Heart. The petition had to be withdrawn once sources in the National Archives proved Lefty had been medevaced soon after he hit the beach on Iwo Jima. Lefty's actions highlight that mental injuries were not well understood by the general public and, for some, did not seem genuine and serious. As mentioned before, after many intense conversations, Lefty admitted his lies to the author and Woody. Soon thereafter, Woody forgave Lefty and told him he would still be his friend. People come to Woody hungering for understanding or redemption, putting Woody in a constant state of telling his Iwo stories. Woody shares his story as a way to honor his Marines and country, and that is how he has dealt with his mental scars and trauma. Although Woody was disappointed in Lefty and Scrivens, he acknowledges the sacrifice many have had to make mentally to defend this country. We need to show some compassion here. Many probably suffered greatly with PTSD. We didn't call it that back then in my day. We called it psychoneurosis, combat fatigue, and shell shock. This can affect people in troubling ways, and maybe they did the best they could, but the PTSD just got the best of them. War is never easy on a person, and sometimes they don't deal with the stress in productive and honest ways. However, instead of condemning the person, we should try to understand and help him. This sensitivity and understanding shows that Woody understands how veterans can suffer. Moreover, he feels that he experienced PTSD too, so he can relate to the stress of returning to normal life, quote unquote, after experiencing pain, suffering, and loss. Woody's history reveals how difficult it is to live with one's experiences in combat. No matter how necessary the mission or how willing the participants, each person has his own limits beyond which he may not safely go without serious and sometimes permanent psychological consequences. Woody struggled when he returned home. Eventually, he found ways to cope with PTSD. Woody found religion, focused on his family, and was often reminded with justification that what he did was necessary to win the war, save his buddies, and survive. This is often a theme of existentialism. To live is to suffer. To suffer is to find meaning in that suffering. Woody and his comrades had that reason for suffering clear in their minds because the Marines drilled it into them. They had to defend their country and one another. Many veterans develop relationships under life and death situations that become sacred. This helped them after the war, although this also gave some survivors guilt. Woody said, "I still don't know why I was picked to survive when so many others died before me. Why me? I just don't know why." But then Woody would catch himself. "The only way I feel good about what I had to do and why I survived is to now serve others, help others, and be a good citizen." However, it took years to come to this conclusion. The pain and resignation ebb and flow between nightmares and quiet contemplation. Woody's experience taught him that it is vital for veterans to find meaning in their service and psychological support for their deeds. These thoughts are prominent in their consciousness as observed at the reunion in which Woody took part in 2015. Veterans recalled events that took place on that island and wondered whether it was worth the sacrifice. As Herman Melville wrote in Moby Dick, "Would to God these blessed calms would last, but the mingling threads of life are woven by warp and woof. Calms crossed by storms, a storm for every calm. There is no steady, unretracing progress in this life. We do not advance through fixed gradations, and at the last one pause, through infancy's unconscious spell, boyhood's thoughtless faith, adolescence doubt, the common doom, then skepticism, then disbelief, resting at last in manhood's pondering repose of if. But once gone through, we traced around again, and are infants, boys, and men, and ifs eternally. Where lies the final harbor, whence we unmoor no more? In what rapt ether sails the world, of which the weariest will never weary? Where is the fondling's father hidden? Our souls are like those orphans whose unwedded mothers die in bearing them. The secret of their paternity lies in their grave, and we must there to learn it." As these men approach the twilight of their lives, they ponder what it means to survive the hell of battle and to look after the survivors after they beat the swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. The what-ifs haunt many veterans, especially Iwo survivors. Luckily for Woody and others, they won at Iwo and returned as heroes to a grateful nation. Although this realization helped many feel better, they faced a long road of healing and experienced survivor's guilt. Yet they knew that had they not fought, the world would be a darker place for having allowed thugs like Hitler, Hirohito, Mussolini, Tojo, Matsui, and Kuribayashi to run amok. American World War II veterans take comfort in the righteousness of their cause. Family and friends depended upon their protection to live as free people. Defeat would have eradicated freedom and justice, perverted Western civilization, caused the deaths of millions of civilians, and the cruel, degrading subjugation of millions of others. While Americans were confronting the enemy on foreign shores, Hitler's bureaucrats drew up lists of people to be rounded up in the United States when the Nazi invasion and occupation commenced. America's continued freedom depended upon a favorable outcome to the war. There is a huge difference in how the U.S. conducted war compared to its World War II enemies. the U.S. exhibited a higher moral standard than its enemies in war and after their defeat. Almost everywhere the Japanese conquered, they ignored international law, treated POWs brutally, and instituted a tyrannically oppressive rule, one of deprivation, humiliation, beatings, rape, and arbitrary slaughter. In contrast, when the U.S. and its allies fought, they respected international law, were welcomed by grateful, liberated people. When they conquered Europe and Japan, were neither cruel nor oppressive to the aggressor nations who had subjugated 2 continents and conducted 2 of the most evil slaughters known to man, the Nazi genocide and Japan's Holocaust. Uncle Sam not only helped his long-suffering allies, he also helped restore freedom and democracy to the Axis countries and helped these mortal enemies emerge from the devastation of war with the government aid and relief in occupied areas, Marshall Plan, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the GATT, and other institutions. America made mistakes, such as allowing colonial territories in Asia to remain under their imperialist masters, as India under the British, or returning Vietnam to the French, but all in all, it was nothing like what the Nazis or Japanese had done. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, was established to deter future aggression in World War III. America also dispersed aid in Asia and the Pacific. Post-war America rule of conquered Japan resulted in a liberal, democratic government, the renunciation of war, and an improved status for women. The U.S. gave Japan some $2.44 billion in aid, $35 billion in 2019 dollars. It has become a reflection of the strong democratic society of the U.S. This is a testament to the American love of freedom and compassion. America was a democratic country working toward a more just society at the time. It was one of the most tolerant and lawfully minded in the world among the superpowers, although it did have serious problems with racial discrimination. Compared to countries like Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, or the Soviet Union, and compared to the British and French colonial systems, the U.S. pursuit of a more just society was evident. Discrimination took many forms during World War II, but in the end, compared to the Germans, Japanese, and Italians, America was further along on the racial equality and political scales, although it did have further to go and still needs improving. One could argue that the brave feats of all minorities in America caused many to reconsider their prejudices and laid the foundation for their struggle for equal rights after the war. World War II brought over 16 million American men and women into uniform and forced many to work together, whether they were Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, or Mormon, Black, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, or Caucasian. They were from big cities and small towns. They were West Virginia, quote-unquote, hillbillies like Woody, or Montana farmers like Vernon Waters. They were South Dakota Danish farmers like Beck, and white-collar Heinz 57 college boys from Pennsylvania like Chambers. Woody never knew an African-American or Jew until he joined the Marines. Hardly anyone in Woody's outfit had ever met a hillbilly, quote-unquote. And thousands of women joined the Marine Corps, like Woody's ex-girlfriend, Eleanor G. Piles, and helped with administrative work. They called us BAMs, broad-ass Marines, said World War II Marine Corps veteran, 2nd Lieutenant Gertrude Trudy McKittrick. One of the most famous female World War II Marines was Staff Sergeant Bernice Frankel, B. Arthur or Dorothy Zabornik of the famous TV series Golden Girls. This was the first time many men saw women in uniform. The melting pot of American society, especially in boot camp, broke down many of the racial and sexist stereotypes because in working in such close quarters, one saw the common bond all shared as humans. If you fight alongside another human being, it becomes more difficult to demonize that person merely because of his skin pigmentation, political differences, or religious creeds. Yes, black military personnel returned to a largely segregated North and a Jim Crow South. Even Navajo code talker Sam Holliday had problems with racism as a Native American when he returned home saying, "I fought next to a black man, white man, Mexican, and came back to segregation." However, soon after World War II, probably largely due in part to the different races mixing so much in the ranks, President Truman would integrate the military in 1948, and the civil rights movement would gain momentum. Woody has also shown after the war his willingness to reach out to the Japanese with an olive branch. After climbing Mount Suribachi in 2015 before the Reunion of Honor ceremony, as part of the healing and reconciliation, Woody embraced the hand of Japanese Iwo veteran Senior Seaman Tsurugi Akakusa. Later he said, "I made a new friend today." For years, one of the most active and premier veterans organizations that unites the Japanese and American veterans from this campaign has been facilitated and maintained by the Iwo Jima Association of America, the IJAA, under the leadership of the late Lieutenant General Lawrence Snowden. And Woody had finally agreed to return to Iwo with it to continue the healing. For decades, it has brought veterans together in the fellowship of peace and as allies. Snowden was an Iwo veteran himself and was wounded during the battle. Interestingly, one of the biggest supporters of this tradition in Japan is General Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshida Shindo, a prominent member of the Liberal Democratic Party and House of Representatives in Japan. Born into a family of one of the Marines' most hated enemies, he now is one of their strongest allies. He was a friend of Snowden's, and they even showed up together during a joint session of Congress when Prime Minister Abe addressed the government on the 29th of April 2015 and pointed out that it is a miracle that these two men now stand together in friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, in the gallery today is Lieutenant General Snowden. 70 years ago in February, he landed on Iwo Jima as a captain in command of a company. In recent years, General Snowden has often participated in the memorial services held jointly by Japan and the U.S. on Iwo. He said, and I quote, "We didn't and don't go to Iwo Jima to celebrate victory, but for the solemn purpose to pay tribute to honor those who lost their lives on both sides." Next to General Snowden sits Diet member Yoshitaka Shindo, who's a former member of my cabinet. His grandfather, General Kuribayashi, whose valor we remember even today, was the commander of the Japanese garrison during the Battle of Iwo Jima. What should we call this if not a miracle of history? Enemies who had fought each other so fiercely have become friends. To General Snowden, I say that I pay tribute to your efforts for reconciliation. Thank you very much. Although Abe failed to mention how horrible Kuribayashi's earlier actions were in Hong Kong, and that besides his valor, his atrocities should be remembered and his victims not forgotten, the fact that Abe made overtures of peace at the seat of the U.S. government is indeed a step toward healing the wounds of World War II. He also honored a true American hero in Snowden, a Purple Heart recipient from Iwo Jima and a veteran of the battles of Roy Namur, Kwajalein, Saipan, and Tinanin. Abe did indeed admit that Japanese actions brought suffering to the peoples in Asian countries. We must not avert our eyes from that, which was remarkable knowing that he rarely offers such contrition. Yet he then almost nullified everything he had just said by mentioning his grandfather and former Prime Minister and Class A war criminal Nobusuke Kishi, praising him but failing to mention he was also Hirohito's devil, quote-unquote, a mass murderer, and personally responsible for that suffering of Asian peoples. So with this knowledge, Snowden's friendship with the Japanese, especially with Shindo and Abe, despite their grandfather's criminal past, is unique and good, but full of unresolved issues that are not openly discussed. Namely, what are Japan's responsibilities to the world about documenting and admitting its war crimes? In the end, the fact that these men came together to honor one another and the dead of Iwo Jima shows the significance this battle continues to have in the landscape of social memory and political action. During the Iwo Jima American Association Symposium in Washington, D.C. in February 2018, Shindo made a special trip there to pay his respects to the veterans and reiterate the bonds of friendship this battle now holds for modern-day Japanese and Americans. Veterans and their offspring at the symposium event in 2018 embraced Shindo as one of their own, and he in turn welcomed their familial open arms. He was given an Iwo Jima American Association Award, and it hangs prominently in his Tokyo office. If such groups who once swore to annihilate one another can join together in friendship, one takes hope that other enmities currently in the world can also be bridged. This is the only reunion from two warring nations from World War II. Woody honors what Shindo is doing. It was part of the reunion Shindo and the Iwo Jima American Association helped organize in 2015 in the pursuit of peace and reconciliation. This was a huge step for Woody because for years he had sworn never to go back to the island to open mental wounds and to be subjected to Japanese telling me what to do and where to go. Describing this change of attitude, Woody said, "I think it is a powerful display of humanity and forgiveness that we and the Japanese have come together on the bloody battlefield of Iwo Jima to strengthen our friendship. And I want to keep that friendship strong because I don't ever want them as an enemy again." Shindo agrees with Woody. He says it is crucial that Americans and Japanese stay strong. When asked if he thinks it would have been better for Japan had it won the war, he said, "At the time, many nations were colonizing the world. England had the whole of India. The Dutch had the whole of Indonesia. The French had all of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Why were we highlighted as demons when we did the same thing in China? Yes, many bad things happened under the rule of colonizers, so I don't agree with those bad actions. The totalitarian regime in Japan at that time wasn't good. There was no freedom of speech. Had we won, that wouldn't have been good for global health. I think what we tried to do, imperfect though it was, helped many nations become independent afterwards. That could be looked at as good. We were human beings trying to do something worthwhile, although misguided in its implementation. So many lessons can be drawn from this time with how we do things in the future and how things have been done. And one of those main lessons is that Japan and the U.S. should never go to war against each other again. As long as both nations have a strong rule of law, government checks and balances, and competing political parties, then there is much hope for both nations in the future. The battle also helped save the Marine Corps, an instrument to preserve democracy from being shut down. Politically and psychologically, the glorification of Iwo had an enormous positive impact on the Marines in the post-war era. There was a danger of the Corps being disbanded. Many Army hardliners argued it was a redundant service, maintaining that the U.S. did not need two ground armies. President Truman supported the integration of the Corps within the Army. Even in 1949, Secretary of Defense Lewis A. Johnson wrote, "There is no reason for having a Marine Corps. General of the Army Omar Bradley tells me that amphibious operations are a thing of the past. We'll never have any more amphibious operations. That does away with the Marine Corps." The next year, the Incheon landing in Korea turned this argument on its head. However, since Iwo and other Pacific battles were well known, and the value of amphibious troops was proven, these facts probably saved the Corps from extinction. By 1950, Truman had to relent, signing a National Security Act amendment that gave the Marine Commandant a permanent position on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The sense of sacrifice and bravery Americans associate with the flag raising and the conquest of Iwo Jima proved the value of this force. As historian Alan Millett put it, the capture of Iwo Jima in 1945 gave the Corps a heroic public image and a doctrinal confidence that has created a lasting and formidable force for Americans' armed forces. Millett continues writing, "Today, the Marine Corps enjoys the privilege of having its force structure written into law, the Douglas-Mansfield Act of 1952, Public Law 416, 82nd Congress. No other service has the same legitimization, and there is no doubt that the victory at Iwo helped push the government to issue this law to preserve the Marine Corps." In exploring these deep historical issues, one must also realize that Woody's story within these pages is about much more than lessons learned from World War II, albeit these lessons are important to study. It is also more than a story of how the war was won and its impact on American youth of the time and Americans today. It is a personal story of triumph about what one man can do with the opportunities afforded him. Woody was a simple teenager who had limited education when he entered the Marines. He returned home as an NCO who had served with such distinction that Truman hung the Medal of Honor around his neck. This brought him into a realm for which he had not been born and had never been groomed. Society's elite. People who had accomplished great things in their own fields looked up to Woody. He took this status and used it to help others, although he enjoys the recognition of doing so, becoming one of the main voices for doing good and helping families of fallen warriors. Like a charismatic preacher, he brings the good news to others, but likes the praise that he is indeed God's messenger. And in his quiet moments, when he reflects on his past and maybe thinks about the possibility that if he indeed inflated facts that helped him receive the Medal of Honor, maybe then his activities as an elderly man are stemming more from a guilty conscience rather than pure motives. Regardless of the motivations, Woody has done a lot of good with his charitable foundation. He served in the Marine Corps on active duty from 1943 to 1945, and then in the reserves from 1948 to 1949, and then again from 1954 to 1969. He also did a short stint in the United States Army National Guard in 1948 while living in New Mexico, but he hated their culture. They were just not like the Corps, he claimed, so he quit them and rejoined the Corps. He served in a reserve unit and taught the next generation everything he knew about combat. He also took care of veterans for 33 years until 1979 when he retired from the VA. He helped men get medical help, financial assistance, and educational grants. After retirement, he built up a horse farm called Royal Winds Farms. He won 5 blue ribbons at the Kentucky State Fair during the 1980s in various classes. He is a simple man who has done extraordinary things. Unlike many who are thrust into the limelight and become famous overnight, Woody has done a decent job of not letting fame go too much to his head. He does enjoy being praised and does not like being questioned, but by and large he has done far more good than harm using his fame. Many Medal of Honor recipients struggle with their celebrity in combat, something Woody has indeed done also, but compared to others, he has been able to conquer many of his demons and live a productive life largely free from depression, addiction, and anxiety. Renowned Marine Corps historian Alan Millett said Woody has done a better job than most dealing with the challenge of living a long life as a war hero of modest means and education. A Medal of Honor creates serious problems for a kid previously unknown outside his hometown. But in the end, the Medal of Honor was awarded to men not for their character and ability to carry it with dignity, but for a moment in their lives when they went beyond human bounds of self-preservation and did things for their fellow man that made others stand in awe. If character was the basis for the award, then Pappy Boynton or Jack Lucas would have never received it. Besides being a story of war, medals, and psychology, Woody's narrative highlights the love of his dear Ruby during difficult times. He and his beloved Ruby were married for 63 years until she passed away in 2007. One cannot overstate the power and gift she was to him. He was in the living room when Ruby died in their bedroom one evening. Woody wondered why she did not answer him after having retired to bed only a few minutes earlier. When he walked into the bedroom, he recognized she was gone. Her head hung limp. She appeared cold, still, and without life. He had not been near a dead body in a long time, but he had seen death so often in the Pacific, he knew when someone had left this mortal coil. The emotions of pain and loss welled up inside of him, but he remained calm and checked her vital signs just to make sure. He sat down gently, took her hand, and cried. She had saved his life during the war by giving him a reason to live. She had saved him after the war by supporting him as he battled with PTSD and endured his drinking, smoking, and struggles with pain. She introduced him to God by her gentle example, and she coaxed him to accompany her to the Pea Ridge Methodist Church in Barbersville that fateful day in 1962 that healed his soul and changed him into a calmer and more peaceful man. She had made him stronger. In that moment of death and farewell, he knew the essence of life. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. When someone has true love and loyalty throughout life, it is a rare gift, and Woody had it. As Viktor Frankl noted, the truth that love is the ultimate and the highest goal to which man can aspire. Then I grasped the meaning of the greatest secret that human poetry and human thought and belief have to impart. The salvation of man is through love and in love. I understand how a man who has nothing left in this world still may know bliss, be it only for a brief moment, in the contemplation of his beloved. Woody's letters during the war show what he most thought about was Ruby and returning safely to her. After all the pain he found in war, he knew it would be worthwhile if he could only hold her, kiss her, love her. She was his reason for living. As he lay there by her, he said his goodbyes. He told her he would see her again, and that now it was once more his time to fight in this world alone while she awaited him. For a second time she would be watching out of a window for her beloved to meet her while he stayed in the world to carry on his work. It was comforting for him to believe that later, when he goes through those heavenly gates, Ruby will be standing there with open arms for him, just as she did in 1945. Her death made him contemplate his own mortality. What would people say about him when he died? He hoped they would say, would he love people and the United States of America? He kissed her goodbye and then called the ambulance. Once again he watched as the body bearers came to take a hero from the field of life. Woody knew love during the war, and this more than anything else sustained him. We cannot always send our young to war knowing they have a wonderful love to come home to, but this love was one reason why Woody was so successful in battle. He had fantastic training, excellent equipment, and tough Marines by his side, but in the end, the love of his devoted Ruby was crucial. One can argue that if one has a person in his life whom he values more than himself, then one is far richer than anything he can have in his bank account. Ned Hallowell, a noted Harvard psychiatrist, claims that most who are strong and healthy can point to one person in their lives who believed in them. For Woody, that was Ruby. As Frankl said, feeling unconditional love for someone is ultimately the salvation of man. He continued, love goes very far beyond the physical person of the beloved. It finds its deepest meaning in his spiritual being, his inner self. Whether or not he is actually present, whether or not he is still alive at all, ceases somehow to be of importance. Woody was a better Marine because of Ruby. One could also argue better. On Iwo, a constant stream of men suffered combat fatigue and returned to the rear echelons. Hardened veterans like Lefty suddenly shut down after years of heroic service. They needed rest, just rest, some correspondents wrote. As few as 2,700 and as many as 8,000 Marines suffered mental breakdowns on Iwo Jima, and Woody witnessed some letting fear get the upper hand until they became absolutely useless. He and his comrades called these guys cracked up, and often they had to be helped back to the rear echelons after they were tagged by a corpsman because they suffered such a bad nervous breakdown. Woody's commander, Donald Beck, said of most of his men that their courage was unbelievable. They seemed to have no regard at all for their lives. But then he mentioned the ones who suffered mentally, saying, however, some were too nervous to leave on the line. Many started mumbling to themselves or sat staring into the distance at nothing, deaf and numb. They seemed to be brought to a species of second childhood, generally simpering in their expression. Maybe what set Woody above such chaos was the love he had for Ruby. What kept him going when others ran out of steam was the constant thought, I have to get back to my girlfriend, giving his deeds the right action and right behavior he needed. Frankl said, it is a peculiarity of man that he can only live by looking to the future. Ruby was Woody's future. In many respects, she still is. As he wrote her in April 1944, "If I couldn't write you, I would go completely crazy. I know you love me and that you are waiting for me, and that is plenty for me until we can be together forever." This statement is as true in 2019 as it was in 1994. Woody embraced the ideals of honor, courage, and commitment, and, empowered by love, achieved greatness in war and goodness in peacetime. He has made a difference. He is the type of citizen a nation relies on to protect its sovereignty in times of war, like he did serving in the Marines, and preserve its legacy in times of peace, like he's doing with the Gold Star Family's Monument Project. He has benefited having the medal by ensuring fame and respect, and at the end of his life has even tried to benefit financially from it. But all in all, he has shown he has lived a life well lived by most human standards of decent conduct. Conclusion. Section D. However, as one has read throughout this book, this study has often been critical of Woody and how he has tried to control his story and reported his tales. Everyone in the legal and historical community whom I know and who have learned that Woody has tried to use a lawsuit to stop this work have expressed disappointment that he has done so. Barry Beck, son of Donald Beck and Marine combat veteran and trained lawyer, said, "That's one of the stupidest things Woody could have ever done." The lawsuit Woody waged shows his fear of the revelation of many of the truths in this book. Perhaps Woody got nervous once I found out that one of his favorite sidekicks, Lefty Lee, had fabricated everything he witnessed Woody do on Iwo since he was never there. This had to be embarrassing since Woody had used him often to support his stories he told in public. Once Woody learned what type of researcher I was, finding out and revealing Lefty's lies he had been able to maintain and hide for 70 years, fooling even his family, the World War II Museum in New Orleans, and government officials, he may have gotten nervous. Or perhaps he got nervous when he realized I was not going to write a puff piece about his life and instead would do serious research surrounding his biography. Only Woody can tell us why he has behaved as he has. His behavior has elicited responses from the Beck, Henning, Rybeck, Tischler, Waters, Dashiell, and Schlager families denouncing how he has behaved, with the Schlager family stating that what Woody has done has tarnished the medal. In fact, William Schlager wrote that his father, Alexander, who was responsible for writing Woody a recommendation for the Medal of Honor, would now, quote-unquote, be deeply disappointed in you. Moreover, out of the thousands I have interviewed the past 25 years, Woody seems to be the most difficult interview partner when I challenged him on his narrative. Rarely have I found a person so difficult. When I interrupted him and stopped him during his storytelling, instead of being gracious and listening to my line of reasoning, or allowing me to ask questions, I was, after all, trying to tell a story accurately, he often would get irritated, asking, "Why are you interrupting me? Let me finish my story," or, "I'm getting to that. Let me tell it the way I want to." In other words, red flags slowly started to raise themselves, as they always do when a subject gets angry or irritable when his story is disputed or analyzed. He even threatened to pull his support early if I used the term fiancé to describe Ruby, because that was not a term we used back then, quote unquote. Although it was a term his mother and soon-to-be wife used when they wrote the White House in September 1945 about their attendance at Woody's Medal of Honor ceremony. After all, he had asked Ruby to marry him and she accepted, so they were actually engaged. Woody usually gets angry if he does not get his way. Maybe great attributes in combat, but not for people who are trying to write an objective history of events and using terminology that describes situations properly. Exploring and analyzing the problems with Woody's narrative. Many have asked me why I think Woody has created so many discrepancies about his narrative throughout his life. It appears every time Woody's testimony changed, it was almost always in his favor for building out the case that he was the underdog, quote unquote, overcoming incredible odds. He wants people to buy into this theme that he has developed throughout each stage of his life. It is a character arc most love and what movies are made of. The underestimated and picked on guy becoming the hero of the story who defeats the evil villains and gets the girl. This formula is as timeless as recorded history, shown by such stories of Homer's Odyssey, to William Shakespeare's Henry V, to Tom Clancy's The Hunt for Red October, to Stephen King's Shawshank Redemption. Notably, there are many elements to this type of story which Woody comes by naturally. He is below average height. He came from a rural West Virginia town offering few opportunities. He was probably picked on a lot. His father died when he was young during the Great Depression. He dropped out of high school and was uneducated. He survived one of the largest bonsais of the war. He cheated death knocking out fortifications with a flamethrower on Iwo. He endured 34 days of combat on the Sulphur Island. There are many things that are true to the underestimated hero overcoming incredible odds story, making his embellishments or fictitious additions that much more perplexing. I am not a psychologist, but here is my plebeian take on the matter. Woody grew up with a Napoleon complex, and later, when he was given a moment where everyone viewed him as a giant, surviving Iwo Jima and performing heroic acts, he took the opportunities to slowly grow his legend. It started off small. When he returned to Guam from Iwo in March 1945, his exploits probably went from being taking out a few pillboxes to 7, and from killing several Japanese to at least 21 in one pillbox, and God only knows about the probably over 50 in the other 6. In building out this theme of being an underdog, he added to the story throughout the years, receiving admiration from his listeners. Number 1. Problems with his birth and dead siblings. Woody was born last in the line of purportedly 11 births his parents had, and he was the smallest of the litter at 3 pounds. Against incredible odds, he survived those early months when most babies died. In fact, the number at first was that his mother lost less than 6, sometimes 4 and other times 5, but then it grew to 6 out of her brood died, but Woody survived yet again. And it has already been noted only 3 dead siblings have been found in his hometown cemetery. Samuel, who died in 1912 at 5 months old, Brady, who died in 1913 at 8.5 months old, and Lila, who died in 1915 at 1.5 months old. Although he said many, if not all, were killed in the Spanish flu epidemic from 1918 to 1919, none have been found dying during that time. Losing 3 babies for Mama Williams was traumatic enough and devastating for the family, so why Woody continued to add to it seems bizarre unless he continued to add to the number for dramatic effect. Number 2. Height and enlistment. Volunteer or draftee. Then we get to him trying to volunteer for the Marines soon after war broke out, but being rejected yet again since he was an underdog. According to Woody, he was too short at 5'6" when the minimum was 5'8". But he stayed at it until his recruiter told him they lowered their standards in spring 1943 and he could volunteer. This all flies in the face of the facts that he was within height requirements and that he was actually drafted. He was especially within height requirements if the height he had reported all his life was then believed, either 5'6" or 5'7". Medal of Honor recipient Jack Lucas entered the Corps in August 1942 at the same height as Woody, at 5'5" and 1/4 inches, and was accepted without any waiver or problems due to his measurements. Don Graves was even shorter than Woody at 5'5", had no issues, and entered the Corps in August 1942 2. Finally, one of the innovators and proponents for the Higgins boat, later Lieutenant General Victor H. Krulak, was 5'4". He was 113 pounds and 5'2" when he entered the Naval Academy at 16 in 1930. Since Krulak was at the top of his Naval Academy class, then Chief of the Bureau of Navigation, Vice Admiral William D. Leahy, allowed him to join the fleet. With all these examples and with the facts about height requirements, Woody is being less than truthful about how he remembered the issues surrounding his enlistment. Number 3, boot camp accomplishments. Woody likes to tell the story that when he started boot camp, he never thought he would measure up, but by the end he was in the top 10 of his class, something not shown in the Marine Corps records, but nonetheless added to the mystique. Number 4, mysterious comrade on Guam. When we get to Guam, he talks about at the last minute before the Banzai hit his lines, he was taken away from the extreme front and his foxhole lookout position was given to Clevenger. He has made it a point numerous times of spelling his comrade's name exactly as shown here, who ended up dying as soon as the action started. Clevenger or Clevenger, or Clevenger or Clevenger, etc. I tried numerous spellings to try to confirm the man in the archives. According to the National Archives and Marine Corps, never existed. In the list of war dead from Guam, there is not a name that is remotely similar to this one, and the author has looked through them all, especially looking at all of the C Company, 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, 3rd Mardiv dead for July 1944. But, according to Woody, on that bloody night of July 25th to 26th, he again cheated death to continue the noble fight. When people hear this story, they breathe a sigh of relief that Woody once again escapes the dark shadow of death. Number 5, accomplishments on Woody's Medal of Honor Day. In Woody's account of his most memorable combat on Iwo, he tells us that the advance of his regiment had ground to a halt in front of interlocking enemy pillboxes. He was his unit's last hope to break through the line of fortified positions, with all the other flamethrowers having been killed or wounded. No one else is there to help, and Beck and all the others have to depend on him. The runt from West Virginia, who was too small to enter the Corps, was now the man everyone relied on. Yet, we find out from the records that there were at least 3, if not 5, other flamethrower demolition men along Captain Beck's front that day. Nonetheless, Woody gives the impression that if he does not take out the pillboxes with his flamethrower, the only guy left with the know-how to operate it in the company, according to him, his unit will be stuck and continue to suffer casualties in their exposed condition. As a result, he rose up and attacked in the face of murderous fire and helped win the day for the Marines. Back on Guam after March 1945, when people asked about his exploits, Woody offered a perfect narrative of taking out 7 pillboxes and killing at least 21 Japanese and counting them all personally. I accounted for 7 pillboxes, and I counted 21 of them that tried to get away, and I killed them all with flames. Beck sent this story up his chain of command to get Woody the Medal of Honor, but some in the highest levels of the Marine Corps, led by Lieutenant General Geiger, and the U.S. Navy, led by Fleet Admiral Nimitz and their boards, found the necessary documentation for it lacking, and Rear Admiral Haler and or his staff felt it necessary to revise the citation right before it was sanctioned, something Woody did not know about for decades, if ever. From 1945 until the major article by Francois in 1966, Woody has an elaborate memory of events and dialogue and gives facts, some of which were never confirmed by the Medal of Honor process, something he had no knowledge of. After the Francois article in 1966 in Man's Magazine, probably due to some of his comrades calling him up and being upset, we know Schlager was unhappy about the article and stewed about it for years, or getting negative feedback from others who were there, Woody no longer discussed the events of the 23rd of February in the detail he had been given to journalists like Dashiell, Houlihan, Lawless, and Francois from 1945 to 1966. Thereafter, his memory seems more cloudy, and he talks about the testimonies of others who remain unnamed and unprovable, saying, "People said I took out 7, or they told me I killed 17. At the beginning of this study, on the 19th of July 2016 at Woody's home in West Virginia, he ridiculed journalists throughout the decades as always getting his story wrong, and that we, he and I, were now going to write a work that was factual, disregarding information in most of those articles much closer in time to the events that, in the end, had actually relied on him for the facts. What has never been proven, but definitely explored, is the possibility that Woody knows that his Medal of Honor process was later started from all the inflated facts he was bragging about when back on Guam. Of course, he was not doing so to get a medal, but the unintended consequences of that type of bravado and possible exaggeration led to him possibly getting the medal. Think about the previously mentioned problems. From 1945 until 1966, Woody has perfect recollection that he killed 17 to 21 Japanese and destroyed 7 pillboxes, and regaled journalists with his exploits, often with swagger, changing the story somewhat along the way, but not the basic gist that he did something amazing using startling statistics to support his claims. How could one suddenly not remember such facts after 1966? If these facts were true and Woody recalled them to numerous people, especially 3rd Mardiv comrades like Houlihan and Dashiell, they were facts that he should have never forgotten. Statements like, "I accounted for 7 pillboxes," and "I counted 21 of them that tried to get away and I killed them all with flames," given in 1945, or "I killed 21 in the massive pillbox" in 1956, are very different from "I don't know how many I killed," or "I can't remember how many pillboxes," or "people tell me that I took out 7," or "killed 21 or 17," or "I would not have counted those I killed," uttered after 1966. Flaming 21 Japanese and counting every one of their dead, charred, and smoking bodies in 1945 is different from "I don't remember" of today. Why Woody suddenly, after 1966, never mentions these figures again in his first-person storytelling denotes that he did not suddenly forget these facts, but that he was suddenly editing them out of his narrative because someone or something had brought it to light that these facts were untrue. Just as Haler and his team ascertained in 1945 that these facts were unsubstantiated when they changed his citation, deleting these figures, Woody was also scrubbing them from his narrative soon after 1966 because he knew he could not back them up with evidence because some event had changed how he either could or would continue to tell his story. Number 6. The appearing and disappearing Bazooka Man. Throughout the years, some of the stories Woody continued to remember, told, and could quote-unquote prove continued to increase in their dramatic effect in his favor. This was especially the case with the disappearing bazooka tales when one explores the timeline of Woody's first-hand renditions of this action. In 1956, Woody says a bazooka man, without his instruction, fired at the massive pillbox, and the round went through the aperture and exploded inside the inner chamber. Such an explosion in the enclosed space must have killed many from its detonation or the resulting concussion inside those thick concrete walls. Woody declares at this time that the explosion inside created smoke and debris that then exited the top of the bunker through a vent, giving him an idea of how to destroy the pillbox. Consequently, Woody mounted it from the front or side and flamed it from the inside out through the vent on top of the structure, rendering it useless for the time being and killing anyone who might have escaped the earlier explosion. But in 1966, His interview has a bazooka man now taking his orders to fire at the structure. This bazooka man had actually been requested to go on the mission by Woody himself when discussing the operation plan with Captain Beck. Woody places himself now more in the center of the action, actually making critical decisions and giving orders. He said, "I like to have 4 men who can provide some protective fire with rifles and bars. One of them should be armed with a bazooka. I'll also need the demolitions man," he told Beck. Beck, if anything, never missed a detail on the battlefield, and he would not have depended on a corporal, like Woody, to remind him of small unit tactical engagement procedures for demolition squads. He would have already made sure a bazooka man was able to go with Woody, especially after Chambers had briefed him on the line of defense he had to attack. Woody claiming he asked for a bazooka man and other key personnel from Beck would be similar to a quarterback in discussion with his coach before a big play requesting that a center come into the game to snap the ball. Once Woody affirmed to Beck that he thought he could take out the pillboxes, of course Beck would rally his men together and tell them to support Woody, and a bazooka man would have been part of that team. There were many things in Woody's interview from 1966 that do not make sense logically and or match up with the facts. During the action described in 1966 by Woody, this unnamed bazooka Marine then fired a round that now does not enter the pillbox like from the story in 1956, but now hits below the aperture and below to the left of the open slit. Remarkable detail. From this explosion, Woody saw smoke exit the vent and then made his way behind the pillbox, mounted, and then flamed it. He even claims in 1966 that another bazooka round exploded harmlessly off the concave front of a machine gun nest. Once again, extraordinary detail after the attack on the large pillbox. In 1966, Woody described the landscape full of bazooka rounds, but throughout 2016 and 2017, he repeatedly said that there was never a bazooka man there at all. Since 1966, none of his interviews describe a bazooka man, although most flamethrower assault teams, by mandate, had a bazooka man with them. In all recent recappings of this event, he gives a tell that he did not have any heavy equipment in support of his attack, and he was on his own. Each level of retelling continued to increase the danger Woody faced, making one, indirectly, feel Woody was overcoming incredible odds. And even if the 1956 version was the real story, which most historians usually would claim was closer to the truth since it was one of the first quote-unquote tellings of the story, Woody was still subjected to incredible dangers. Corporal Schlager, who did not like Woody, but was nonetheless one of the Medal of Honor witnesses, claimed that in attacking this third pillbox, Woody was subjected to a number of grenades thrown by the enemy. So even if the men inside the pillbox were dead once he attacked the bunker from the front and top, he still was operating in a hostile environment. Nonetheless, we once again see a story increasing in its magnitude in order to present a guy overcoming incredible odds, eventually taking on the pillbox without a bazooka man because he disappears from the story altogether, and Woody just focuses on himself taking on the pillbox alone and against a full contingent of enemy soldiers unhurt by any explosions. Number 7. Was climbing on a pillbox on Iwo Jima unique? And when Woody has described this attack on the third large pillbox, he often gives the impression that he was unique in climbing on top of the pillbox, braving enemy fire. He presents his act as an extreme form of courage. Now, to be fair, what he did was indeed heroic, no doubt. But it seems it was done by others too, possibly even 2 other flamethrowers that day on his front. So although this event did make its way into one affidavit supporting his Medal of Honor package, it seems that others were doing this same tactic too, something Woody has not admitted to, making one think he desires others to believe what he did extremely rare. From the sources, people were climbing on top of pillboxes all the time to attack them. like Woody's comrade, Private First Class Marquet Kenneth Cookson, also in Charlie Company, who crawled and wriggled on his stomach to the top of also a large pillbox and then hammered through a satchel filled with 20 pounds of TNT into the aperture from above. Seconds after he rolled off the top, the whole pillbox erupted into an explosion, killing an estimated 35 enemy soldiers. That also was very brave and a better way to bring down the odds of getting killed. Crawling versus standing narrows the space in which bullets can hit you. Another man who climbed on a pillbox cave network and destroyed it through a vent on Iwo was Gunnery Sergeant Keith A. Renstrom. Like Woody, he observed a vent sticking out from a massive network for many caves and pillboxes on the 22nd of February. So Renstrom took 4 men to the supply depot on the beach, found a 55-gallon drum of gasoline, and then using 2 bars, carried the drum back to their battle line on a makeshift stretcher. Then during either very late at night or in the early hours of the morning, using the cover of darkness, he and his Marines climbed on top of the large pillbox cave structure and poured the fuel down the vent. Then the gunny probably got some shut-eye, waiting several hours to ensure the fumes had spread out through the enemy tunnels and hovels. He knew that vaporized gasoline is 3 to 4 times heavier than air and would travel quickly throughout the lower regions of the Japanese network. Once he felt the deadly gas had spread throughout his target area, he went into action right before the sun rose on the 23rd of February. Moving cautiously and carefully, he crawled back on the structure, keeping a low profile, and threw a phosphorus grenade down the vent. He then rolled off quickly and ran for cover. Within a few seconds, the whole side of the hill and the land around it shuddered, and out of 3 openings in the earth, 1 known to Renstrom and his men, and 2 not, long streams of fire shot over 100 feet in the air. While Woody's flamethrower could create 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit of heat, gasoline fumes can become a fireball with a temperature of 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit. When one knows that the sun's surface is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, one understands how much power Renstrom had just unleashed. Renstrom just brought one of the most destructive forces to the island and instantaneously disintegrated any Imperial Japanese Army soldiers within hundreds of feet of the underground blast zone. There would be no Japanese corpses to bury in Renstrom's area of operation this day. Pebbles and small rocks bounced off the surface of the land as the earth heaved with expansive hot air and the secondary explosions of all the Japanese ordnance. The blast was so powerful, ships radioed Renstrom's battalion's command post, wondering what had just happened. Remember, Woody was able to put a maximum of 4.5 gallons of fuel into his pillbox, and it was fuel already aflame. Renstrom just poured 55 gallons into one section, allowed for it to vaporize and spread out hundreds of feet, then set it on fire, unleashing an inferno, a mega flamethrower. 1 gallon of vaporized gasoline has the explosive energy of 83 sticks of dynamite. Renstrom basically put thousands of sticks of dynamite into this one area alone. So Woody was not alone climbing on structures and taking them out. Marines everywhere were destroying pillboxes and caves by crawling all over their tops and finding their openings and then attacking. Number 8. Was standing on a pillbox smart? Moreover, although most people think this event of Woody taking out the 3rd pillbox by mounting it quite heroic, often being read aloud at public events he speaks at, one needs to analyze this act more closely and ask whether or not it was smart. In discussing this with Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Rybeck, a Marine veteran and the son of flamethrower operator Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz, he finds this a strange thing to do on Iwo. Why in the world would you expose yourself on top of a pillbox in clear view of the enemy when you could theoretically flank the pillbox and slowly move around the corner to pump fire into its aperture and keep your silhouette below the horizon away from the enemy? This act, although sounding very brave, sounds very foolish. Flamethrower operator and Iwo veteran Donald Graves echoed Rybeck, saying, "What Woody did was idiotic. Yes, we did climb on some pillboxes to attack them through their vents, but we did so with grenades and by crawling low, not standing up. Woody's action on that pillbox was a dumb move." As one can see, Woody's brave act can be construed as also an unwise tactic. As we say in the Marine Corps, it is easy to be hard, but it is hard to be smart. One can say what Woody did was indeed courageous, but maybe not the smartest tactic to employ. Since we know Woody's temper sometimes can get the best of him, maybe his rage took him to act as such, and he was lucky he was not killed standing upright in the middle of a battlefield on top of a huge pillbox with 70 pounds of flamethrower gear. Woody's guardian angel was indeed hard at work on the island keeping him safe. And looking at both Cookson and Renstrom's techniques compared to Woody's, one sees they were just as brave. However, one also observes their actions were smarter and most likely more effective in killing Japanese. Their guardian angels apparently did not have to work as hard as Woody's, since they applied more intelligence and stealth in their attacks. Number 9. Where did Woody's bonsai story on Iwo Jima come from, and how many Japanese attacked Woody using this tactic? Next, there are problems with Woody's bonsai story. First, there are no first-hand testimonies from anyone witnessing Woody taking out a wave of 6 charging Japanese with his flamethrower. In reports and files looked at from Beck, Strickland, Tripp, Schwartz, Southwell, Henning, Chambers, Dashiell, Naro, Elder, and Schlager concerning Woody's actions this day, no one ever mentioned a bonsai wave eliminated by Woody's hand. As mentioned before, had he accomplished this, one would think someone would have remembered such a hair-raising event. Throughout time, the only person mentioning anything about flaming the Japanese is Woody, which he did with Dashiell in 1945, claiming he killed 21, "I killed them all with flames," and with Francois in 1966, he killed 3. The story made its way into the Medal of Honor citation without any evidence to support it in the document trail. Woody's 21st Regimental Commander, Colonel Hartnell J. Withers, was responsible for putting this in his endorsement, which led to it being put in the citation, since it is the only source in the chain of documents submitted for the Medal of Honor. But where did he get this information? We know Dashiell learned about Woody being considered for the medal while Beck was doing his write-up and collecting documents in late March and early April. Beck left Guam on the 14th of April and never returned to the unit. We know that Dashiell's articles had to be approved by his command before they ever were published in newspapers, probably going across Withers' desk. In the heavily marked up and edited version of Dashiell's article in the National Archives, it is written prominently at the beginning of the write-up, note, "Williams has been recommended for the Medal of Honor for the actions covered in this story." We know men at the highest levels knew about Dashiell's reporting and noted it in real time, with even the commander of the division, Major General Graves B. Erskine, writing a letter of commendation for Dashiell in June 1945. Withers' Medal of Honor endorsement for Woody was sent up the chain of command on the 27th of April, most likely after Dashiell had interviewed Woody and written his article. Dashiell's article got approved at about the same time as Withers wrote his report. Soon thereafter, Dashiell's article started to appear in newspapers in May 1945, 4 months before final approval for Woody's Medal of Honor happened. Did Withers get this information from reading Dashiell's article that was relying on Woody for information? Withers was indeed nuanced about how many bonsai attackers there were, with stating enemy riflemen without specifying a number. But the only place where Withers could have found information about Woody taking out a bonsai attack documented in this study was either from Woody's own mouth or Dashiell's report, which got the information in the first place from Woody. And in Francois' 1966 article, Woody goes from saying he flamed 21 in 1945 to just 3. Why the change? Maybe he got enough negative feedback in 1945 for saying he flamed 21 that he revised his numbers and lowered them to a more believable sum of only 3. But then, throughout the years, the number starts to once again march higher. In interviews for this study and for the World War II Museum, the Banzai wave grows into being 5 or 6 Imperial Japanese Army soldiers. Once again, one sees the danger Woody overcomes to increase as the years have marched on and with the retellings to audiences. It seems he modified his story to what he thinks he can get away with, and then tips the scales always to increasing danger for himself. Number 10. Why Chambers possibly did not support Woody. And what about Woody's platoon leader, 2nd Lieutenant Howard Chambers? Woody never mentions the man who was primarily responsible for directing all the action on the battle space where Woody did his deeds to get the medal. Several who served with Chambers mention what a great leader he was, but Woody utters nothing about his direct boss, especially nothing about him during the day when Chambers and his men helped take out 32 emplacements and kill numerous Japanese. Did Woody know Chambers was asked about his medal and did not give an endorsement for it? After Marines trained with one another for 6 months leading up to Iwo Jima, they all knew their platoon leaders well. It would have been rare not to include these leaders in their sea tales. Yes, Woody apparently has never mentioned Chambers in his interviews, and Chambers never endorsed Woody for the medal for many of the actions he must have witnessed Woody do, although Fleet Marine Force Pacific Commander Lieutenant General Roy Geiger wrote him twice to submit evidence to prove Woody's heroism. Chambers' silence to Geiger may indicate that Chambers had serious reservations about Woody's Medal of Honor. We know Woody's Medal of Honor troubled Chambers his entire life because the documents about Woody were basically the only ones he saved from his entire time in the Pacific. One would think if a lowly lieutenant failed to provide the evidence requested by General Geiger, he would not have kept the document trail to brood over it throughout the years unless the situation bothered Chambers to such a degree that he wanted to contemplate about either the injustice, the inaccuracies, and or the problems with the whole process. Moreover, maybe another reason why Chambers also refused to support Woody was quite possibly due to having learned that Woody had been willing to murder one of his squad members, Thomas E. Scrivens, because he refused to move out into a skirmish line. Maybe some of the other Marines nearby were so horrified that Woody was going to kill a Marine under his charge that they reported Woody to Chambers for this assault against one of their own. Any Marine officer worth his salt would never train his men to threaten death to any member who was not willing or unable to follow orders. If this were the case, we would have chaos within the ranks, allowing young kids and men to exercise murderous authority over those deemed unworthy of their command. Moreover, unless more evidence shows other facts unknown about this event, if Chambers knew about what Woody has been claiming he almost did, then he should and probably would have been very disappointed that Woody had behaved as he did. When Woody bragged, quote-unquote, about this event back in July 2016, he did so in a manner that would make one think he was trying to prove his manhood or how tough he was, something that Chambers would not have agreed with at all and felt unbecoming of a Marine. The only person alive who can give us some clarification about why Chambers might have problems with Woody getting the Medal of Honor is Woody himself, because every other witness searched for who could have given some local color on this process during the study was found to be already dead. As historian Ian W. Toll wrote, "History, like nature, abhors a vacuum, and there is a large one when one tries to document the events that led to Woody's Medal of Honor. But hopefully this book has gotten one closer to understanding what can be proven to have happened versus what probably has been creatively added after the battle." Number 11. Why did Beck not talk about Woody? And besides the absence of any written or oral statement given by Chambers in support of Woody, or Woody's lack of any statements about Chambers all being strange, one also finds it somewhat incommodious that Beck never spoke of Woody after he put in his package for the Medal of Honor by the 14th of April 1945. Did Beck also later receive information about the disputed facts Woody had been giving journalists and fellow Marines that explains his silence? Did Beck learn that Rear Admiral Haler or his board had to change his initial draft of Woody's Medal of Honor citation and remove the two main facts of 7 pillboxes and 21 dead Japanese soldiers killed out of it because they both were unconfirmed? Beck was responsible for making one Marine out of 669,100 in World War II a war hero and famous. Remember, only 82 Marines got the Medal of Honor for actions they performed during the war. Woody was one of 2 we know of who Beck endorsed for a Medal of Honor out of the 3 battles he fought in: Bougainville, Guam, and Iwo Jima. Lieutenant Henning was the other Medal of Honor endorsement. But Woody was the only Medal of Honor endorsement Beck put in that was successful. Medal of Honor recipient Desmond Doss was in regular contact with his officer and even appeared on the famous TV show This Is Your Life and in historical documentaries with his commander. They were close friends. In the hundreds of documents, letters, and archival sources reviewed for Beck, he never mentions Woody and never contacted him after he left Guam in 1945. And in the hundreds of pages of letters, articles, and unpublished memoir material Woody let me look at, there is not one letter, email, or note of a phone call he exchanged with Beck. From the sources, they were not friends. One would think Beck would have been proud of the achievement of getting one of his own a Medal of Honor and would have often spoken about it. Was this due to him later finding out that he had acted on information that appears to have come from Woody? Or finding out why his platoon commander, Chambers, had actually refused to endorse his recommendation for Woody? We do not know, but here is another missing piece of the puzzle, and yet again another relationship surrounding Woody that is difficult to explain. Number 12. Woody's stories about his friend, quote-unquote, Vernon Waters. There are other troubling relationships surrounding Woody's story. He recounts the tale of his close friendship with Vernon Waters and that he was there when he was killed. In reality, the evidence shows he was not there, getting the date wrong, the unit out of place. Vernon was in a different company. The cause of death wrong. His head was not blown up by a Type 89 50mm grenade, but rather Waters was either shot near the bottom of the skull or in the neck. The movement of the lines incorrect. They moved backwards or sideways and not forwards. The handling of Waters' remains wrong. Body bearers were not observed by Woody taking Vernon away from the scene since he was left in the open for days thereafter. And most importantly, the tale of returning Waters' ring to his family left unsubstantiated. Woody's version is a beautiful story and one that possibly started as a way to impress or entertain his new bride who accompanied him on the journey to Montana, and our later listeners, he thought, would enjoy such a yarn. But all the evidence shows Woody was incorrect on almost everything about Waters, except that he was tall, well-liked, and killed. However, the story that the tallest guy becomes friends with the shortest in the unit, that they had this sacred pact to return the fallen guy's ring and tell the stories of death to their families in case the Grim Reaper visited one of them, and that when, in reality, the Reaper did take Vernon in front of Woody, followed by Woody adhering to their pledge and getting his ring to return to the family, is indeed a Hollywood tale. Woody's tall tale is one full of power and is the stuff of legend, but there is no support for that version in the document trail uncovered to date. Vernon's nephew, George Waters, concluded, "It makes me very angry that Woody has used my uncle's death to better his image, using false stories to do so. He has dishonored the memory of his friend." Sadly, Woody gets other facts about Waters wrong. Before Waters' death, during the action of the 23rd of February for the pillboxes, when Woody put on all his gear and or returned to the command post for more flamethrowers, He claimed Vernon Waters was there to help him with his equipment, when we now know Waters was in Baker Company, not Charlie, and under a different lieutenant, Tischler, not Chambers. Maybe Beck had requested Waters to help Woody since he knew the men of Baker Company well, having commanded them during the Battle of Guam and trained them until he took command of Charlie Company 1 month before Iwo, but the documents are unclear on this point, and it is highly unlikely Beck would have taken another captain's flamethrower away to support Woody when that commander also needed all his men deployed at his sector of the front. And many facts, quote-unquote, about the Waters family by Woody are bizarrely incorrect. Namely, he incorrectly claimed all the Waters men, including Vernon, had a strange finger mutation where the index and middle fingers were fused, and he stated that Vernon's father was at the meeting, although the father had been dead for several years. 13. Woody's women. Concerning his romantic exploits, Woody builds up the perfect love story of wanting to get back to his fiancée, Ruby, during his wartime deployment. But we find out he had another girl in the wings. He continued to write his ex-girlfriend, Eleanor, and had her spying on Ruby to make sure she was behaving. Eleanor Piles was either divorced or still married and had a small child. Marion County has no records of her divorcing her first husband, so she probably had been married for at least 2 years at the time Woody started dating her. She had to leave the Marine Corps after only serving 1 year since she had secretly gotten married again and was pregnant. After the war, she lied and claimed to have received the Good Conduct Medal in a periodical published in her state of West Virginia, when in reality her records disprove she ever got this medal. Another stolen valor case like Lefty's. In fact, she had to leave the Corps because she had not disclosed her marriage and had gotten pregnant. Her marks as a Marine were not that great either. She was discharged under honorable conditions, which means her service was satisfactory, but did not deserve the highest level of discharge for performance and conduct due to minor misconduct. The Corps explicitly noted in her discharge report that she would never be allowed to return. Will not be enlisted, written in bold letters. Knowing all these facts about Piles, one understands there were many reasons why Woody would want to keep his love affair with Eleanor hidden and his apparent double timing with her and Ruby secret. So why are there so many different stories coming from Woody about his life? These uncomfortable truths all go to show that the image Woody wants to create is one of a person overcoming incredible odds to become a hero and a man with few to no flaws. This is all too human, but it goes to show that throughout the years, Woody created a more detailed story, very interesting and compelling, but at best not entirely based on what can be proved, and at worst, faked. Everything he has talked about indeed is based on a foundation of truth, but has grown trees full of tall tales that seem to continue to grow. Every time he got up in front of an audience, he changed his narrative to match the emotional response he wanted. My mom lost 3 babies. The audience of women cover their mouths in horror. My mom lost 4 babies. Women shake their heads and some cry. My mom lost 6 babies and I barely survived weighing 3 pounds. Gasps of, oh my God, ring out from the crowd. All the flamethrowers were dead or wounded and I was the last one Beck could depend on. Marines nearby puff up their chests with admiring eyes. I was the last hope for us all. I destroyed 3, now wait, 4, no, actually 7 pillboxes. Replacements on Guam in the flamethrower school in May 1945 look at Woody with venerating gazes. Almost every discrepancy I found in his story was always in his favor, adding to the legend. Notably, even with all these issues, he still is a tremendous hero who fought bravely and effectively, including at an important time in a major battle. He did not need to embellish. If all his heroic acts on Guam and Iwo were properly documented and put together, he probably would have merited a few medals of honor, as we have seen with other Medal of Honor recipients' cases, and with just regular Marines doing their jobs as explored in this book, like with Rybakevich, Chambers, Cookson, Vlach, Ridlon, Renstrom, Waters, Graves, and Fagan, just to name a few. Nonetheless, embellishers do not like looking in the mirror, and they do not like their real stories to be told, even if they are still heroic, because in their eyes, the real story is simply not good enough. And looking at what probably happened versus what was reported by Woody, we see a huge gulf. As one can rightly assume, telling the truth and not compromising the narrative's integrity as a historian often gets in the way of friendships. As a result, I am no longer in contact with Woody. Often in recording the past, one encounters those who do not understand the craft of history and the quest for truth. Many are supportive at first, but if the work departs from their beliefs about themselves, their politics, their religion, or in Woody's case, their narrative, then often people will part ways and occasionally do so ungracefully. As Plato said, it is better to deal with the ugly truth than with beautiful lies, but many have trouble with this motto. Simon Wiesenthal told me in 1996 not to write Hitler's Jewish soldiers. I said the truth must be told, and I continued writing and finally published my research in 2002. It was one of the most complete works on Mischlinge, partial Jews, in the Wehrmacht, and won the William E. Colby Award in 2003 for the best military history book of that year, documenting men like half-Jew, quote-unquote, Colonel Walter Hollander, the Ritterkreuz recipient discussed earlier. I was threatened by a powerful ultra-Orthodox religious group, Chabad, not to publish my books, Rescued from the Reich in 2004, and The Rabbi Saved by Hitler Soldiers in 2016, but I did not give in to their threats and have published works about one of the most amazing World War II rescues and a critical analysis of their leader, Rebbe Schneerson, a religious fanatic. And ironically, since I did not want to give in to Woody's desire to keep this book a certain way, hagiography, or reveal unflattering facts about his mental process, he has tried to stop this work. I did not give in to the threats and published a book I hope will give fresh insight into the Pacific War, the Japanese Imperial Military, the Marine Corps, and humanity during times of crisis. And although I have had misunderstandings with Woody, this book also shows he was indeed an American hero and fought bravely. A job of a historian is to tell the truth, and in doing so try to push humanity into a better understanding of why we do the things we do and how we can continue to make a better and more just society. If I had been hired to paint a portrait, of course as a paid artist, I would have painted a beautiful piece and made Woody look better than he was in life, and leave off several of the blemishes or wrinkles of behavior and personality that I have observed. However, I am a historical doctor and not a painter of portraits for this book. When I looked at the CT scan of Woody and his story, my duty as a historian was to interpret everything I saw and reveal my findings. If I and other historians do not do so, then the truth of history would die in poor diagnostic care. Historian John Hoffman supports this conclusion that a critical view of our heroes is a must when writing history. He explains, "There are those who believe such a re-examination of a military icon does a disservice to the institution because it removes some of the luster from the burnished image held up as an example to be emulated. There is a definite and vital benefit in recalling the shining moments when an organization and its members were at their best. But it is equally important to highlight those occasions when things went wrong, for failure, more often than not, is the breeding ground for lessons that can improve future performance." The study of Woody illuminates the timeless struggle of humanity. All the themes are present throughout Woody's 96 years of what one might say, to borrow from Joseph Campbell's work, is a hero's journey. It is a story of a simple and flawed man accomplishing heroic deeds. Most specifically, His months in battle encapsulates the enduring issues freedom-loving people have faced through the ages when forced into conflict over religious, political, and sociological problems. Freedom is never free, and in learning about Woody, one learns what it takes to enjoy self-determination and security within one's own nation. And to enjoy that self-determination and security, democracy's sons and daughters must be willing to fight and die for freedom and defeat fascist warmongers whenever they raise their ugly heads of exclusivity, racism, and genocide. Conclusion. Section E. What does all this history just explored mean? Leaving the micro level with Woody and returning to the macro level of the study, one sees this history has explored socio-religious issues that led to mass murder, racism, and intolerance, so we may do a better job in the future of recognizing these dangers sooner and destroy them. In particular, this book has examined Shintoist and Zen Buddhist beliefs under their high priest and god Hirohito, which led the Japanese to embrace fascist beliefs that fueled their rape and conquest in the hope of helping prevent such things from happening again. Young American boys' lives should not be interrupted like Woody's or destroyed like Waters' to prevent the plagues of murderous regimes like Hitler's and Hirohito's. Their lives should instead focus on making this world a better place through science, industry, education, and invention, not on how to kill people. Yes, we should always have a portion of our population trained as efficient and willing warriors, but the vast majority of each generation should focus on more productive and useful activities like curing cancer, Parkinson's disease, or Alzheimer's. In recent times, it truly does just take a small percentage of America's population to fight its wars. The victory our men and women secured in World War II probably has ensured that reality to date. Let us hope that we never again have to mobilize our entire population to focus on war and killing millions to preserve democracy. However, we must always be willing to do so if that democracy is to survive the ages. So, apart from honoring men like Waters, Beck, Chambers, Woody, Erskine, and other American heroes, and to show how evil Kuribayashi and his minions were in furthering Hirohito's lust for empire, this book has another mission: to challenge readers to think about their beliefs, education, society, and actions, and whether they are making the world better. Since I began this research in 2015, genocide continues to be a reoccurring event. Violence against women is widespread, especially in territory controlled by fundamentalist Muslims. They would have made many Imperial Japanese commanders proud. America is still at war against various groups of viciously intolerant Islamic radicals in a global war on terror, one of the most protracted and complicated conflicts in world history. Many problems that face humanity from 1931 to 1945 still remain. This book explicitly explores how a nation founded on freedom of religion responded to religious fanaticism, how we defeated Imperial Japan, how our military operated within the moral rules of engagement, and how we lent our humanitarian support after the swords were pounded into plowshares. When looking at World War II, we get high marks in all these areas. We destroyed Hirohito's religious fanatics. We saved millions of additional Asians from being added to the list of Japan's Holocaust. We adhered to the laws of war, and we rebuilt Japan's country in a massive post-war humanitarian effort and actually gave the territory back to them so that they could rule themselves yet again. We fought the good fight, but we still have more to do. In recent years, the world seems to have become more dangerous and unstable. Maybe this has been the case since history began, but most of the world throughout time did not have nuclear weapons spread over the earth as is true now. I am hoping this work will get more people, at least in a small way, interested in the issues threatening us and ready to take action against the criminals who are making this world worse. Moreover, I hope this book will help people fight against the bad ideas that motivate the wicked. Although this book explores several heroic men and notable World War II battles, it also explores deeper and more enduring issues of humanity, such as how do we create a good society? Reflecting on the U.S.'s Imperial Japanese enemy in light of religious fundamentalism, I realize that fundamentalist groups, regardless of who they are, tend to suppress and disregard information when it conflicts with their dogmas, and often kill those people who bring such information to light. People who claimed Hirohito was not a god and evil in 1940 Japan got their heads cut off, and people in radical Islamic lands who claim Muhammad is not Allah's messenger and a murderer get slaughtered as well. Getting rid of these types of people who commit such crimes against free thought and expression is one way to create a good society. Noticing this, I have come to greatly admire America's founding fathers' wisdom that recognized the danger of combining religion with civil government, as the fusion is harmful to both religious freedom and good governance. America's colonies were overwhelmingly Protestant, from a variety of denominations. Typically, the proponents of all these forms of Protestantism saw a high regard for natural science, reason, common sense, self-evident rights, and ideals of liberty as fully compatible with their Protestant heritage, although they looked at each other with skepticism. The Founding Fathers' task was to build a cohesive, voluntary civilization out of the competing subgroups. America is fortunate that Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and James Madison, to name a few, were the architects of the religious and political freedoms that prevented government entanglement with religious beliefs as expressed in the First Amendment. They recognized that the separation of church and state is a cornerstone of democracy, laying a foundation to prevent government from restricting people's rights to follow their spiritual convictions and/or political beliefs. The freedom and tolerance in America, where so many had come to escape old world religious and ethnic persecution as well as monarchist oppression, were a nurturing environment for religious minorities. President George Washington pledged to the Jews of Newport, Rhode Island, for example, to bigotry, no sanction; to persecution, no assistance. To prevent bigotry and persecution, Washington knew no religious institution should be permitted to hold power in government. Moreover, one could interpret Washington as also saying that fanaticism has no part in government. This doctrine is a fundamental tenet of American civics. American beliefs about how government should rule were bequeathed to the post-World War II Japanese and German governments, and demonstrate that such American mandates create democratic, non-fascistic, and anti-theocratic regimes. This history is much more than a narration of Woody, Kuribayashi, the Guam and Iwo Jima battles, or the atomic bombs. It explores how history is documented, how ideas shape action, and how knowledge is preserved. To explore such things, authors rely on the freedom of speech and of the press. Ironically, one of the biggest fights this author had in writing this work was with Woody himself, who tried to suppress this work through threats and legal action, demanding the rights to approve what I write and seeking financial compensation. He failed to realize history should not be censored, and this book is not solely about him. Fortunately for history in this work, the U.S.'s First Amendment won out, and the publication of this book has not been suppressed. Freedom of speech triumphs again. Barry Beck, the son of Donald Beck, the officer primarily responsible for starting the Medal of Honor process to get Woody the Medal of Honor, said, "My father would have been terribly disappointed in Woody with how he has behaved with the writing of this book and how he tried to control his narrative." I was saddened by the obstruction I encountered, especially since Woody is indeed an American hero and patriot who, ironically, fought to defend our Constitution and its rights. My experience with him makes me realize that when a historian gathers the truth from history, he should never make a Faustian arrangement with any of his subjects, nor give them the final word on the research. If this became the norm, we would have limited ourselves to censored history, not truthful history. The sad conflicts between Woody and me probably stem more from his desire to have a book exclusively focused on him, and my desire to use his story to tell the history of that period and explore historical truths in other heroes besides him. Moreover, he also probably did not like his flaws shown to the world, especially since they fly in the face of the narrative he has presented throughout his post-war life. I am a historian and I write the truth, uncompromisingly. These qualities that ensured Woody's survival in war, stubbornness and tenacity, made him a poor partner when documenting the full history within this book. The book he wanted was narrow in scope and avoided rational self-criticism, whereas this book explores larger issues of Marine Corps history, battle accounts, amphibious warfare, war crimes, medal awarding, politics, government, religion, and most importantly, how we as a people improve our world. And in making this world a better place, one sees that we as a society need to be ever vigilant against dangerous religious and political movements, which often mirror religious organizations. As ex-evangelical Dan Baker writes, "If we consider ourselves to be moral or ethical, we ought not to refrain from denouncing religious teachings and practices that cause harm." Albert Camus, in his novel The Plague, described not only many religions, but also dangerous ideologies as having much intolerance buried away in their foundational creeds and manuscripts. Camus wrote using the disease as a symbol of hateful ideas. The plague bacillus never dies or disappears for good, that it can lie dormant for years and years in furniture and linen chests, that it bides its time in bedrooms, cellars, trunks, and bookshelves, and that perhaps a day would come when, for the bane and the enlightenment of men, it would rouse up its rats again and send them forth to die in a happy city. In other words, we should guard against malevolent ideas, both political and religious, that find their breeding ground in holy books and hate groups, and shun and marginalize those elements before they infect society and emerge with terrible violence in times of social strain, as seen with Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. We must keep ourselves in check, remaining ever vigilant against the darker side of our natures by which we are constantly threatened. More importantly, we need to remember that what a person believes is not private, because beliefs are a fount of action in potentia. Some beliefs like Jews are bad, or infidels should die, or non-believers go to hell, or Gentiles are inferior, or homosexuals are deviant and sinners, or the gods say Japanese should rule everyone, or Chinks are bad, are beliefs that can give birth to dangerous movements, as history attests. Imperial Japan continued a human tradition of religious and ethnic prejudice expressed in mass slaughter which is not unique. Consider the biblical story of 12,000 Israelites killing probably over 300,000 Midianites and raping 32,000 virgins in a divinely ordered orgy of ethnic cleansing seen in Numbers chapter 31, for enticing Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord. Or the Christians killing Jews and Muslims during the Crusades for not being Christian. Consider the 1 million Christian Armenians slaughtered by the Ottoman Muslim Turks from 1915 to 1917. Consider the Nazis or Maoists who massacred millions in the name of ideology, which was just a replacement for religion. Hitler or Mao Tse-tung were stand-ins for the Messiah or leader chosen by Providence, and both were creating a utopia heaven on earth. For Hitler, the 1,000-year Reich, and for Mao, the new China reborn through Marxism. Historian Jonathan Steinberg warns that when followers of men like Hitler, Mao, or Hirohito make gods out of them, they will suffer dire consequences. By way of illustration, Mao is possibly the greatest slaughterer of all times, exceeding Hirohito, Hitler, and Stalin combined, with a likely total of 70 million dead, largely because his reign as God lasted for 5 decades. In these examples, we have people motivated by their misguided convictions to act with complete disregard for individual freedom and well-being to do harm to specific religious, ethnic, and political groups. Thus, political or religious fanaticism destroys everything it touches. But these movements can only take hold if the organization that gives birth to this fanaticism remains unchallenged. Ideas, leaders, and movements should always be questioned. In fact, every society or government should preserve this ability to challenge, through the press or through oppositional parties, for example, so that no one person or group obtains unquestioned authority. Fanatics like Hitler, Hirohito, Stalin, and Mao remained in power for so long because they could not be questioned. This absolute power allowed them to turn into monsters. Jonathan Steinberg writes, "Nobody is always right. No arguments are unanswerable. Unreason knows no limits. It cannot measure profit against loss or assess means and ends. It rejects liberty of the mind and threatens the person of the thinker. It cannot tolerate free speech, blasphemous books, satire, and irreverence. It mobilizes the turbulent energies, emotions, and wishes inside each of us and hurls them against the limits of the human condition. In doing so, it destroys itself and lays waste its surroundings." To explore such truths as Steinberg has just mentioned, this book highlights the results of extreme forms of religious and political rule by men like Hirohito and his Zen-obedient zombies. Shintoists, Zen Buddhists, Imperial Japan prevented its adherents from seeing their own atrocities and biases. Blaise Pascal said, "Men never do evil so completely and cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction." Quite simply, fanatic beliefs, whether religious or political, prevent their adherents from seeing injustices around them so they may correct them. In today's world, fighting genocide and religious totalitarianism should be two focuses of enlightened and democratic societies. In our battle against the Axis fanatics, America became what Roosevelt called the arsenal of democracy, beginning in the period while we were still neutral, and eventually played a crucial role in bringing Hitler's and Hirohito's regimes to their knees. However, Germany and Japan could have been defeated earlier if the U.S. had acted expeditiously against them instead of waiting for them to arm, militarize, threaten, and attack. Long before his rise to power, Hitler revealed in Mein Kampf a murderous intolerance, and he continued preaching of his hate in the diatribes he made to anyone who would listen. Starting as early as 1927, Hirohito's regime committed atrocities in its rampage across Asia. The lack of any major international condemnation only emboldened both of these obsessive leaders. Although the U.S. played one of the most important roles in World War II to defeat Hitler and Hirohito, it was disastrously slow to pick up the sword, and did so not on moral grounds, but for the sake of self-preservation. Other democracies also made mistakes at this time. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain sold out Europe with his policy of appeasement when he signed the Munich Agreement in September 1938. The Allies allowed Hitler to violate numerous border and treaty obligations from 1935 to 1938 without any serious repercussions. Several Allied nations knew about the rape of Nanking and of Japanese atrocities in cities like Beijing, Canton, Shanghai, and Tientsin throughout 1937 and 1938, yet they were unwilling to risk war to help prevent China from falling under Japan's cruel shadow. As World War II Medal of Honor recipient and later Vice Admiral John D. Buckley, who had personally witnessed Japanese atrocities, wrote, "Official Washington and the American people could stick their heads in the sand and ignore the Holocaust that the Empire of Japan was inflicting on the Chinese people." Similarly, the U.S. and her allies seemed to continually turn a blind eye to the Nazis' escalating violence against Jews, as seen in the Night of Broken Glass, Kristallnacht, from the 9th to the 10th of November, 1938. The MS St. Louis Refugees, May 1939. The Ghetto System in Poland, 1939 to 1940. And then the full slaughter of Jews once Russia was invaded, 21st of June, 1941. These failures of action by the Allies in response to these fascist men's deeds told Hitler and Hirohito that they held the political and military high ground. There was a tragically high price in blood and treasure that was paid for years of neutrality in the face of the evil displayed in events around the world. This dangerous inaction in the face of injustice remains a lesson to enlightened and democratic nations of today, that when they see an evil regime or dictator, they would be wise to destroy it or him immediately. And more importantly, that they maintain militaries that can and will be able to destroy such immorality. We need to do our best to punish those who persecute and exterminate others for their thoughts, ethnicities, and religions, and when possible, defeat these fanatical groups as we did with the Nazi Germans and imperialistic Japanese, and as we are currently doing with Muslim fanatics in the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, or ISIS. Hopefully this book will also show we need to act rather than wait for a God to save us. History has shown repeatedly that humans cannot count on God taking action in time to prevent us from slaughtering each other, quite often in His name. And speaking about the Holocaust, Sam Harris writes, "If having half of your people, the Jews, systematically delivered to the furnace does not count as evidence against the notion that an all-powerful God is looking out for your interest, it seems reasonable to assume that nothing could." One could also say, if your God in Hirohito actually led your nation to suffer defeat, ending with 2 atomic bombs, maybe the Shinto gods you depended on don't care about you. We only have ourselves to rely upon to eradicate these evils of war and persecution around us, and cannot depend on any God out there, regardless of what religion created him, her, or them. Kim Stone writes about God commenting on Albert Camus' The Plague. The idea that even if God exists, He would rather we act as though He doesn't is a very powerful idea. Whether we believe that God does not exist or that He exists is unknowable, but we should take matters into our own hands and improve the plight of the world rather than rely on His infinite grace to take care of everything for us. In conclusion, besides reading about remarkable and disturbing events of World War II, I hope the reader thinks about the ideas and motivations that set the stage for the events between 1927 and 1945. In addition to being interested in the varied subject matters explored, I hope you are challenged to think about how you live your life and whether you would have the courage to stand up to evil. History shows us we need more citizens like the men documented in this book who acted with a high sense of moral integrity to save lives and preserve democracy. Michael Barabaum wrote about a prisoner in the Sachsenhausen concentration camp who would tell the new arrivals to the Nazi hell about the darkness that awaited them. He told them what was to be, honestly, directly, and without adornment. He would end with the admonition, "I have told you this story not to weaken you, but to strengthen you. Now it is up to you." In the end, I hope this book will make you a more open-minded person, a more aggressive champion of justice, and a defender of the helpless. We must constantly remind ourselves, as Socrates taught, that the unexamined life is not worth living, and it is in the pursuit of truth that we achieve enlightenment, rather than in the attainment of it. Because once one thinks he has the truth, then he stops to grow and learn. And those who think they know everything are the most ruthless and dangerous men among us. Dedications. To my sons, Ian and Justin, and daughter, Sophia. May they never have to face another Iwo Jima. However, if they have to face one, may they be the first to volunteer for such a mission. To Corporal Vernon Waters and Second Lieutenant Howard Chambers, and all those Marines who sacrificed their lives or health in defense of our country and freedoms fighting the Japanese during World War II. To the proclamation Woody Williams gave to me at the beginning of this research in 2015 to be absolutely factual with my findings. To my Texas Christian University Star Point teacher, Mary Stewart, Fort Worth Christian teacher, Donna Reynolds, and football coach, Cam Prock. To my Phillips Exeter Academy instructors, Harvard V. Knowles, Andrew Polychronis, and David R. Weber. And to my football coach, Edward Fry, and college counselor, Thomas Hassan. To my Yale University professors, James B. Crowley, Lisa Lota M. Davis, Paula E. Hyman, Paul Kennedy, Ramsey McMullen, Jeffrey L. Sammons, Stephen B. Smith, and Henry Ashby Turner, Jr. To my Cambridge University professor and master's and PhD advisor, Jonathan Steinberg. To my mentor at the Bundesarchiv Militärarchiv in Freiburg and Breisgau in Germany, Gunther Montfort. And to historians and my proofreaders, reviewers, 31st United States Marine Corps Commandant General Charles C. Krulak, historian Michael Barabaum, General Anthony Zinni, Colonel Robert S. Burrell, historian Richard B. Frank, and historian and Colonel John T. Hoffman. These great mentors, scholars, and leaders taught me the value of research, critical thought, and to never waver in the pursuit of truth. Other books by the author Bryan Rigg: Hitler's Jewish Soldiers, The Untold Story of Nazi Racial Laws and Men of Jewish Descent in the German Military, Rescued from the Reich, How One of Hitler's Soldiers Saved the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Lives of Hitler's Jewish Soldiers, Untold Tales of Men of Jewish Descent Who Fought for the Third Reich, and The Rabbi Saved by Hitler's Jewish Soldiers, Rebbe Joseph Ishak Schneerson and His Astonishing Rescue. Afterward. Japan's atrocities and murder of millions during World War II are the most of any nation during that time period. They are the worst not only for their scope, but also because this needless violence was done by what many considered a cultured nation. They are the worst because Japan was too wise to have conducted such slaughter, but not wise enough to follow its conscience. Japanese fighter ace, Saburo Sakai. Moral imagination requires us to take responsibility for past wrongdoings and, at the same time, stimulates us to project our thoughts toward a more human future through the creative examination of our past. Investigating the war crimes and atrocities committed by the Japanese is therefore to master the past. Japanese historian Yuki Tanaka, in his book Hidden Horrors, Japanese War Crimes in World War II. As I was working on this book, an interesting disagreement between General Kuribayashi's grandson, the Honorable Yoshitaka Shindo, and me arose. After supporting me for almost a year, now on reflection, he wanted to be out of my book and pull his interview. When I had an hour-and-a-half interview with him in his Tokyo office in April 2018 with an official translator, he was very candid and gave me lengthy answers to many of the pre-screened questions provided to his government. I was strongly encouraged by his honesty about the time period. I was especially impressed that he told me to write the truth if I discovered war crimes his grandfather committed in Hong Kong, which I indeed have found. He also claimed that Imperial Japan was wrong to do many of the aggressive acts it did from 1927 to 1945. The reason I was impressed is that many Japanese, and Japanese politicians for that matter, refuse to admit Japan did anything wrong during World War II, and they censor textbooks and curtail reparations as already documented in this book. This is especially the case with politicians in Shindo's current ruling party, the Liberal Democratic Party, which is really ultra-conservative, not liberal. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, Shindo's colleague and friend, has tried to whitewash Japan's history and even attempted to rescind apologies to other nations for Japan's comfort women and slaughter of millions during that time. He denies comfort women even existed. He is viewed by many in the world as a right-wing nationalist, a revisionist historian, and, one might add, a Japanese Holocaust denier. He seems to be a new Japanese nationalist who wants to produce an evangelical edition of history with the inconvenient facts omitted. Knowing his grandfather, Nobusuke Kishi, was a Class A war criminal and helped carry out the brutal Japanese rule in Manchuria as one of the economic ministers there, maybe we should not be surprised by Abe's behavior since he respects his grandfather. Abe has never come out to condemn his grandfather, who believed in the Yamato race theory, describing the Chinese as dogs, supported the opium trade, conducted sexual abuse against women, and facilitated the death of hundreds of thousands of people in the puppet state of Manchukuo. So after my interview, knowing Shindo has aspirations of running for prime minister in Japan, I felt I had a friend and colleague in the pursuit of truth and in the quest of preserving some of the virtues democratic nations fight for, namely, for the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, historical truth, and the protection of victims of crimes against humanity. I had hoped that Shindo might change his party for the betterment of Japan. After I met with him, with the help of my interpreter, Miss Uo of Simul, I put together a transcription of our interview and the information Shindo gave me. I sent it off to him and his government contact in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Iba Takamasa, and then waited for 6 months to get a reply. When I received the reply, he gave corrections on half of the notes I gave him, and then he told me to take the other half out entirely. He did not want to be quoted saying what he had said. What I assume happened in the meantime was that once his remarks were translated and reviewed by him and his advisors, they felt they were too controversial for his conservative and, one might add, radical support base. Moreover, he may have even received pressure from some of his colleagues to break ties with an American gaijin who was going to start once again the controversial discussion of Japan's wartime past. This interview and the criminal information about his grandfather's wartime past may be politically devastating for Shindo since he has used the image of his grandfather, Kuribayashi, in political posters defending Japanese islands from China, Korea, and Russia, or trying to get back islands these three nations seized after World War II. Historians Philip A. Crowell and Jeter A. Isley prophetically declared the danger of what Shindo is doing when they wrote in 1951, "Kuribayashi was a man to be feared alive, but is probably even more dangerous to America dead, since he is capable of becoming a hero of a resurgent nationalism in Japan." Shindo's unguarded comments, spoken truthfully for this research, might jeopardize his position within his own party, a party that continually has difficulty apologizing properly to the world for Japan's crimes against humanity and for its Holocaust, and which, for all intents and purposes, is creating that misguided nationalism Crowell and Isley warn their readers about. Shindo even made a disguised threat to the Iwo Jima American Association that he might shut down Iwo Jima to America if they did not do something about my book and my role on the board. He claimed that the airport might be under repair and unable to receive the Americans. In reality, I should not be surprised by Shindo's behavior since he is a member of the revisionist lobby Nippon Kagi, which aims to erase Japan's crimes from all history books, promote nationalistic education, support official visits to the Yasukuni Shrine, and foster a nationalist interpretation of Shinto for all citizens. It wants the nation to return to having a standing army, and one of its influential leaders, Hideaki Kasi, unbelievably, wants it to return to a monarchy and an imperial state. Moreover, it stands for xenophobic, misogynistic, anti-modern, anti-liberal, and anti-democratic principles. One could call it a fascist organization, which National Review journalist Josh Galanter indeed claims. It is fascist for all the reasons just listed and more, since it supports the myth that Imperial Japan tried to liberate, quote-unquote, East Asia from Western colonial powers, that the Tokyo War trials were illegitimate, a clear violation of Article 11 of the San Francisco Peace Treaty, and that the Imperial Japanese Army massacre at Nanking in 1937 is fabricated. Moreover, it fights against feminism, LGBT rights, and the 1999 gender equality law. Nippon Kagi would make Tojo, Hirohito, Matsui, and the butchers of Hong Kong, Lieutenant General Sakai and General Kuribayashi, proud. Shindo would be wise to listen to historian Liu Yitzhind when he writes, "Historical records can be used to contribute to national prosperity and world peace, or to spell disaster by covering up or even glorifying the evil." It looks like Shindo, unfortunately, is doing the latter. He might be wise to hearken to the admonition by Chief of Counsel of the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, Joseph B. Kinnan, when he said of people like Shindo's grandfather, "If there is no justification for punishment of individuals who have already brought civilization to the brink of disaster, then justice itself is a mockery." Ironically, such revisionists like Shindo and Abe, who support organizations and pursue activities that downplay, excuse, and deny World War II atrocities, perform a pivotal role in publicizing Japan's mass murder during the Pacific War beyond national boundaries. These revisionists' intense resistance to admit Japan's crimes and the history and memory of massacres like Nanking, according to historian Takashi Yoshida, make the events now headline news. These atrocities might have remained a domestic issue rather than becoming an international symbol of Japan's wartime aggression had Japanese leaders just been honest about their past. So although Shindo and Abe think their behavior will make the issues go away, they are actually doing the opposite. In short, according to historian Zhang Xing, and president of the Society for Research on the History of the Nanking Massacre by Japanese Invaders, people like Shindo and Abe have distorted East Asia's history and played havoc with its present. If Japan and its leaders like Abe and Shindo refuse to acknowledge their country's past and instead support jingoistic organizations like Nippon Kagi, they dishonor not only the victims of 20th century Japanese atrocities in Korea and China, just to name a few, but also all those men like Woody, Beck, Chambers, Fagan, Stein, Erikson, Renstrom, Waters, and millions of others who fought for freedom against totalitarian regimes like Hirohito's Japan. Moreover, they dishonor the deaths of their own countrymen who, although they died for an evil regime, at least could have taken hope that their deaths indirectly helped create a better government for their children and grandchildren. Although the government of Japan today is far better than that of Imperial Japan, it continues to fail to recognize the full shape of its country's criminal history. Until this denial ends, leaders like Shindo will dishonor the positive attributes of his grandfather's leadership, seen on Iwo Jima, and will implicitly condone its catastrophic behavior, as seen in Hong Kong. Shindo is not speaking about Japan's horrific past and acts a violence of silence. Shindo and other leaders like Abe seem to be perverting what the Nippon Times asked its readers to embrace in 1945. If we use this pain and this humiliation of our defeat and surrender as a spur to self-reflection and reform, and if we make this self-reflection and reform the motive force for a great constructive effort, there is nothing to stop us from building, out of the ashes of our defeat, a magnificent new Japan, free from the dross of the old, which is now gone, a new Japan, which will vindicate our pride by winning the respect of the world. Sadly, Abe and Shindo are not getting the respect of the world, but instead distrust for what the historian Michael Viner calls their mytho-history. It is hoped, however unlikely this may be, that this book might help people like Abe and Shindo accept their ancestors' wrongs, so that such misdeeds will never again be done by Japan. Their choice will expose to their people and to the world the direction in which they want to take their nation. Acknowledgements for Flamethrower. We have fought the good fight, and now let us keep the faith and make sure that we will not send our children out to fatten the cemeteries of another Iwo Jima. Chaplain D.G. Creech. A good book is never written alone. As historian James E. Scott wrote, non-fiction books are like historical scavenger hunts, and along the way there are many who help a historian gather his stories, words, and analysis. First, I would like to thank my Yale University professors Paul Kennedy and James Crowley for supporting my study of the Pacific War while I was an undergraduate. Kennedy was generous with his time, conducting a small seminar with me to review the history of the war with Japan. Also, I thank famous author Richard Seltzer, who did 3 independent studies with me at Yale. He was a wonderful mentor and taught me to explore language and find good stories. I thank Japanese theologian Dr. Masao Unuma, president of Japanese Bible and Theology Ministry, for checking the theological issues raised in this book and the reasons behind the Japanese religious fervor of World War II. His clarification of Japanese religious beliefs was most helpful. Also, many thanks to historian Mark Driscoll for looking over my chapter on Japan's Holocaust and its quest for Pan-Asianism, and for offering insightful feedback. My past 2 books have benefited greatly from the review and feedback of Marine Corps General Anthony Zinni, author of Before the First Shots Are Fired. Besides being the former Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Central Command, he has conducted several staff tours of Iwo Jima and became a resident expert of the battle. His support for this book has been greatly appreciated, especially since he proofread it twice and provided a foreword. I am also incredibly grateful to the 31st Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Charles C. Krulak, for his careful reading of the manuscript and for his foreword. Moreover, I am thankful for the information he gave me about amphibious warfare, especially about the Higgins boat and how his father, Lieutenant General Victor H. Krulak, proofread, endorse, and write a foreword for this work. I am also thankful for the support from another distinguished Marine, the 29th Commandant, General Al Gray. When I was transitioning out of the Marine Corps in 2001, my superior officer, Colonel John Allen, and General Gray helped me with my new activities at American Military University. In conversations with General Gray, I told him how disappointed I was to not be able to fulfill my dream as serving as a pilot in the Marine Corps due to my injury. I had been at the basic school, TBS, for almost 2 years in the holding company, Mike Company, trying to get healed up enough to return to active duty. I think I have the record here of being in this particular company the longest. However, during this time at TBS, Colonel Allen made sure I used the skills I had as a PhD from Cambridge, and I took care of the library, gave lectures, and developed professional reading guides for the Commandant's reading list, working in the warfighting lab under Major Bryan Goodmanson. Hearing how disappointed I was that I was not able to finish my time in the Corps, General Gray just simply told me, "Whether a librarian or a pilot, Rigg, you have accomplished something few people do and many people envy, and that is you have earned the title Marine. Never forget that." I have never forgot those words, and I am honored beyond words that General Gray, now 91 years of age, took the time to give me insightful feedback on my work and his endorsement. As possibly the only librarian in the history of the Marine Corps, I hope I have used my skills well to write a work here that justifies all the time I spend in the TBS library and at the Al Gray Research Center at the Marine Corps University. I probably also have the record of being in that place more than any other United States Marine Corps second lieutenant while serving at that rank. Many thanks go to Don Farrell, a historian of the Guam battle. While touring the battlefield of Guam in 2015, he was our tour guide, providing useful insights into the conflict. He has been gracious, helping me find sources and providing excellent proofreading of my manuscripts on the section on Guam. His book, The Pictorial History of Guam Liberation 1944, is a good and thorough exploration of the battle. In addition to Farrell, I would like to thank Ken Bigham, who wrote Black Hell, a comprehensive work on the Seabees on Iwo, for his feedback. My dear friend Frank Hyken has once again gone beyond the call of duty in proofreading and fact-checking this book. A former Marine Corps captain, JAG officer, and military judge, and an amateur historian, he has spent countless hours looking over my work and reading books about the conflict to ensure my facts are correct. He has done more for this book than most dissertation advisors would do for their students, having gone through the work 4 times. For her professional editing, I'm indebted to Angela Langlotz, J.D. She served as an articles editor on the Journal of Small and Emerging Business Law at Northwestern School of Law at Lewis and Clark College and is herself a published author. She edited this manuscript twice and gave me excellent legal advice about issues relating to intellectual property. Many thanks go to the renowned historian Richard Frank, author of Downfall, for his support, friendship, proofreading, and counsel. While on Iwo Jima in 2015 and 2018 for the commemoration of the 70th and 73rd anniversaries of the battle, we discussed many of the facts in this book and the possibility of writing Woody's biography. His support has proved extremely helpful. He proofread the manuscript twice. It is a true honor to have had the support of such a mind. I thank Charles Niemeyer, retired Director and Chief of Marine Corps History at Marine Corps University, for his careful reading and insightful comments and constructive criticism of the work, having read it 3 times. Special thanks go to Lieutenant Colonel and Distinguished Author of Ghost of Iwo Jima, Robert Burrell, for his careful reading of the manuscript twice. He saved me from many errors and helped me add humor when possible. I thank Dan King, one of the foremost experts on the Imperial Japanese Army, for his detailed and careful reading of this book. His book, The Tomb Called Iwo Jima, helped construct my understanding of how and why Iwo was defended the way it was. Moreover, he helped me understand the Imperial Japanese Army soldier and what drove him militarily, religiously, and ideologically. I also thank renowned historian and Marine Corps Colonel Alan Millett for his detailed reading of the work and for his feedback. Many thanks go to retired Navy Captain Lee Mandel for his edits and feedback. His work, Unlikely Warrior, on Rabbi Roland E. Gittleson, the first Marine Corps Jewish chaplain, was valuable in helping me understand Gittleson and his role on Iwo. I appreciated the Japanese Deputy Consul General in Houston, Ryuji Iwasaki, for spending time with me and with the honorary Japanese consul John Stitch, discussing Japan and its wartime past. Iwasaki provided some documents about his government's policies toward its history and convinced me that Japan still has a long way to go in being honest with its Holocaust, rape, and slaughter of so many of the people under its control from 1927 to 1945. I thank Iwo Jima veterans Jerry Yellen, Hans Hamilton, John Larillo, Don Graves, Ellery B. Bud Crabb, Leighton Wilhite, and Darrell E. Lefty Lee for their countless hours of interviews and proofreading. I especially thank retired Brigadier General Roland R. Van Stockham, Woody's Battalion Executive Officer at the Battle of Guam. His insights and feedback on the Battle of the 25th to the 26th of July 1944 proved invaluable in understanding what happened that night. At 103 years of age, he is remarkably astute and clear-headed. I thank Barry Beck, the son of Donald Beck, Woody's company commander. Besides his proofreading of the manuscript 3 times, Barry gave me countless documents that have enriched this book. Once again, I'd like to thank my mentor and friend, Michael Barrowbaum. He is a renowned Holocaust historian and has helped me with all my books since 2001, especially in proofreading and reviewing this book. His support, insights, and feedback throughout the years means more to me than he can possibly know. Since I was a student at Cambridge University, historian and fellow Marine Colin Heaton has consistently shared information with me from his vast collection of oral histories. He has published numerous books on World War II and has an incredible knowledge of the personalities from the war. All my books have been enriched by his support and sources. I thank Kimberly Bauer and Chris McDougall at the National Museum of the Pacific War, home of the Fleet Admiral Nimitz Museum in Fredericksburg, Texas, for their help and assistance with the book. Especially I would like to thank McDougall, who is the Associate Archivist and Librarian at the museum, for his time in helping me answer questions about numbers and facts about the Pacific War and learn more about the events surrounding Woody's experiences. I thank the staff at the National Park Service Center of the War in the Pacific at Guam, especially the park ranger Keena Doran Lewis. They provided useful contacts and feedback for my manuscripts. Park Ranger Lewis not only put me in touch with Monique C. Story, director of MARC, Micronesian Area Research Center, at the University of Guam, and the library technician Lords T. Nedadog, both of whom helped me gather several primary sources. But she also went to the center with me on her off day to look through the files with me. I also thank the lead of admissions, Jonathan Barnhart, and Director Dominica Tolentino of Guam's Museum for their support and help with finding primary sources and documents, and especially for putting me in touch with Kalistia Gumaban, who heads up the archives for the museum. Many thanks go to Miss Jingsha Shi, who helped organize my research trip to Shanghai and Nanking in May 2019. While on this trip, I had a wonderful translator, my daughter Sophia Rigg, who helped me read documents in the archives and museums and navigate the train, bus, and taxi system of China. Not an easy task. After spending a year in China in 2018 with school year abroad, she had remarkably become fluent in Chinese and could help me with my book. A good return on investment for Dad. While at the Shanghai Library Historical Archives, we were greatly helped with finding sources by Miss Lian Yu-Qing and Director Chu Man-Qing. While in Nanking, we were taken around the city and shown historical sites by Professor Jingfeng Zhu and his lovely wife Lin Jiang. All these individuals contributed remarkably to my understanding more about Japan's Holocaust and Japan's inhumane actions in China from 1927 to 1945. My friend Robert Citino, a renowned Wehrmacht historian, currently at the World War II Museum in New Orleans, has been a great supporter and helpful critic throughout the years. His reading of the manuscript pointed out several areas where I needed to do more research and revise my analysis. Like Citino, historian Edward Westerman has offered constructive criticism and careful readings of my last two books, and his support is greatly appreciated. Also, Dwight Mears, author of the Medal of Honor, provided excellent insights into understanding Medal of Honor history and provided welcome feedback on the book. I am deeply thankful to accomplished Marine Corps historian, Colonel John T. Hoffman, who gave me a tough and detailed report on my work in 2017 and helped me reshape this work dramatically. He helped me find mistakes and fix many errors. For his careful reading and thorough review, I thank him from the bottom of my heart. And then in 2018, while undergoing cancer treatment, he still read a second and much larger draft and provided once again indispensable feedback and support. I cannot tell him how much I value his mentorship and friendship. James Ginther and Fred Allison at the Marine Corps Historical Division in Quantico, Virginia, proved helpful in directing me to primary sources about numerous units Woody served in, as well as oral histories from Woody's commanders, in addition to those from Woody himself. Not only did both prove helpful in finding original source material, but also they have encouraged me and listened to me explore ideas and analysis for countless hours on the phone and in person. The helpful staff at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, has once again been invaluable to my research. In the documents section, I thank Tim Nininger and Nathaniel Patch for helping me locate sources. Aaron Arthur of the Photographs Archive not only helped me locate rarely seen photographs, but he also showed me how to use the scanning machines, something often difficult to navigate in an archive. Also, Archival Room Supervisor Eric Kilgore at the National Archives Personnel Records in St. Louis helped me tremendously in locating several never-before-seen personal records of men in this book. His supportive staff of James Herbert, Dean Gall, Alexa Kitchen, Michelle Johannes, and Sarah Rigdon were also most helpful and kind to me during my stays at their center. I thank Ellen Guillemette and Joni Schwartz in the Marine Corps Recruit Depot Archive for their help in finding new information for me about World War II Marine Corps boot camp, as well as Jan Varshenik and Daniel Schuler at the Bundesarchiv Militärarchiv in Freiburg, Germany, for their help in finding material on the Imperial Japanese Army and Hirohito. I give special thanks to Tatsui Saito and Colonel Yukio Yasunaga at the National Institute for Defense Studies, Ministry of Defense of Japan. Mr. Saito works in the Ministry History Division, and Colonel Yasunaga is a senior fellow for the Center for Military History. These two men worked hours pulling sources to answer my many questions. Then they sat for 2 days in the reading room at their center in Tokyo, going over the names, facts, and interpretation of the sources with me. They have corrected many mistruths in the historiography that have made their way into the literature over the last several decades. With their help, this work will present one of the most complete studies of Kuribayashi in the English language. In understanding General Kuribayashi, I had the opportunity to spend time with his grandson, the Honorable Yasutaka Shindo of the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan. Shindo is a busy man and holds a prominent position in Prime Minister Abe's government. His spending time with me to answer personal and historical questions about his family was a privilege. Unfortunately, like Woody to some extent, he has tried to control what has been written here and used strong-arm tactics to try and prevent some of what I discovered. But I responded to him that I do not write censored history, but history. He tends to only want to focus on his grandfather's excellent military record and not on Kuribayashi's crimes. This is probably all too human, but it is not historically honest. Special thanks go to Shindo's colleague in the U.S., political counselor at the Embassy of Japan, Iba Takamasa. He supported me in arranging the meeting with Shindo and provided invaluable contacts with professional interpreters at Samul International and researchers at the military archives in Tokyo. Because he helped me with my research, and due to the fact that my research did not always reveal Kuribayashi in a positive light, Shindo then made Takamasi's life difficult. At the writing of this book, Takamasa may have to leave the Ministry of Foreign Affairs due to Shindo's displeasure. Moreover, in understanding Kuribayashi's actions in China, I thank Professor Chi-Mang Kwong at Hong Kong Baptist University. He went out of his way to send me essays and documentation to help me better understand the Battle of Hong Kong of 1941 and Kuribayashi's role in the Imperial Japanese Army takeover of it and the crimes committed by him and his troops. Many friends and lay readers have provided invaluable feedback and corrections. I am thankful to Dr. David Alkeck, United States Air Force, Shannon Christine, an excellent editor who read the book 4 times, Scott Drescher. His detailed edits were incredibly helpful. Colonel Jeff Galt, United States Army. Donald Graves, United States Marine Corps. Mike Hilliard, United States Marine Corps. Sarah Horton. Earl Kirkpatrick, United States Marine Corps. Dr. Horst Knapp. John M. Kuykendall. Kimberly Larkin. Gary Lawson, United States Army. Robert Leonard, United States Marine Corps. Laura Leppert. Jacob Levitt, Alex Y. Lim from the Philippines, a retired IT head and BPO executive who colorized the famous photos for Iwo shown on the cover of this book. Maria Elizabeth Lynn, Catherine Noley, James Olkey Farley, His battlefield tours and support mean the world to me. Jonathan Parshall, many thanks for his incredible maps. John Renstrom, Mike Renstrom, David Rigg, United States Marine Corps. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Rybeck, United States Marine Corps. Bryan Selecki, United States Marine Corps. Major Paul Stubbs, United States Marine Corps. Amy Goings Thornton, Steve Tischler, Colin Traver, Masasaki Tsuda, Captain Maurice Unuma, United States Marine Corps. Historian Jeff Warrow, Phillips Exeter Academy English teacher David R. Weber. His detailed and thorough edits made the English here stronger. And Rabbi Edgar Weinsberg. I especially thank Laura Leppert, founder of Daughters of World War II, for her support on getting me on the Iwo Jima American Association Board and for helping me find primary sources. My special thanks to Colonel Charles A. Jones, United States Marine Corps Reserve, now retired officer, who is a self-taught expert on the Pacific War, particularly 7 December 1941 and Iwo Jima. He wrote 2 books about World War II, Pearl Harbor's Hidden Heroes, about the Medal of Honor recipients in the Hawaiian Islands during World War II, and Iwo Jima's Battlefield Promise, a comprehensive review of the Battle of Iwo Jima. His corrections, insights, and suggestions, particularly about the Medal of Honor, made this book possible. Lastly, I thank Woody and his family for their support from 2015 to 2018. Woody has refused for years to write a book or have someone write a book about his life. Taking a critical view of one's life is never easy to do. His story is interesting and helps tell the stories of many other veterans, and his support helped add local color, cultural color, to many events. As mentioned before, his life highlights many other stories, so this book now honors people like Beck, Chambers, Erkson, Waters, Hemphill, Rybakevitz, Tischler, Renstrom, Bornholtz, and Fisher, as well as a host of others. And Woody's desire to keep the focus on others? We have accomplished that with these pages, although when the shift went to others, he sometimes did not like it. It is never easy to write a book about a living person, and working with him on it was difficult. But Woody for a long time proved to be a good helper, reading manuscripts, going over ideas, and talking for hours in person and on the phone. All his quotes and information about him as the source were reviewed by Woody, and this final version you have read here was given to Woody for him to give his feedback. He refused to do so. As time marched on, we have not seen eye to eye on how this book has evolved. He wanted a strict biography without any criticism or historical analysis, and I quickly learned that although Woody's life is worthwhile to study, it is really useful in telling the larger story of the war and about the countless men who never returned home. As a result of this focus and other issues, we parted ways. I thank him for giving me the opportunity to highlight others and to better understand a history that needs telling of what America sacrificed, which is the larger focus here than why someone was awarded a Medal of Honor. This concludes the reading of Flamethrower. Thank you so much for listening. This is Bryan Mark Rigg, signing off.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.